Volume 9, Chapter 8 of Cecilia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress, by Fanny Burney. Volume 9, Chapter 8, An Alarm. The spring was now advancing, and the weather was remarkably fine, when one morning, while Cecilia was walking with Mrs Harrel and Henrietta on the lawn before her house, to which the last dinner bell was just summoning them to return, Mrs Harrel looked round and stopped at sight of a gentleman galloping towards them, who in less than a minute approached, and dismounting and leaving his horse to his servant, struck them all at the same instant to be no other than young Delvile. A sight so unexpected, so unaccountable, so wonderful, after an absence so long, and to which they were mutually bound, almost wholly overpowered Cecilia from surprise and a thousand other feelings, and she caught Mrs Harrel by the arm, not knowing what she did, as if for succour, while Henrietta, with scarce less, though much more glad emotion, suddenly exclaimed, "'Tis Mr Delvile!" and sprang forward to meet him. He had reached them, and in a voice that spoke hurry and perturbation, respectfully made his compliments to them all, before Cecilia recovered even the use of her feet. But no sooner were they restored to her, than she employed them with the quickest motion in her power, still leaning upon Mrs Harrel, to hasten into the house. Her solemn promise to Mrs Delvile became uppermost in her thoughts, and her surprise was soon succeeded by displeasure, that thus, without any preparation, he forced her to break it by an interview she had no means to prevent. Just as they reached the entrance into the house, the butler came to tell Cecilia that dinner was upon the table. Delvile then went up to her and said, "May I wait upon you for one instant before or after you dine?" "I am engaged, sir," answered she, though hardly able to speak, "for the whole day." "You will not, I hope, refuse to hear me?" cried he, eagerly. "I cannot write what I have to say." "There is no occasion that you should, sir," interrupted she, "since I should scarcely find time to read it." She then courtsied, though without looking at him, and went into the house, Delvile remaining in utter dismay, not daring, however wishing, to follow her. But when Mrs Harrel, much surprised at behaviour so unusual from Cecilia, approached him with some civil speeches, he started, and wishing her good day, bowed and remounted his horse, pursued by the soft eyes of Henrietta till wholly out of sight. They then both followed Cecilia to the dining parlour. Had not Mrs Harrel been of the small party, the dinner would have been served in vain. Cecilia, still trembling with emotion, bewildered with conjecture, angry with Delvile for thus surprising her, angry with herself for so severely receiving him, amazed what had tempted him to such a violation of their joint agreement, and irresolute as much what to wish as what to think, was little disposed for eating, and with difficulty compelled herself to do the honours of her table. Henrietta, whom the sight of Delvile had at once delighted and disturbed, whom the behaviour of Cecilia had filled with wonder and consternation, and whom the evident inquietude and disappointment which that behaviour had given to Delvile, had struck with grief and terror, could not swallow even a morsel, but having caught her meat about her plate, gave it, untouched, to a servant. Mrs Harrel, however, though she had had her share in the surprise, had wholly escaped all other emotion, and only concluded in her own mind that Cecilia could sometimes be out of humour and ill bred, as well as the rest of the world. While the dessert was serving, a note was brought to Henrietta, which a servant was waiting in great haste to have answered. Henrietta, stranger to all forms of politeness, though by nature soft, obliging, and delicate, opened it immediately. She started as she cast her eye over it, but blushed, sparkled, and looked enchanted, and hastily rising, without even a thought of apology, ran out of the room to answer it. Cecilia, whose quick eye, by a glance unavoidable, had seen the hand of Delvile, was filled with new amazement at the sight. As soon as the servants were gone, she begged Mrs Harrel to excuse her, and went to her own apartment. Here in a few minutes she was followed by Henrietta, whose countenance beamed with pleasure, and whose voice spoke tumultuous delight. "My dear, dear Miss Beverley," she cried, "I have such a thing to tell you! You would never guess it. I don't know how to believe it myself, but Mr Delvile has written to me. He has indeed. That note was from him. I have been locking it up, for fear of accidents, but I'll run and fetch it, that you may see it yourself." She then ran away, leaving Cecilia much perplexed, much uneasy for herself, and both grieved and alarmed for the too tender, too susceptible Henrietta, who was thus easily the sport of every airy and credulous hope. "If I did not show it to you," cried Henrietta, running back in a moment, "you would never think it possible, for it is to make such a request that it has frightened me almost out of my wits." Cecilia then read the note. To Miss Belfield. Mr Delvile presents his compliments to Miss Belfield, and begs to be permitted to wait upon her for a few minutes, at any time in the afternoon she will be so good as to appoint. "Only think," cried the rapturous Henrietta, "it was me, poor simple me, of all people, that he wanted to speak with! I am sure I thought a different thought when he went away. But do, dearest Miss Beverley, tell me this one thing, what do you think he can have to say to me?" "Indeed," replied Cecilia, extremely embarrassed, "it is impossible for me to conjecture." "If you can't, I am sure, then, it is no wonder I can't, and I have been thinking of a million of things in a minute. It can't be about any business, because I know nothing in the world of any business, and it can't be about my brother, because he would go to our house in town about him, and there he would see him himself, and it can't be about my dear Miss Beverley, because then he would have written the note to her, and it can't be about anybody else, because I know nobody else of his acquaintance." Thus went on the sanguine Henrietta, settling whom and what it could not be about, till she left but the one thing to which her wishes pointed that it could be about. Cecilia heard her with true compassion, certain that she was deceiving herself with imaginations the most pernicious, yet unable to know how to quell them, while in such doubt and darkness herself. This conversation was soon interrupted by a message that a gentleman in the parlour begged to speak with Miss Belfield. "Oh dearest, dearest Miss Beverley," cried Henrietta, with increasing agitation, "what in the world shall I say to him? Advise me, pray advise me, for I can't think of a single word." "Impossible, my dear Henrietta, unless I knew what he would say to you." "Oh, but I can guess, I can guess," cried she, her cheeks glowing, while her whole frame shook, "and I shan't know what in the whole world to answer him. I know I shall behave like a fool, I know I shall disgrace myself sadly." Cecilia, truly sorry Delvile should see her in such emotion, endeavoured earnestly to compose her, though never less tranquil herself; but she could not succeed, and she went down stairs with expectations of happiness almost too potent for her reason. Not such were those of Cecilia; a dread of some new conflict took possession of her mind, that mind so long tortured with struggles, so lately restored to serenity. Henrietta soon returned, but not the same Henrietta she went. The glow, the hope, the flutter were all over. She looked pale and wan, but attempting, as she entered the room, to call up a smile, she failed, and burst into tears. Cecilia threw her arms round her neck, and tried to console her, but happy to hide her face in her bosom, she only gave the freer indulgence to her grief, and rather melted than comforted by her tenderness, sobbed aloud. Cecilia too easily conjectured the disappointment she had met, to pain her by asking it. She forbore even to gratify her own curiosity by questions that could not but lead to her mortification, and suffering her therefore to take her own time for what she had to communicate, she hung over her in silence with the most patient pity. Henrietta was very sensible of this kindness, though she knew not half its merit; but it was a long time before she could articulate, for sobbing, that all Mr Delvile wanted at last was only to beg she would acquaint Miss Beverley that he had done himself the honour of waiting upon her with a message from Mrs Delvile. "From Mrs Delvile!" exclaimed Cecilia, all emotion in her turn. "Good Heaven! how much then have I been to blame? Where is he now? Where can I send to him? Tell me, my sweet Henrietta, this instant." "Oh, madam," cried Henrietta, bursting into a fresh flood of tears, "how foolish have I been to open my silly heart to you! He is come to pay his addresses to you, I am sure he is." "No, no, no," cried Cecilia, "indeed he is not; but I ought to see him. Where, my love, is he?" "In the parlour, waiting for an answer." Cecilia, who at any other time would have been provoked at such a delay in the delivery of a message so important, felt now nothing but concern for Henrietta, whom she hastily kissed, but instantly, however, quitted, and hurried to Delvile, with expectations almost equally sanguine as those her poor friend but the moment before had crushed. "Oh now," thought she, "if at last Mrs Delvile herself has relented, With what joy will I give up all reserve, all disguise, and frankly avow the faithful affection of my heart!" Delvile received her not with the eagerness with which he had first addressed her. He looked extremely disturbed, and even after her entrance, undetermined how to begin. She waited, however, his explanation in silence, and after an irresolute pause, he said, with a gravity not wholly free from resentment, "I presumed, madam, to wait upon you from the permission of my mother, but I believe I have obtained it so late, that the influence I hoped from it is past." "I had no means, Sir," answered she, cheerfully, "to know that you came from her; I should else have received her commands without any hesitation." "I would thank you for the honour you do to her, were it less pointedly exclusive. I have, however, no right of reproach; yet suffer me to ask, could you, madam, after such a parting, after a renunciation so absolute of all future claim upon you, which though extorted from me by duty, I was bound, having promised, to fulfil by principle, could you imagine me so unsteady, so dishonourable, as to obtrude myself into your presence while that promise was still in force?" "I find," cried Cecilia, in whom a secret hope every moment grew stronger, "I have been too hasty. I did indeed believe Mrs Delvile would never authorize such a visit; but as you have so much surprised me, I have a right to your pardon for a little doubt." "There spoke Miss Beverley," cried Delvile, reanimating at this little apology, "the same unaltered Miss Beverley I hope to find. Yet is she unaltered? Am I not too precipitate? And is the tale I have heard about Belfield a dream, an error, a falsehood?" "But that so quick a succession of quarrels," said Cecilia, half smiling, "would be endless perplexity. I, now, would be affronted that you can ask me such a question." "Had I, indeed, thought it a question," cried he, "I would not have asked it; but never for a moment did I credit it, till the rigour of your repulse alarmed me. You have condescended now to account for that, and I am therefore encouraged to make known to you the purpose of my venturing this visit. Yet not with confidence shall I speak if, scarce even with hope, it is a purpose that is the offspring of despair. One thing, Sir," cried Cecilia, who now became frightened again, "let me say before you proceed. If your purpose has not the sanction of Mrs Delvile, as well as your visit, I would gladly be excused hearing it, since I shall most certainly refuse it." "I would mention nothing," answered he, "without her concurrence. She has given it me, and my father himself has permitted my present application." "Good Heaven!" cried Cecilia, "is it possible?" clasping her hands together in the eagerness of her surprise and delight. "Is it possible?" repeated Delvile, with a look of rapture. "Ah, Miss Beverley! once my own Cecilia! do you, can you, wish it possible?" "No, no," cried she, while pleasure and expectation sparkled in her eyes, "I wish nothing about it. Yet tell me how it has happened. I am curious," added she, smiling, "though not interested in it." "What hope would the sweetness give me," cried he, "were my scheme almost any other than it is? But you cannot, no, it would be unreasonable, it would be madness to expect your compliance. It is next to madness even in me to wish it. But how shall a man who is desperate be prudent and circumspect?" "Spare, spare yourself," cried the ingenious Cecilia, "this unnecessary pain. You will find from me no unnecessary scruples. You know not what you say; all noble as you are, the sacrifice I have to propose " "Speak it," cried she, "with confidence; speak it even with certainty of success. I will be wholly undisguised, and openly, honestly own to you, that no proposal, no sacrifice can be mentioned, to which I will not instantly agree, if first it has the approbation of Mrs Delvile." Delvile's gratitude and thanks for a concession never before so voluntarily made to him, interrupted for a while even his power of explaining himself. And now, for the first time, Cecilia's sincerity was cheerful, since now, for the first time, it seemed opposed by no duty. When still, therefore, he hesitated, she herself held out her hand to him, saying, "What must I do more? Must I offer this pledge to you?" "For my life would I not resign it," cried he, delightedly receiving it; "but oh, how soon will you withdraw it, when the only terms upon which I can hold it, are those of making it sign from itself its natural right and inheritance." Cecilia, not comprehending him, only looked amazed, and he proceeded, "Can you, for my sake, make such a sacrifice as this? Can you, for a man who for yours is not permitted to give up his name, give up yourself the fortune of your late uncle, consent to such settlements as I can make upon you from my own part with so splendid an income, wholly and for ever? And with only your paternal £10,000 condescend to become mine, as if your uncle had never existed, and you had been heiress to no other wealth?" This, indeed, was a stroke to Cecilia, unequalled by any she had met, and more cruel than any she could have in reserve. At the proposal of parting with her uncle's fortune, which, desirable as it was, had as yet been only productive to her of misery, her heart, disinterested and wholly careless of money, was prompt to accede to the condition. But at the mention of her paternal fortune, that fortune of which, now, not the smallest vestige remained, horror seized all her faculties. She turned pale, she trembled, she involuntarily drew back her hand, and betrayed, by speechless agitation, the sudden agonies of her soul. Delvile, struck by this evident dismay, instantly concluded his plan had disgusted her. He waited some minutes in anxious expectation of an answer, but finding her silence continued while her emotion increased, the deepest crimson dyed his face, and unable to check his chagrin, though not daring to confess his disappointment, he suddenly quitted her, and walked, in much disorder, about the room. But soon recovering some composure, from the assistance of pride, "Pardon, madam," he said, "a trial such as no man can be vindicated in making. I have indulged a romantic whim, which your better judgment disapproves, and I receive but the mortification my presumption deserved." "You know not, then," said Cecilia, in a faint voice, "my inability to comply?" "Your ability or inability, I presume, are elective?" "Oh no! my power is lost! my fortune itself is gone!" "Impossible! utterly impossible!" cried he with vehemence. "Oh that it were! Your father knows it but too well." "My father! Did he, then, never hint it to you?" "Oh distraction!" cried Delvile, "what horrible confirmation is coming?" And again he walked away, as if wanting courage to hear her. Cecilia was too much shocked to force upon him her explanation, but presently returning to her, he said, "You, only, could have made this credible." "Had you then actually heard it?" "Oh, I had heard it as the most infamous of falsehoods; my heart swelled with indignation at so villainous a calumny, and had it not come from my father, my resentment at it had been inveterate." "Alas!" cried Cecilia, "the fact is undeniable, yet the circumstances you may have heard with it, are I doubt not exaggerated." "Exaggerated, indeed!" he answered. "I was told you had been surprised concealed with Belville in a back room. I was told that your parental fortune was totally exhausted, and that during your minority you had been a dealer with Jews. I was told all this by my father; you may believe I had else not easily been made to hear it." "Yet thus far," she said, "he told you but what is true, though–" "True!" interrupted Delvile, with a start almost frantic. "Oh never, then, was truth so scandalously wronged! I denied the whole charge, I disbelieved every syllable, I pledged my own honour to prove every assertion false." "Generous Delvile!" cried Cecilia, melting into tears, "this is what I expected from you, and believe me, in your integrity my reliance had been similar." "Why does Miss Beverley weep?" cried he, softened, and approaching her, "and why has she given me this alarm? These things must at least have been misrepresented; deign, then, to clear up a mystery in which suspense is torture." Cecilia then, with what precision and clearness her agitation allowed her, related the whole history of her taking up the money of the Jew for Mr Harrel, and told, without reserve, the reason of her trying to abscond from his father at Mrs Belfield's. Delvile listened to her account with almost an agony of attention, now admiring her conduct, now resenting her ill usage, now compassionating her losses, but though variously moved by different parts, receiving from the whole the delight he most coveted in the establishment of her innocence. Thanks and applause the warmest, both accompanied and followed her narration, and then, at her request, he related in return the several incidents and circumstances to which he had owed the permission of this visit. He had meant immediately to have gone abroad, but the indisposition of his mother made him unwilling to leave the kingdom till her health seemed in a situation less precarious. That time, however, came not; the winter advanced, and she grew evidently worse. He gave over, therefore, his design till the next spring, when, if she were able, it was her desire to try the south of France for her recovery, whither he meant to conduct her. But during his attendance upon her, the plan he had just mentioned occurred to him, and he considered how much greater would be his chance of happiness in marrying Cecilia with scarce any fortune at all, than in marrying another with the largest. He was convinced she was far other than expensive, or a lover of show, and soon flattered himself she might be prevailed upon to concur with him, that in living together, though comparatively upon little, they should mutually be happier than in living asunder upon much. When he started this scheme to his mother, she heard it with mingled admiration of his disinterestedness, and regret at its occasion. Yet the loftiness of her own mind, her high personal value for Cecilia, her anxiety to see her son finally settled while she lived, lest his disappointment should keep him single from a lasting disgust, joined to a dejection of spirits from an apprehension that her interference had been cruel, all favoured his scheme, and forbid her resistance. She had often protested, in their former conflicts, that had Cecilia been portionless, her objections had been less than to an estate so conditioned, and that to give to her son a woman so exalted in herself, she would have conquered the mere opposition of interest, though that of family honour she held invincible. Delvile now called upon her to remember those words, and ever strict in fidelity, she still promised to abide by them. Ah, thought Cecilia, is virtue, then, as inconsistent as vice? And can the same character be thus high-souled, thus nobly disinterested with regard to riches, whose pride is so narrow and so insurmountable with respect to family prejudice? Yet such a sacrifice from Cecilia herself, whose income entitled her to settlements the most splendid, Mrs Delvile thought scarcely to be solicited; but as her son was conscious he gave up in expectation no less than she would give up in possession, he resolved upon making the experiment, and felt an internal assurance of success. This matter being finally settled with his mother, the harder task remained of vanquishing the father, by whom and before whom the name of Cecilia was never mentioned, not even after his return from town, though loaded with imaginary charges against her. Mr Delvile held it a diminution of his own in the honour of his son to suppose he wanted still fresh motives for resigning her. He kept therefore to himself the ill opinion he brought down, as a resource in case of danger, but a resource he disdained to make use of, unless driven to it by absolute necessity. But at the new proposal of his son, the accusation held in reserve broke out. He called Cecilia a dabbler with Jews, and said she had been so from the time of her uncle's death. He charged her with the grossest general extravagance, to which he added a most insidious attack upon her character, drawn from her visits at Belfield's of long standing, as well as the particular time when he had himself surprised her concealed with a young man in a back parlour, and he asserted that most of the large sums she was continually taking up from her fortune were lavished without scruple upon this dangerous and improper favourite. Delvile had heard this accusation with a rage scarce restrained from violence. Confident in her innocence, he boldly pronounced the whole a forgery, and demanded the author of such cruel defamation. Mr Delvile, much offended, refused to name any authority, but consented, with an air of triumph, to abide by the effect of his own proposal, and gave him a supercilious promise no longer to oppose the marriage, if the terms he meant to offer Miss Beverley, of renouncing her uncle's estate, and producing her father's fortune, were accepted. "Oh, little did I credit," said Delvile in conclusion, "that he knew indeed so well this last condition was impracticable. His assertions were without proof. I thought them prejudiced surmises, and I came in the full hope I should convict him of his error. My mother, too, who warmly and even angrily defended you, was as firmly satisfied as myself that the whole was a mistake, and that enquiry would prove your fortune as undiminished as your purity. How will she be shocked at the tale I have now to unfold! How irritated at your injuries from Harrel! How grieved that your own too great benevolence should be productive of such black aspersions upon your character!" "I have been," cried Cecilia, "too facile and too unguarded, yet always at the moment I seemed but guided by common humanity. I have ever thought myself secure of more wealth than I could require, and regarded the want of money as an evil from which I was unavoidably exempted. My own fortune, therefore, appeared to me of small consequence, while the revenue of my uncle ensured me a perpetual prosperity. Oh, had I foreseen this moment!" "Would you then have listened to my romantic proposal?" "Would I have listened? Do you not see too plainly I could not have hesitated?" "Oh yet, then, most generous of human beings, yet then be mine! By our own economy we will pay off our mortgages, by living a while abroad we will clear all our estates. I will still keep the name to which my family is bigoted, and my gratitude for your compliance shall make you forget what you lose by it." "Speak not to me such words," cried Cecilia, hastily rising, "your friends will not listen to them. neither therefore must I." "My friends," cried he with energy, "are henceforth out of the question. My father's concurrence with a proposal he knew you had not power to grant, was in fact a mere permission to insult you; for if, instead of dark charges, he had given any authority for your losses, I had myself spared you the shock you have so undeservedly received from hearing it. But to consent to a plan which could not be accepted, to make me a tool to offer indignity to Miss Beverley, he has released me from his power by so erroneous an exertion of it, and my honour has a claim to which his commands must give place. That honour binds me to Miss Beverley as forcibly as my admiration, and no voice but her own shall determine my future destiny." "That voice, then," said Cecilia, "again refers you to your mother. Mrs Delvile, indeed, has not treated me kindly, and this last mock concession was unnecessary cruelty; but Mrs Delvile merits my utmost respect, and I will listen to nothing which has not her previous sanction." "But will her sanction be sufficient, and may I hope, in obtaining it, the security of yours?" "When I have said I will hear nothing without it, may you not almost infer I will refuse nothing with it?" The acknowledgments he would now have poured forth, Cecilia would not hear, telling him, with some gaiety, they were yet unauthorized by Mrs Delvile. She insisted upon his leaving her immediately, and never again returning, without his mother's express approbation. With regard to his father, she left him totally to his own inclination. She had received from him nothing but pride and incivility, and determined to shew publicly her superior respect for Mrs Delvile, by whose discretion and decision she was content to abide. "Will you not then, from time to time," cried Delvile, "suffer me to consult with you?" "No, no," answered she, "do not ask it. I have never been insincere with you, never but from motives not to be overcome, reserved even for a moment. I have told you I will put every thing into the power of Mrs Delvile, but I will not a second time risk my peace by any action unknown to her." Delvile gratefully acknowledged her goodness, and promised to require nothing more. He then obeyed her by taking leave, eager himself to put an end to this new uncertainty, and supplicating only that her good wishes might follow his enterprise. And thus again was wholly broken the tranquillity of Cecilia. New hopes, however faint, awakened all her affections, and strong fears, but too reasonable, interrupted her repose. Her destiny, once more, was as undecided as ever, and the expectations she had crushed retook possession of her heart. The suspicions she had conceived of Mr Monckton again occurred to her. Though unable to ascertain and unwilling to believe them, she tried to drive them from her thoughts. She lamented, however, with bitterness, her unfortunate connection with Mr Harrel, whose unworthy impositions upon her kindness of temper and generosity now proved to her an evil far more serious and extensive than in the midst of her repugnance to them she had ever apprehended. Chapter 8.
Volume 9, Chapter 9 of Cecilia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Ray. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress by Fanny Burney. Volume 9, Chapter 9, A Suspense. Delvile had been gone but a short time before Henrietta, her eyes still red, though no longer streaming, opened the parlour door and asked if she might come in. Cecilia wished to be alone, yet could not refuse her. "Well, madam," cried she, with a forced smile and constrained air of bravery, "did not I guess right?" "In what?" said Cecilia, unwilling to understand her. "In what I said would happen. I am sure you know what I mean." Cecilia, extremely embarrassed, made no answer. She much regretted the circumstances which had prevented an earlier communication, and was uncertain whether now it would prove most kind or most cruel to acquaint her with what was in agitation, which, should it terminate in nothing, was unnecessarily wounding her delicacy for the openness of her confidence, and which, however serviceable it might prove to her in the end, was in the means so rough and piercing she felt the utmost repugnance to the experiment. "You think me, madam, too free," said Henrietta, in asking such a question, and indeed your kindness has been so great, it may well make me forget myself. But if it does, I am sure I deserve you should send me home directly, and then there is not much fear I shall soon be brought to my senses." "No, my dear Henrietta, I can never think you too free. I have told you already everything I thought you would pleasure in hearing. Whatever I have concealed, I have been fearful would only pain you." "I have deserved, madam," said she with spirit, "to be pained, for I have behaved with the folly of a baby. I am very angry with myself indeed. I was old enough to have known better, and I ought to have been wise enough." "You must then be angry with yourself next," said Cecilia, anxious to re-encourage her, "for all the love that I bear you, since to your openness and frankness it was entirely owing." "But there are some things that people should not be frank in. However, I am only come now to beg you will tell me, madam, when it is to be, and don't think I ask out of nothing but curiosity, for I have a very great reason for it indeed." "What be, my dear Henrietta? You are very rapid in your ideas." "I will tell you, madam, what my reason is. I shall go away into my own home, and so I would, if it were 10 times a worse home than it is, just exactly the day before, because afterwards I shall never like to look that gentleman in the face. Never, never, for married ladies I know are not to be trusted. Be not apprehensive, you have no occasion. Whatever may be my fate, I will never be so treacherous as to betray my beloved Henrietta to anybody." "May I ask you, madam, one question?" "Certainly." "Why did all this never happen before?" "Indeed," cried Cecilia, much distressed, "I know not that it will happen now." "Why, what, dear madam, can hinder it? 1,000,000 things. Nothing can be less secure." "And then I am still as much puzzled as ever. I heard a good while ago, and we all heard that it was to be, and I thought that it was no wonder, I am sure, for I used often to think it was just what was most likely. But afterwards we heard it was no such thing, and from that moment I always believed there had been nothing at all in it. I must speak to you, I find, with sincerity. My affairs have long been in strange perplexity. I have not known myself what to expect. One day has perpetually reversed the prospect of another, and my mind has been in a state of uncertainty and disorder that still keeps it from comfort and from rest. This surprises me indeed, madam. I thought you were all happiness, but I was sure you deserved it, and I thought you had it for that reward. And this has been the thing that has made me behave so wrong, for I took it into my head I might tell you everything, because I concluded it could be nothing to you, for if great people loved one another, I always supposed they married directly. Poor people indeed must stay till they are able to settle, but what in the whole world, thought I, if they like one another, should hinder such a rich lady as Miss Beverley from marrying such a rich gentleman at once? Cecilia now, finding there was no longer any chance for concealment, thought it better to give the poor Henrietta at least the gratification of unreserved confidence, which might somewhat soothe her uneasiness by proving her reliance in her faith. She frankly, therefore, confessed to her the whole of her situation. Henrietta wept at the recital with bitterness, thought Mr Delvile a monster, and Mrs Delvile herself scarce human, pitied Cecilia with unaffected tenderness, and wondered that the person could exist who had the heart to give grief to young Delvile. She thanked her most gratefully for reposing such trust in her, and Cecilia made use of this opportunity to enforce the necessity of her struggling more seriously to recover her indifferency. She promised she would not fail, and forbore steadily from that time to name Delvile any more. But the depression of her spirits showed she had suffered a disappointment such as astonished even Cecilia. Though modest and humble, she had conceived hopes the most romantic, and though she denied, even to herself, any expectations from Delvile, she involuntarily nourished them with the most sanguine simplicity. To compose and to strengthen her became the whole business of Cecilia, who, during her present suspense, could find no other employment in which she could take any interest. Mr Monckton, to whom nothing was unknown that related to Cecilia, was soon informed of Delvile's visit, and hastened in the utmost alarm to learn its event. She had now lost all the pleasure she had formerly derived from confiding in him, but though averse and confused, could not withstand his inquiries. Unlike the tender Henrietta's was his disappointment at this relation, and his rage at such repeated trials was almost more than he could curb. He spared neither the Delviles nor their insolence of mutability in rejecting or seeking her at their pleasure, nor herself for her easiness of submission in being thus the dupe of their caprices. The subject was difficult for Cecilia to dilate upon. She wished to clear, as he deserved, Delvile himself from any share in the censure, and she felt hurt and offended at the charge of her own improper readiness, yet shame and pride united in preventing much vindication of either, and she heard almost in silence what with pain she bore to hear at all. He now saw, with inexpressible disturbance, that whatever was his power to make her uneasy, he had none to make her retract, and that the conditional promise she had given Delvile to be wholly governed by his mother, she was firm in regarding to be as sacred as one made at the altar. Perceiving this, he dared trust his temper with no further debate. He assumed a momentary calmness for the purpose of taking leave of her, and with pretended good wishes for her happiness, whatever might be her determination, he stifled the reproaches with which his whole heart was swelling, and precipitately left her. Cecilia, affected by his earnestness, yet perplexed in all her opinions, was glad to be relieved from useless exhortations, and not sorry, in her present uncertainty, that his visit was not repeated. She neither saw nor heard from Delvile for a week, and augured nothing but evil from such delay. The following letter then came by the post. To Miss Beverley, April 2nd, 1780. I must write without comments, for I dare not trust myself with making any. I must write without any beginning address, for I know not how you will permit me to address you. I have lived a life of tumult since last compelled to leave you, and when it may subside I am still in utter ignorance. The affecting account of the losses you have suffered through your beneficence to the Harrels, and the explanatory one of the calumnies you have sustained from your kindness to the Belfields, I related with the plainness which alone I thought necessary to make them felt. I then told the high honour I had received in meeting with no other repulse to my proposal than was owing to an inability to accede to it, and informed my mother of the condescending powers with which you had invested her. In conclusion, I mentioned my new scheme, and firmly, before I would listen to any opposition, I declared that though wholly to their decision I left the relinquishing my own name or your fortune, I was not only by your generosity more internally yours than ever, but that, since again I had ventured, and with permission to apply to you, I should hold myself henceforward unalterably engaged to you. And so I do, and so I shall, nor, after a renewal so public, will any prohibition but yours have force to keep me from throwing myself at your feet. My father's answer I will not mention. I would I could forget it. His prejudices are irremediable. His resolutions are inflexible. Who or what has worked him into an animosity so irreclaimable I cannot conjecture, nor will he tell. But something darkly mysterious has part in his wrath and in his justice. My mother was much affected by your reference to herself. Words of the sweetest praise broke repeatedly from her, No other such woman, she said, existed. No other such instance could be found of fidelity so exalted. Her son must have no heart but for low and mercenary selfishness if, after a proof of regard so unexampled, he could bear to live without her. Oh, how did such a sentence from lips so highly reverenced animate, delight, confirm, and oblige me at once! The displeasure of my father at this declaration was dreadful. His charges, always as improbable as injurious, now became too horrible for my ears. He disbelieved you had taken up the money for Harold. He discredited that you visited the Belfields for Henrietta. Passion not merely banished his justice, but clouded his reason, and I soon left the room, that at least I might not hear the aspersions he forbid me to answer. I left not, however, your fame to a weak champion. My mother defended it with all the spirit of truth, and all the confidence of similar virtue. Yet they parted without conviction, and so mutually irritated with each other that they agreed to meet no more. This was too terrible, and I instantly consolidated my resentment to my father and my gratitude to my mother into concessions and supplications to both. I could not, however, succeed. My mother was deeply offended, my father was sternly inexorable. Nor here rests the evil of their dissension, for the violence of the conflict has occasioned a return more alarming than ever of the illness of my mother. All her faith in her recovery is now built upon going abroad. She is earnest to set off immediately, but Dr. Lister has advised her to make London in her way, and have a consultation of physicians before she departs. To this she has agreed, and we are now upon the road thither. Such is, at present, the melancholy state of my affairs. My mother advised me to write. Forgive me, therefore, that I waited not something more decisive to say. I could prevail upon neither party to meet before the journey, nor could I draw from my father the base fabricator of the calumnies by which he has been thus abused. Unhappily, I have nothing more to add, and whether intelligence such as this or total suspense would be least irksome, I know not. If my mother bears her journey tolerably well, I have yet one more effort to make, and of that the success or the failure will be instantly communicated to Miss Beverley by her eternally devoted, but half distracted, Mortimer Delvile. Scarcely could Cecilia herself decide whether this comfortless letter or none at all were preferable. The implacability of Mr. Delvile was shocking, but his slandering her character was still more intolerable. Yet the praises of the mother and her generous vindication, joined to the invariable reliance of Delvile upon her innocence, conferred upon her an honour that offered some alleviation. The mention of a fabricator again brought Mr. Monckton to her mind, and not all unwillingness to think him capable of such treachery could now root out her suspicions. Delville's temper, however, she knew was too impetuous to be trusted with this conjecture, and her fear of committing injustice being thus seconded by prudence, she determined to keep to herself doubts that could not without danger be divulged. She communicated briefly to Henrietta, who looked her earnest curiosity, the continuance of her suspense, and to her own fate Henrietta became somewhat more reconciled when she saw that no station in life rendered happiness certain or permanent. End of chapter 9. Recording by Ray. Volume 9, Chapter 10 of Cecilia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Ray. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress by Fanny Burney. Volume 9, Chapter 10. A Relation. Another week passed, still without any further intelligence. Cecilia was then summoned to the parlour, and to Delvile himself. He looked hurried and anxious, yet the glow of his face and the animation of his eyes immediately declared he at least came not to take leave of her. Can you forgive, cried he, this dismal and unsatisfactory letter I wrote you? I would not disobey you twice in the same manner, and I could not till now have written in any other. The consultation with the physicians, then, said Cecilia, is over? Alas, yes, and the result is most alarming. They all agree my mother is in a dangerous way, and they rather forbear to oppose than advise her going abroad. But upon that she is earnestly bent, and intends to set out without delay. I shall return to her, therefore, with all speed, and mean not to take any rest till I have seen her. Cecilia expressed with tenderness her sorrow for Mrs Delvile, nor were her looks illiberal in including her son in her concern. I must hasten, he cried, to the credentials by which I am authorized for coming, and I must hasten to prove if Miss Beverley has not flattered my mother in her appeal. He then informed her that Mrs Delvile, apprehensive for herself, and softened for him by the confession of her danger, which she had extorted from her physicians, had tenderly resolved upon making one final effort for his happiness, and ill and impatient as she was, upon deferring her journey to wait its effect. Generously, therefore, giving up her own resentment, she wrote to Mr Delvile in terms of peace and kindness, lamenting their late dissension, and ardently expressing her desire to be reconciled to him before she left England. She told him the uncertainty of her recovery, which had been acknowledged by her physicians, who had declared a calmer mind was more essential to her than a purer air. She then added that such serenity was only to be given her by the removal of her anxiety at the comfortless state of her son. She begged him, therefore, to make known the author of Miss Beverley's defamation, assuring him that upon enquiry he would find her character and her fame as unsullied as his own, and strongly representing that after the sacrifice to which she had consented, their son would be utterly dishonourable in thinking of any other connection. She then to this reasoning joined the most earnest supplication, protesting, in her present disordered state of health, her life might pay the forfeiture of her continual uneasiness. I held out, she concluded, while his personal dignity and the honour of his name and family were endangered, but where interest alone is concerned, and that interest is combated by the peace of his mind and the delicacy of his word, my opposition is at an end. And though our extensive and well-founded views for a splendid alliance are abolished, you will agree with me hereafter, upon a closer inspection, that the object for whom he relinquishes them offers in herself the noblest reparation. Cecilia felt gratified, humbled, animated, and depressed at once by this letter, of which Delvile brought her a copy. And what, cried she, was the answer? I cannot in decency, he replied, speak my opinion of it. Read it yourself, and let me hear yours. To the Honourable Mrs Delvile. Your extraordinary letter, madam, has extremely surprised me. I had been willing to hope the affair over from the time my disapprobation of it was formally announced. I am sorry you are so much indisposed, but I cannot conclude your health would be restored by my acceding to a plan so derogatory to my house. I disapprove it upon every account, not only of the name and the fortune, but the lady herself. I have reasons more important than those I assign, but they are such as I am bound in honour not to mention. After such a declaration, nobody, I presume, will affront me by asking them. Her defence you have only from herself. Her accusation I have received from authority less partial. I command, therefore, that my son, upon pain of my eternal displeasure, may never speak to me on the subject again, and I hope, madam, from you, the same complaisance to my request. I cannot explain myself further, nor is it necessary. It is no news, I flatter myself, to Mortimer Delvile or his mother, that I do nothing without reason, and I believe nothing upon slight grounds. A few cold compliments concerning her journey and the re-establishment of her health concluded the letter. Cecilia, having read, hastily returned it, and indignantly said, My opinion, sir, upon this letter must surely be yours, that we had done wiser long since to have spared your mother and ourselves those vain and fruitless conflicts which we ought better to have foreseen were liable to such a conclusion. Now at least let them be ended, and let us not pursue disgrace wilfully after suffering from it with so much rigour involuntarily. Oh no, cried Delvile, rather let us now spurn it for ever. Those conflicts must be indeed ended, but not by a separation still more bitter than all of them. He then told her that his mother, highly offended to observe by the extreme coldness of this letter the rancour he still nourished for the contest preceding her leaving him, no longer now refused even her separate consent, for a measure which she thought her son absolutely engaged to take. Good heaven, cried Cecilia, much amazed, this from Mrs Delvile! A separate consent! She has always maintained, he answered, an independent mind, always judged for herself, and refused all other arbitration. When so impetuously she parted us, my father's will happened to be hers, and thence their concurrence. My father, of a temper immovable and stern, retains stubbornly the prejudices which once have taken possession of him. My mother, generous as fiery and noble as proud, is open to conviction, and no sooner convinced than ingenious in acknowledging it, and thence their dissension. From my father I may hope forgiveness, but must never expect concession. From my mother I may hope all they ought to grant for pardon but her vehemence, and she has every great quality that can dignify human nature. Cecilia, whose affection and reverence for Mrs Delvile were unfeigned, and who loved in her son this filial enthusiasm, readily concurred with him in praising her, and sincerely esteemed her the first among women. Now then, cried he, with earnestness, now is the time when your generous admiration of her is put to the test. See what she writes to you. She has left to me all explanation, but I insisted upon some credential, lest you should believe I only owed her concurrence to a happy dream. Cecilia, in much trepidation, took the letter, and hastily ran it over. To Miss Beverley. Misery, my sweet young friend, has long been busy with us all. Much have we owed to the clash of different interests, much to that rapacity which to enjoy anything demands everything, and much to that general perverseness which labours to place happiness in what is withheld. Thus do we struggle on till we can struggle no longer. The felicity with which we trifle at best is but temporary, and before reason and reflection show its value, sickness and sorrow are commonly become stationary. Be it yours, my love, and my son's, to profit by the experience, while you pity the errors of the many who illustrate this truth. Your mutual partiality has been mutually unfortunate, and must always continue so for the interests of both. But how blind is it to wait in our own peculiar lots for that perfection of enjoyment we can all see wanting in the lot of others. My expectations for my son had outstepped the modesty of probability. I looked for rank and high birth, with the fortune of Cecilia and Cecilia's rare character. Alas, a new constellation in the heavens might as rationally have been looked for. My extravagance, however, has been all for his felicity, dearer to me than life, dearer to me than all things but his own honour. Let us but save that, and then let wealth, ambition, interest, grandeur, and pride, since they cannot constitute his happiness, be removed from destroying it. I will no longer play the tyrant that, weighing good and evil by my own feelings and opinions, insists upon his acting by the notions I have formed, whatever misery they may bring him by opposing all his own. I leave the kingdom with little reason to expect I shall return to it. I leave it, O blindness of vanity and passion, from the effect of that violence with which so lately I opposed what now I am content to advance. But the extraordinary resignation to which you have agreed shows your heart so wholly my son's, and so even more than worthy the whole possession of his, that it reflects upon him an honour more bright and more alluring than any the most illustrious other alliance could now confer. I would fain see you ere I go, lest I should see you no more. Fain ratify by word of mouth the consent that by word of mouth I so absolutely refused. I know not how to come to Suffolk. Is it not possible you can come to London? I am told you leave to me the arbitration of your fate. In giving you to my son, I best show my sense of such an honour. Hasten then, my love, to town, that I may see you once more. Wait no longer a concurrence thus unjustly withheld, but hasten, that I may bless the daughter I have so often wished to own, that I may entreat her forgiveness for all the pain I have occasioned her, and committing to her charge the future happiness of my son, fold to my maternal heart the two objects most dear to it. Augusta Delvile. Cecilia wept over this letter with tenderness, grief, and alarm, but declared had it even summoned her to follow her abroad, she could not, after reading it, have hesitated in complying. O now then, cried Delvile, let our long suspenses end. Hear me with the candour my mother has already listened to me. Be mine, Cecilia, at once, and force me not by eternal scruples to risk another separation. Good heavens, sir, cried Cecilia, starting, in such a state as Mrs Delvile thinks herself, would you have her journey delayed? No, not a moment. I would but ensure you mine, and go with her all over the world. Wild and impossible, and what is to be done with Mr Delvile? It is on his account wholly I am thus earnestly precipitate. If I do not by an immediate marriage prevent his further interference, all I have already suffered may again be repeated, and some fresh contest with my mother may occasion another relapse. Cecilia, who now understood him, ardently protested she would not listen for a moment to any clandestine expedient. He besought her to be patient, and then anxiously represented to her the peculiar situations. All application to his father he was peremptorily forbid making. All efforts to remove his prejudices their impenetrable mystery prevented. A public marriage, therefore, with such obstacles, would almost irritate him to frenzy, by its daring defiance of his prohibition and authority. Alas, exclaimed Cecilia, we can never do right but in parting. Say it not, cried he, I conjure you, we shall yet live, I hope, to prove the contrary. And can you then, cried she, reproachfully, O Mr Delvile, can you again urge me to enter your family in secret? I grieve, indeed, he answered, that your goodness should so severely be tried. Yet did you not condescend to commit the arbitration to my mother? True, and I thought her approbation would secure my peace of mind, but how could I have expected Mrs Delvile's consent to such a scheme? She has merely accorded it from a certainty there is no other resource. Believe me, therefore, my whole hope rests upon your present compliance. My father, I am certain, but his letter will now hear neither petition nor defence. On the contrary, he will only enrage at the temerity of offering to confute him. But when he knows you are his daughter, his honour will then be concerned in yours, and it will be as much his desire to have it cleared, as it is now to have it censured. Wait at least your return, and let us try what can be done with him. Oh, why, cried Delvile, with much earnestness, must I linger out month after month in this wretched uncertainty? If I wait, I am undone. My father, by the orders I must unavoidably leave, will discover the preparations making without his consent, and he will work upon you in my absence and compel you to give me up. Are you sure, said she, half smiling, he would have so much power? I am but too sure that the least intimation, in his present irritable state of mind, reaching him of my intentions, would make him not scruple, in his fury, pronouncing some malediction upon my disobedience that neither of us, I must own, could tranquilly disregard. This was an argument that came home to Cecilia, whose deliberation upon it, though silent, was evidently not unfavourable. He then told her that with respect to settlements he would instantly have a bond drawn up, similar to that prepared for their former intended union, which should be properly signed and sealed, and by which he would engage himself to make, upon coming to his estate, the same settlement upon her that was made upon his mother. And as, instead of keeping up 3 houses, he continued, in the manner my father does at present, I mean to put my whole estate out to nurse, while we reside for a while abroad or in the country, I doubt not but in a very few years we shall be as rich and as easy as we shall desire. He told her also of his well-founded expectations from the relations already mentioned, which the concurrence of his mother with his marriage would thenceforward secure to him. He then with more coherence stated his plan at large. He purposed, without losing a moment, to return to London. He conjured her, in the name of his mother, to set out herself early the next day, that the following evening might be dedicated wholly to Mrs Delvile. Through her intercession he might then hope Cecilia's compliance, and everything on the morning after should be prepared for their union. The long desired ceremony over, he would instantly ride post to his father, and pay him, at least, the respect of being the first to communicate it. He would then attend his mother to the Continent, and leave the arrangement of everything to his return. Still, therefore, as a single man, he continued, I mean to make the journey, and I shall take care, by the time I return, to have all things in readiness for claiming my sweet bride. Tell me then now if you can reasonably oppose this plan. Indeed, said Cecilia, after some hesitation, I cannot see the necessity of such violent precipitancy. Do you not try me too much, cried Delvile, impatiently, to talk now of precipitancy? After such painful waiting, such wearisome expectation, I ask you not to involve your own affairs in confusion by accompanying me abroad, sweet to me as would be such an indulgence. I would not make a runaway of you in the opinion of the world. All I wish is the secret certainty I cannot be robbed of you, that no cruel machinations may again work our separation, that you are mine, unalterably mine, beyond the power of caprice or ill fortune. Cecilia made no answer. Tortured with irresolution, she knew not upon what to answer. We might then, according to the favour or displeasure of my father, settle wholly abroad for the present, or occasionally visit him in England. My mother would be always and openly our friend. O be firm then, I conjure you, to the promise you have given her, and deign to be mine on the conditions she prescribes. Should we be bound to you for ever by so generous a concession, and even her health may be restored by the cessation of her anxieties. With such a wife, such a mother, what will be wanting for me? Could I lament not being richer? I must be rapacious indeed. Speak then, my Cecilia, relieve me from the agony of this eternal uncertainty, and tell me your word is invariable as your honour, and tell me my mother gives not her sanction in vain. Cecilia sighed deeply, but after some hesitation said, I little knew what I had promised, nor know I now what to perform. There must ever, I find, be some check to human happiness. Yet since, upon these terms, Mrs Delvile herself is content to wish me of her family. She stopped, but, urged earnestly by Delvile, added, I must not, I think, withdraw the powers with which I entrusted her. Delvile, grateful and enchanted, now forgot his haste and his business, and lost every wish but to reanimate her spirits. She compelled him, however, to leave her, that his visit might less be wondered at, and sent by him a message to Mrs Delvile, that wholly relying upon her wisdom, she implicitly submitted to her decree. End of chapter 10. Read by Ray.
Volume 9, Chapter 11 of Cecilia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress by Fanny Burney. Volume 9, Chapter 11. An Enterprise. Cecilia now had no time for afterthoughts or anxious repentance, since, notwithstanding the hurry of her spirits and the confusion of her mind, she had too much real business to yield to pensive indulgence. Averse to all falsehood, she invented none upon this occasion. She merely told her guests she was summoned to London upon an affair of importance, and though she saw their curiosity, not being at liberty to satisfy it with the truth, she attempted not to appease it by fiction, but quietly left it to its common fare, conjecture. She would gladly have made Henrietta the companion of her journey, but Henrietta was the last to whom that journey could give pleasure. She only, therefore, took her maid in the chaise, and attended by one servant on horseback, at 6 o'clock the next morning, she quitted her mansion to enter into an engagement by which soon she was to resign it for ever. Disinterested as she was, she considered her situation as peculiarly perverse, that from the time of her coming to a fortune which most others regarded as enviable, she had been a stranger to peace, a fruitless seeker of happiness, a dupe to the fraudulent, and a prey to the needy. The little comfort she had received had been merely from dispensing it, and now only had she any chance of being happy herself, when upon the point of relinquishing what all others built their happiness upon obtaining. These reflections only gave way to others still more disagreeable. She was now a second time engaged in a transaction she could not approve, and suffering the whole peace of her future life to hang upon an action dark, private, and imprudent, an action by which the liberal kindness of her late uncle would be annulled, by which the father of her intended husband would be disobeyed, and which already in a similar instance had brought her to affliction and disgrace. These melancholy thoughts haunted her during the whole journey, and though the assurance of Mrs Delvile's approbation was some relief to her uneasiness, she involuntarily prepared herself for meeting new mortifications, and was tormented with an apprehension that this second attempt made her merit them. She drove immediately by the previous direction of Delvile to a lodging house in Albemarle Street, which he had taken care to have prepared for her reception. She then sent for a chair and went to Mrs Delvile's. Her being seen by the servants of that house was not very important, as their master was soon to be acquainted with the real motive of her journey. She was shown into a parlour while Mrs Delvile was informed of her arrival, and there flown to by Delvile with the most grateful eagerness. Yet she saw in this countenance that all was not well, and heard upon inquiry that his mother was considerably worse. Extremely shocked by this intelligence, she already began to lament her unfortunate enterprise. Delvile struggled by exerting his own spirits to restore hers, but forced gaiety is never exhilarating, and, full of care and anxiety, he was ill able to appear sprightly and easy. They were soon summoned upstairs into the apartment of Mrs Delvile, who was lying upon a couch, pale, weak, and much altered. Delvile led the way, saying, "Here, madame, comes one whose sight will bring peace and pleasure to you." "This, indeed," cried Mrs Delvile, half rising and embracing her, "is the form in which they are most welcome to me. Virtuous, noble Cecilia, what honour you do my son! With what joy should I ever recover, shall I assist him in paying the gratitude he owes you." Cecilia, grieved at her situation, and affected by her kindness, could only answer with her tears, which, however, were not shed alone, for Deville's eyes were full as he passionately exclaimed, This is the sight my heart has thus long desired, the wife of my choice taken to the bosom of the parent I revere. Be yet but well, my beloved mother, and I will be thankful for every calamity that has led to sweet a conclusion. Content yourself, however, my son, with one of us, cried Mrs Delvile, smiling, and content yourself, if you can, though your hard lot should make that one this creature of full bloom, health, and youth. Ah, my love, added she, more seriously, and addressing the still weeping Cecilia, should now Mortimer, in losing me, lose those cares by which alone, for some months past, my life had been rendered tolerable, how peaceably shall I resign him to one so able to recompense his filial patience and services? This was not a speech to stop the tears of Cecilia, though such warmth of approbation quieted her conscientious scruples. Delvile now earnestly interfered. He told her that his mother had been ordered not to talk or exert herself, and entreated her to be composed and his mother to be silent. Be it your business, then, said Mrs Delvile more gaily, to find us entertainment. We will promise to be very still if you will take that trouble upon yourself. I will not, answered he, be rallied from my purpose if I cannot entertain. It will be something to weary you, for that may incline you to take rest, which will be answering a better purpose. Mortimer, returned she, is this the ingenuity of duty or of love? And which are you just now thinking of, my health or a conversation uninterrupted with Miss Beverley? Perhaps a little of both, said he cheerfully, though colouring. But you rather meant it should pass, said Mrs Delvile. You were only thinking of me. I have always observed that where one scheme answers two purposes, the ostensive is never the purpose most at heart. Why is it but common prudence, answered Delvile, to feel our way a little before we mention what we most wish, and so cast the hazard of the refusal upon something rather less important? Admirably settled, cried Mrs Delvile. So my rest is but to prove Miss Beverley's disturbance. Well, it is only anticipating our future way of life, when her disturbance in taking the management of you to herself will of course prove my rest. She then quietly reposed herself, and Delvile discoursed with Cecilia upon their future plans, hopes, and actions. He meant to set off from the church door to Delvile Castle to acquaint his father with his marriage, and then to return instantly to London. There he entreated Cecilia to stay with his mother, that, finding them both together, he might not exhaust her patience by making his parting visit occasion another journey to Suffolk. But here Cecilia resolutely opposed him, saying her only chance to escape discovery was going instantly to her own house, and representing so earnestly her desire that their marriage should be unknown till his return to England, upon 1,000 motives of delicacy, propriety, and fearfulness, that the obligation he owed already to a compliance which he saw grew more and more reluctant, restrained him both in gratitude and pity from persecuting her further. Neither would she consent to seeing him in Suffolk, which could but delay his mother's journey and expose her to unnecessary suspicions. She promised, however, to write to him often, and as, from his mother's weakness, he must travel very slowly, she took a plan of his route, and engaged that he should find a letter from her at every great town. The bond which he had already had altered, he insisted upon leaving in her own custody, averse to applying to Mr Monckton, whose behaviour to him had before given him disgust, and in whom Cecilia herself no longer wished to confide. He had again applied to the same lawyer, Mr Singleton, to give her away, for though to his secrecy he had no tie, he had still less to any entire stranger. Mrs Delvile was too ill to attend them to church, nor would Delvile have desired from her such absolute defiance of his father. Cecilia now gave another sigh to her departed friend, Mrs Charlton, whose presence upon this awful occasion would else again have soothed and supported her. She had no female friend in whom she could rely, but feeling a repugnance invincible to being accompanied only by men, She accepted the attendance of Mrs. Delvile's own woman, who had lived many years in the family, and was in high favour and confidence of her lady. The arrangement of these and other articles, with occasional interruptions from Mrs. Delvile, fully employed the evening. Delvile would not trust again to meeting her at the church, but begged her to send out her servants between 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning, at which time he would himself call for her with a chair. She went away early, that Mrs. Delvile might go to rest, and it was mutually agreed that they should risk no meeting the next day. Delvile conjured them to part with firmness and cheerfulness, and Cecilia, fearing her own emotion, would have retired without bidding her adieu. But Mrs. Delvile, calling after her, said, "Take with you my blessing," and tenderly embracing her, added, "My son, as my chief nurse, claims a prescriptive right to govern me, but I will break from his control to tell my sweet Cecilia what ease and what delight she has already given to my mind. My best hope of recovery is founded on the pleasure I anticipate to witnessing your mutual happiness. But should my illness prove fatal, and that felicity be denied me, my greatest earthly care is already removed by the security I feel of Mortimer's future peace. Take with you then my blessing, for you are become one to me, long daughter of my affection, now wife of my darling son. Love her, Mortimer, as she merits, and cherish her with tenderest gratitude. Banish, sweetest Cecilia, every apprehension that oppresses you, and receive in Mortimer Delvile a husband that will revere your virtues and dignify your choice." She then embraced her again, and seeing that her heart was too full for speech, suffered her to go without making any answer. Delvile attended her to her chair, scarce less moved than herself, and found only opportunity to entreat her punctuality the next morning. She had indeed no inclination to fail in her appointment, or risk the repetition of scenes so affecting, or situations so alarming. Mrs. Delvile's full approbation somewhat restored to her own, but nothing could remove the fearful anxiety which still privately tormented her with the expectations of another disappointment. The next morning she arose with delight, and calling all her courage to her aid, determined to consider this day as decisive of her destiny with regard to Delvile, and rejoicing that at least all suspense would be over, to support herself with fortitude, be that destiny what it might. At the appointed time she sent her maid to visit Mrs. Hill, and gave some errands to her man that carried him to a distant part of the town, but she charged them both to return to the lodgings by 9 o'clock, at which hour she ordered a chaise for returning into the country. Delvile, who was impatiently watching for their quitting the house, only waited till they were out of sight to present himself at the door. He was shown into a parlour, which she instantly attended him, and being told that the clergyman, Mr. Singleton, and Mrs. Delvile's woman were already in the church, she gave him her hand in silence, and he led her to the chair. The calmness of stifled hope had now taken place in Cecilia of quick sensations and alarm. Occupied with a firm belief she should never be the wife of Delvile, she only waited with a desperate sort of patience to see when and by whom she was next to be parted from him. When they arrived near the church, Delvile stopped the chair. He handed Cecilia out of it, and, discharging the chairman, conducted her into the church. He was surprised himself at her composure, but earnestly wishing it to last, took care not to say to her a word that should make any answer from her necessary. He gave her as before to Mr. Singleton, secretly praying that not as before she might be given him in vain. Mrs. Delvile's woman attended her. The clergyman was ready, and they all proceeded to the altar. The ceremony was begun, Cecilia rather mechanically than with consciousness appearing to listen to, but at the words, "If any man can show any just cause why they may not lawfully be joined together," Delvile himself shook with terror, lest some concealed person should again answer it, and Cecilia, with a sort of steady dismay in her countenance, cast her eyes round the church, with no other view than that of seeing from what corner the prohibitor would start. She looked, however, to no purpose. No prohibitor appeared. The ceremony was performed without any interruption, and she received the thanks of Delvile and the congratulations of the little set before the idea which had so strongly preoccupied her imagination was sufficiently removed from it to satisfy her she was really married. Then they went to the vestry, where their business was not long, and Delvile again put Cecilia into a chair, which again he accompanied on foot. Her sensibility was now returned, though still attended with strangeness and a sensation of incredulity, but the sight of Delvile at her lodgings, contrary to their agreement, wholly recovered her senses from the stupor which had dulled them. He came, however, but to acknowledge how highly she had obliged him to see her himself restored to the animation natural to her character, and give her a million of charges resulting from anxiety and tenderness. And then, fearing the return of her servants, he quitted her and set out for Delvile Castle. The amazement of Cecilia was still unconquerable to be actually united with Delvile, to be his with the full consent of his mother, to have him hers beyond the power of his father. She could not reconcile it with possibility. She fancied it a dream, but a dream from which she wished not to wake. End of chapter 11.
Volume 10, Chapter 1 of Cecilia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress by Fanny Burney. Volume 10, Chapter 1, A Discovery. Cecilia's journey back to the country was as safe and free from interruption as her journey had been to town, and all that distinguished them was what passed in her own mind. The doubts, apprehensions, and desponding suspense which had accompanied her setting out were now all removed, and certainty, ease, the expectation of happiness, and the cessation of all perplexity had taken their place. She had nothing left to dread but the inflexibility of Mr Delvile, and hardly anything even to hope but the recovery of his lady. Her friends at her return expressed their wonder at her expedition, but their wonder at what occasioned it, though still greater, met no satisfaction. Henrietta rejoiced in her sight, though her absence had been so short; and Cecilia, whose affection with her pity increased, intimated to her the event for which she wished her to prepare herself, and frankly acknowledged she had reason to expect it would soon take place. Henrietta endeavoured with composure to receive this intelligence, and to return such a mark of confidence with cheerful congratulations; but her fortitude was unequal to an effort so heroic, and her character was too simple to assume a greatness she felt not. She sighed and changed colour, and hastily quitted the room that she might sob aloud in another. Warm-hearted, tender, and susceptible, her affections were all undisguised. Struck with the elegance of Delvile, and enchanted by his services to her brother, she had lost to him her heart at first without missing it, and, when missed, without seeking to reclaim it. The hopelessness of such a passion she never considered, nor asked herself its end, or scarce suspected its aim. It was pleasant to her at the time, and she looked not to the future, but fed it with visionary schemes, and soothed it with voluntary fancies. Now she knew all was over, and she felt the folly she had committed, but though sensibly and candidly angry at her own error, its conviction offered nothing but sorrow to succeed it. The felicity of Cecilia, whom she loved, admired, and revered, she wished with the genuine ardour of zealous sincerity; but that Delvile, the very cause and sole subject of her own personal unhappiness, should himself constitute that felicity, was too much for her spirits, and seemed to her mortified mind too cruel in her destiny. Cecilia, who in the very vehemence of her sorrow saw its innocence, was too just and too noble to be offended by it, or impute to the bad passions of envy or jealousy the artless regret of an untutored mind. To be penetrated too deeply with the merit of Delvile with her wanted no excuse, and she grieved for her situation with, but little mixture of blame and none of surprise. She redoubled her kindness and caresses with the hope of consoling her, but ventured to trust her no further, till reflection and her natural good sense should better enable her to bear an explanation. Nor was this friendly exertion any longer a hardship to her. The sudden removal, in her own feelings and affairs, of distress and expectation had now so much lightened her heart, that she could spare without repining some portion of its spirit to her dejected young friend. But an incident happened 2 mornings after which called back, and most unpleasantly, her attention to herself. She was told that Mrs. Matt, the poor woman she had settled in Bury, begged an audience, and upon sending for her upstairs, and desiring to know what she could do for her, "Nothing, madam, just now," she answered, "for I don't come upon my own business, but to tell some news to you, madam. You bid me never take notice of the wedding that was to be, and I am sure I never opened my mouth about it from that time to this, but I have found out who it was put a stop to it, and so I come to tell you." Cecilia, extremely amazed, eagerly desired her to go on. "Why, madam, I don't know the gentlewoman's name quite right yet, but I can tell you where she lives, for I knew her as soon as I set eyes on her, when I see her at church last Sunday, and I would have followed her home, but she went into a coach, and I could not walk fast enough. But I asked one of the footmen where she lived, and he said at the great house at the Grove, and perhaps, madam, you may know where that is. And then he told me her name, but that I can't just now think of." "Good heaven!" cried Cecilia, "it could not be Bennet?" "Yes, ma'am, that's the very name. I know it again, now I hear it." Cecilia then hastily dismissed her, first desiring her not to mention the circumstances to anybody. Shocked and dismayed, she now saw, but saw with horror, the removal of all her doubts, and the explanation of all her difficulties in the full and irrefragable discovery of the perfidy of her oldest friend and confidant. Miss Bennet herself she regarded in the affair as a mere tool, which, though in effect it did the work, was innocent of its mischief, because powerless but in the hand of its employer. "That employer," cried she, "must be Mr Monckton! Mr Monckton whom so long I have known, who so willingly has been my counsellor, so ably my instructor, in whose integrity I have confided, upon whose friendship I have relied, my succour in all emergencies, my guide in all perplexities. Mr Monckton thus dishonourably, thus barbarously to betray me, to turn against me the very confidence I had reposed in his regard for me, and make use of my own trust to furnish the means to injure me." She was now wholly confirmed that he had wronged her with Mr Delvile. She could not have two enemies so malignant without provocation, and he who so unfeelingly could dissolve a union at the very altar, could alone have the baseness to calumniate her so cruelly. Evil thoughts thus awakened stopped not merely upon facts. Conjecture carried her further, and conjecture built upon probability. The officiousness of Morris in pursuing her to London, his visiting her when there, and his following and watching Delvile, she now reasonably concluded were actions directed by Mr Monckton, whose house he had but just left, and whose orders, whatever they might be, she was almost certain he would obey. Availing himself, therefore, of the forwardness and suppleness which met in this young man, she doubted not but his intelligence had contributed to acquaint him with her proceedings. The motive of such deep concerted and accumulated treachery was next to be sought, nor was the search long. One only could have tempted him to schemes so hazardous and costly, and, unsuspicious as she was, she now saw into his whole design. Long accustomed to regard him as a safe and disinterested old friend, the respect with which, as a child, she had looked up to him, she had insensibly preserved when a woman. That respect had taught her to consider his notice as a favour, and far from suspiciously shunning, she had innocently courted it, and his readiness in advising and tutoring her, his frank and easy friendliness of behaviour, had kept his influence unimpaired, by preventing its secret purpose from being detected. But now the whole mystery was revealed. His aversion to the Delviles, to which hitherto she had attributed all she disapproved in his behaviour, she was convinced must be inadequate to stimulate him to such lengths. That aversion itself was by this late surmise accounted for, and no sooner did it occur to her than 1,000 circumstances confirmed it. The first among these was the evident ill will of Lady Margaret, which, though she had constantly imputed to the general irascibility for which her character was notorious, she had often wondered to find impenetrable to all endeavours to please or soften her. His care of her fortune, his exhortations against her expenses, his wish to make her live with Mr Briggs, all contributed to point out the selfishness of his attentions, which in one instance rendered visible, became obvious in every other. Yet various as were the incidents that now poured upon her memory to his disgrace, not one among them took its rise from his behaviour to herself, which always had been scrupulously circumspect, or if for a moment unguarded, only at a season when her own distress or confusion had prevented her from perceiving it. This recollection almost staggered her suspicions. Yet so absolute seemed the confirmation they received from every other, that her doubt was overpowered, and soon wholly extinguished. She was yet ruminating on this subject, when word was brought her that Mr Monckton was in the parlour. Mingled disgust and indignation made her shudder at his name, and without pausing a moment, she sent him word she was engaged, and could not possibly leave her room. Astonished by such a dismission, he left the house in the utmost confusion, but Cecilia could not endure to see him, after a discovery of such hypocrisy and villainy. She considered, however, that the matter could not rest here. He would demand an explanation, and perhaps, by his unparalleled address, again contrive to seem innocent, notwithstanding appearances were at present so much against him. Expecting, therefore, some artifice, and determined not to be duped by it, she sent again for the pew opener to examine her more strictly. The woman was out at work in a private family, and could not come till the evening, but, when further questioned, the description she gave of Miss Bennet was too exact to be disputed. She then desired to call again the next morning, and sent a servant to the Grove, with her compliments to Miss Bennet, and a request that she might send her carriage for her the next day, at any time she pleased, as she wished much to speak with her. This message, she was aware, might create some suspicion, and put her upon her guard; but, she thought, nevertheless, a sudden meeting with the pew opener, whom she meant abruptly to confront with her, would baffle the security of any previously settled scheme. To a conviction such as this even Mr Monckton must submit, and since he was lost to her as a friend, she might at least save herself the pain of keeping up his acquaintance. End of chapter 1.
Volume 10, Chapter 2 of Cecilia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sarah Prusoff. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress, by Fanny Burney. Volume 10, Chapter 2. An Interview. The servant did not return till it was dark, and then, with a look of much dismay, said he had been able to meet with nobody who could either give or take a message, that the Grove was all in confusion, and the whole country in an uproar, for Mr Monckton, just as he arrived, had been brought home dead. Cecilia screamed with involuntary horror. A pang like remorse seized her mind, with the apprehension she had some share in this catastrophe, and innocent as she was either of his fall or his crimes, she no sooner heard he was no more, than she forgot he had offended her, and reproached herself with severity for the shame to which she meant to expose him the next morning. Dreadfully disturbed by this horrible incident, she entreated Mrs Harrel and Henrietta to sup by themselves, and going into her own room, determined to write the whole affair to Delvile, in a letter she should direct to be left at the post office for him at Margate. And here, strongly, she felt the happiness of being actually his wife. She could now without reserve make him acquainted with all her affairs, and tell to the master of her heart every emotion that entered it. While engaged in this office, the very action of which quieted her, a letter was brought her from Delvile himself. She received it with gratitude, and opened it with joy. He had promised to write soon, but so soon she had thought impossible. The reading took not much time. The letter contained but the following words: To Miss Beverley. My Cecilia, be alone, I conjure you. Dismiss everybody, and admit me this moment. Great was her astonishment at this note. No name to it, no conclusion, the characters indistinct, the writing crooked, the words so few, and those few scarce legible. He desired to see her, and to see her alone. She could not hesitate in her compliance, but whom could she dismiss? Her servants, if ordered away, would but be curiously upon the watch. She could think of no expedient. She was all hurry and amazement. She asked if anyone waited for an answer. The footman said no, that the note was given in by somebody who did not speak, and who ran out of sight the moment he had delivered it. She could not doubt this was Delvile himself. Delvile, who should now be just returned from the castle to his mother, and whom she had thought not even a letter would reach if directed anywhere nearer than Margate. All she could devise in obedience to him was to go and wait for him alone in her dressing-room, giving orders that if anyone called, they might be immediately brought up to her, as she expected somebody upon business, with whom she must not be interrupted. This was extremely disagreeable to her, yet contrary as it was to their agreement, she felt no inclination to reproach Delvile. The abruptness of his note, the evident hand-shaking with which it had been written, the strangeness of the request in a situation such as theirs, all concurred to assure her he came not to her idly, and all led her to apprehend he came to her with evil tidings. What they might be, she had no time to conjecture. A servant, in a few minutes, opened the dressing-room door, and said, "Ma'am, a gentleman." And Delvile, abruptly entering, shut it himself, in his eagerness to get rid of him. At his sight her prognostication of ill became stronger. She went forward to meet him, and he advanced to her, smiling and in haste. But that smile did not well do its office. It concealed not a pallid countenance, in which every feature spoke horror. It disguised not an aching heart, which almost visibly throbbed with intolerable emotion. Yet he addressed her in terms of tenderness and peace, but his tremulous voice counteracted his words, and spoke that all within was tumult and war. Cecilia, amazed, affrighted, had no power to hasten an explanation, which on his own part he seemed unable or fearful to begin. He talked to her of his happiness in again seeing her before he left the kingdom, entreated her to write to him continually, said the same thing 2 and 3 times in a breath, began with one subject, and seemed unconscious he wandered presently into another, and asked her questions innumerable about her health, journey, affairs, and ease of mind, without hearing from her any answer, or seeming to miss that she had none. Cecilia grew dreadfully terrified. Something strange and most alarming she was sure must have happened, but what she had no means to know, nor courage, nor even words to inquire. Delvile, at length, the first hurry of his spirits abating, became more coherent and considerate, and looking anxiously at her, said, "Why this silence, my Cecilia?" "I know not," said she, endeavouring to recover herself, "but your coming was unexpected. I was just writing to you at Margate." "Write still, then, but direct to Ostend. I shall be quicker than the post, and I would not lose a letter, a line, a word from you, for all the world can offer me." "Quicker than the post?" cried Cecilia. "But how can Mrs Delvile—" She stopped, not knowing what she might venture to ask. "She is now on the road to Margate. I hope to be there to receive her. I mean but to bid you adieu, and be gone." Cecilia made no answer. She was more and more astonished, more and more confounded. "You are thoughtful?" said he with tenderness. "Are you unhappy? Sweetest Cecilia, most excellent of human creatures, if I have made you unhappy, and I must, it is inevitable. Oh, Delvile!" cried she, now assuming more courage, "why will you not speak to me openly? Something, I see, is wrong. May I not hear it? May I not tell you, at least, my concern that anything has distressed you?" "You are too good," cried he. "To deserve you is not possible, but to afflict you is inhuman." "Why so?" cried she more cheerfully. "Must I not share the common lot, or expect the whole world to be new modelled, lest I should meet it in anything but happiness? There is not, indeed, much danger. Have you pen and ink here?" She brought them to him immediately, with paper. "You have been writing to me, you say? I will begin a letter myself." "To me?" cried she. He made no answer, but took up the pen and wrote a few words, and then, flinging it down, said, "Fool! I could have done this without coming." "May I look at it?" said she, and finding he made no opposition, advanced and read. "I fear to alarm you by rash precipitation, I fear to alarm you by lingering suspense, but all is not well." "Fear nothing," cried she, turning to him with the kindest earnestness, tell me, whatever it may be, am I not your wife, bound by every tie divine and human to share in all your sorrows, if, unhappily, I cannot mitigate them? Since you allow me, cried he gratefully, so sweet a claim to which all others yield, and which if you repent not giving me, will make all others nearly immaterial to me, I will own to you that all, indeed, is not well. I have been hasty, you will blame me. I deserve, indeed, to be blamed. Entrusted with your peace and happiness, to suffer rage, resentment, violence, to make me forgo what I owed to such a deposit. If your blame, however, stops short of repentance, but it cannot. What then, cried she with warmth, must you have done? For there is not an action of which I believe you capable, there is not an event which I believe to be possible, that can ever make me repent belonging to you wholly. Generous, condescending Cecilia, cried he, words such as these, hung there not upon me an evil the most depressing, would be almost more than I could bear, would make me too blessed for mortality. But words such as these, said she more gaily, I might long have coquetted ere I had spoken, had you not drawn them from me by this alarm. Take, therefore, the good with the ill, and remember, if all does not go right, you have now a trusty friend, as willing to be the partner of your serious as your happiest hours. Show but as much firmness as you have shown sweetness, cried he, and I will fear to tell you nothing. She reiterated her assurances. Then they both sat down, and he began his account. Immediately from your lodgings I went where I had ordered a chaise, and stopped only to change horses till I reached Delvile Castle. My father saw me with surprise, and received me with coldness. I was compelled by my situation to be abrupt, and told him I came, before I accompanied my mother abroad, to make him acquainted with an affair which I thought myself bound in duty and respect to suffer no one to communicate to him but myself. He then sternly interrupted me, and declared in high terms that if this affair concerned you, he would not listen to it. I attempted to remonstrate upon this injustice, when he passionately broke forth into new and horrible charges against you, affirming that he had them from authority as indisputable as ocular demonstration. I was then certain of some foul play. Foul play, indeed, cried Cecilia, who now knew but too well by whom she had been injured. Good heaven! How have I been deceived where most I have trusted? I told him, continued Delvile, some gross imposition had been practised upon him, and earnestly conjured him no longer to conceal from me by whom. This, unfortunately, increased his rage. Imposition, he said, was not so easily played upon him. He left that for me, who so readily was duped, while for himself he had only given credit to a man of much consideration in Suffolk, who had known you from a child, who had solemnly assured him he had repeatedly endeavoured to reclaim you, who had rescued you from the hands of Jews at his own hazard and loss, and who actually showed him bonds acknowledging immense debts which were signed with your own hand. Horrible! exclaimed Cecilia. I believed not such guilt and perfidy possible. I was scarce myself, resumed Delvile, while I heard him. I demanded even with fierceness his author, whom I scrupled not to execrate as he deserved. He coldly answered he was bound by an oath never to reveal him, nor should he repay his honourable attention to his family by a breach of his own word, were it even less formally engaged. I then lost all patience. To mention honour, I cried, was a farce, where such infamous calumnies were listened to. But let me not shock you unnecessarily. You may readily conjecture what passed. Ah me! cried Cecilia, you have then quarrelled with your father. I have, said he, nor does he yet know I am married. In so much wrath there was no room for narration. I only pledged myself by all I held sacred, never to rest till I had cleared your fame by the detection of this villainy, and then left him without further explanation. "Oh, return then to him immediately," cried Cecilia. "He is your father, you are bound to bear with his displeasure. Alas! had you never known me, you had never incurred it." "Believe me," he answered, "I am ill at ease under it. If you wish it, when you have heard me, I will go to him immediately. If not, I will write, and you shall yourself dictate what." Cecilia thanked him, and begged he would continue his account. My first step, when I left the castle, was to send a letter to my mother, in which I entreated her to set out as soon as possible for Margate, as I was detained from her unavoidably, and was unwilling my delay should either retard our journey or oblige her to travel faster. At Margate I hoped to be as soon as herself, if not before her. "And why," cried Cecilia, "did you not go to town as you had promised, and accompany her?" "I had business another way. I came hither." "Directly?" "No, but soon." "Where did you go first?" "My Cecilia, it is now you must summon your fortitude. I left my father without an explanation on my part, but not till, in his rage of asserting his authority, he had unwarily named his informant." "Well!" "That informant, the most deceitful of men, was your long pretended friend, Mr Monckton." "So I feared," said Cecilia, whose blood now ran cold through her veins with sudden and new apprehensions. "I rode to the Grove, on hack horses, and on a full gallop the whole way. I got to him early in the evening. I was shown into his library. I told him my errand." "You look pale, my love. You are not well?" Cecilia, too sick for speech, leant her head upon the table. Delvile was going to call for help, but she put her hand upon his arm to stop him, and, perceiving she was only mentally affected, he rested, and endeavoured by every possible means to revive her. After a while she again raised her hand, faintly saying, "I am sorry I interrupted you, but the conclusion I already know. Mr Monckton is dead." "Not dead!" cried he, "dangerously, indeed, wounded, but thank Heaven, not actually dead." "Not dead!" cried Cecilia, with recruited strength and spirits. "Oh, then all yet may be well. If he is not dead, he may recover." "He may. I hope he will." "Now then," she cried, "tell me all. I can bear any intelligence but of death by human means." "I meant not to have gone such lengths. Far from it. I hold duels in abhorrence, as unjustifiable acts of violence, and savage devices of revenge. I have offended against my own conviction, but, transported with passion at his infamous charges, I was not master of my reason. I accused him of his perfidy. He denied it. I told him I had it from my father. He changed the subject to pour abuse upon him. I insisted on a recantation to clear you. He asked by what right. I fiercely answered, by a husband's. His countenance, then, explained at least the motives of his treachery. He loves you himself. He had probably schemed to keep you free till his wife died, and then concluded his machinations would secure you his own. For this purpose, finding he was in danger of losing you, he was content even to blast your character rather than suffer you to escape him. But the moment I acknowledged my marriage, he grew more furious than myself, and in short why relate the frenzies of rage? We walked out together. My travelling pistols were already charged. I gave him his choice of them, and, the challenge being mine, for insolence joined with guilt it had robbed me of all forbearance, he fired first, but missed me. I then demanded whether he would clear your fame. He called out, "Fire! I will make no terms." I did fire, and unfortunately aimed better. We had neither of us any second. All was the result of immediate passion, but I soon got people to him, and assisted in conveying him home. He was at first believed to be dead, and I was seized by his servants. But he afterwards showed signs of life, and by sending for my friend Biddulph, I was released. Such is the melancholy transaction I came to relate to you, flattering myself it would something less shock you from me than from another. Yet my own real concern for the affair, the repentance with which from the moment the wretch fell, I was struck in being his destroyer, and the sorrow, the remorse, rather, which I felt, in coming to wound you with such black, such fearful intelligence, you, to whom all I owe is peace and comfort, these thoughts gave me so much disturbance, that, in fact, I knew less than any other how to prepare for such a tale. He stopped, but Cecilia could say nothing. To censure him now would both be cruel and vain, yet to pretend she was satisfied with his conduct would be doing violence to her judgment and veracity. She saw, too, that his error had sprung wholly from a generous ardor in her defence, and that his confidence in her character had resisted, without wavering, every attack that menaced it. For this she felt truly grateful. Yet his quarrel with his father, the danger of his mother, his necessary absence, her own clandestine situation, and more than all, the threatened death of Mr Monckton by his hands, were circumstances so full of dread and sadness she knew not upon which to speak, how to offer him comfort, how to assume a countenance that looked able to receive any, or by what means to repress the emotions which to many ways assailed her. Delvile, having vainly waited some reply, then, in a tone the most melancholy, said, "If it is yet possible you can be sufficiently interested in my fate to care what becomes of me, aid me now with your counsel, or rather with your instructions. I am scarce able to think for myself, and to be thought for by you would yet be a consolation that would give me spirit for anything." Cecilia, starting from her reverie, repeated, "To care what becomes of you? Oh, Delvile! Make not my heart bleed by words of such unkindness." "Forgive me," cried he, "I meant not a reproach, I meant but to state my own consciousness of how little I deserve from you. You talk to me of going to my father? Do you still wish it?" "I think so," cried she, too much disturbed to know what she said, yet fearing again to hurt him by making him wait her answer. "I will go then," said he, "without doubt, too happy to be guided by you, whichever way I steer. I have now, indeed, much to tell him, but whatever may be his wrath, there is little fear, at this time, that my own temper cannot bear it. What next shall I do?" "What next?" repeated she. "Indeed, I know not. Shall I go immediately to Margate, or shall I first ride hither?" "If you please," said she, much perturbed and deeply sighing, "I please nothing but by your direction. To follow that is my only chance of pleasure. Which, then, shall I do? You will not, now, refuse to direct me?" "No, certainly, not for the world." "Speak to me, then, my love, and tell me, why are you thus silent? Is it painful to you to counsel me?" "No, indeed," said she, putting her hand to her head, "I will speak to you in a few minutes." "Oh, my Cecilia!" cried he, looking at her with much alarm, "call back your recollection. You know not what you say, you take no interest in what you answer." "Indeed I do," said she, sighing deeply, and oppressed beyond the power of thinking, beyond any power but an internal consciousness of wretchedness. "Sigh not so bitterly," cried he, "if you have any compassion. Sigh not so bitterly, I cannot bear to hear you." "I am very sorry indeed," said she, sighing again, and not seeming sensible she spoke. "Good heaven!" cried he, rising, "distract me not with this horror! Speak not to me in such broken sentences! Do you hear me, Cecilia? Why will you not answer me?" She started and trembled, looked pale and affrighted, and putting both her hands upon her heart, said, "Oh yes, but I have an oppression here, a tightness, a fullness, I have not room for breath." "Oh, beloved of my heart!" cried he, wildly casting himself at her feet, "kill me not with this terror! Call back your faculties! Awake from this dreadful insensibility! Tell me at least you know me, tell me I have not tortured you quite to madness. Sole darling of my affections, my own, my wedded Celia, rescue me from this agony, it is more than I can support." This energy of distress brought back her scattered senses, scarce more stunned by the shock of all this misery than by the restraint of her feelings in struggling to conceal it. But these passionate exclamations restoring her sensibility, she burst into tears, which happily relieved her mind from the conflict with which it was labouring, and which, not thus affected, might have ended more fatally. Never had Delvile more rejoiced in her smiles than now in these seasonable tears, which he regarded and blessed as the preservers of her reason. They flowed long without any intermission, his soothing and tenderness but melting her to more sorrow. After a while, however, the return of her faculties, which at first seemed all consigned over to grief, was manifested by the returning strength of her mind. She blamed herself severely for the little fortitude she had shown, but having now given vent to her emotions too forcible to be wholly stiff, she assured him he might depend upon her better courage for the future, and entreated him to consider and settle his affairs. Not speedily, however, could Delvile himself recover. The torture he had suffered in believing, though only for a few moments, that the terror he had given to Cecilia had affected her intellects, made even a deeper impression upon his imagination than the scene of fury and death which had occasioned that terror, and Cecilia, who now strained every nerve to repair by her firmness, the pain which by her weakness she had given him, was sooner in a condition for reasoning and deliberation than himself. "Ah, Delvile!" she cried, comprehending what passed within him, "do you allow nothing for surprise, and nothing for the hard conflict of endeavouring to suppress it? Do you think me still as unfit to advise with, and as worthless, as feeble a counsellor as during the first confusion of my mind?" "Hurry not your tender spirits, I beseech you," cried he. "We have time enough, we will talk about business by and by." "What time?" cried she. "What is it now o'clock?" "Good heaven!" cried he, looking at his watch, "already past 10. You must turn me out, my Cecilia, or calumny will still be busy, even though poor Monckton is quiet." "I will turn you out," cried she. "I am indeed most earnest to have you gone. But tell me your plan, and which way you mean to go." "That," he answered, "you shall decide for me yourself, whether to Delvile Castle, to finish one tale, and wholly communicate another, or to Margate, to hasten my mother abroad, before the news of this calamity reaches her." "Go to Margate," cried she eagerly, "set off this very moment. You can write to your father from Ostend, but continue, I conjure you, on the continent, till we see if this unhappy man lives, and inquire, of those who can judge, what must follow if he should not." "A trial," said he, "must follow, and it will go, I fear, but hardly with me. The challenge was mine, his servants can all witness I went to him, not he to me. O my Cecilia, the rashness of which I have been guilty is so opposite to my principles, and all generous as is your silence, I know it so opposite to yours, that never, should his blood be on my hands, wretch as he was, never will my heart be quiet more." "He will live, he will live!" cried Cecilia, repressing her horror. "Fear nothing, for he will live, and as to his wound and his sufferings, his perfidy has deserved them. Go then to Margate. Think only of Mrs Delvile, and save her, if possible, from hearing what has happened." "I will go. Stay. Do which and whatever you bid me, but should what I fear come to pass, should my mother continue ill, my father inflexible, should this wretched man die, and should England no longer be a country I shall love to dwell in, could you, then, bear to own, would you, then, consent to follow me?" "Could I? Am I not yours? May you not command me? Tell me, then. You have only to say. Shall I accompany you at once?" Delvile, affected by her generosity, could scarce utter his thanks, yet he did not hesitate in denying to avail himself of it. "No, my Cecilia," he cried, "I am not so selfish. If we have not happier days, we will at least wait for more desperate necessity. With the uncertainty if I have not this man's life to answer for at the hazard of my own, to take my wife, my bride, from the kingdom I must fly, to make her a fugitive and an exile in the first publishing that she is mine? No, if I am not a destined alien for life, I can never permit it. Nothing less, believe me, shall ever urge my consent to wound the chaste propriety of your character, by making you an eloper with a duellist." They then again consulted upon their future plans, and concluded that in the present disordered state of their affairs, it would be best not to acknowledge even to Mr Delvile their marriage, to whom the news of the duel, and Mr Monckton's danger, would be a blow so severe, that to add to it any other might half distract him. To the few people already acquainted with it, Delvile therefore determined to write from Ostend, re-urging his entreaties for their discretion and secrecy. Cecilia promised every post to acquaint him how Mr Monckton went on, and she then besought him to go instantly, that he might out-travel the ill news to his mother. He complied, and took leave of her in the tenderest manner, conjuring her to support her spirits, and be careful of her health. "Happiness," said he, "is much in arrears with us, and though my violence may have frightened it away, your sweetness and gentleness will yet attract it back. All that for me is in store must be received at your hands. What is offered in any other way, I shall only mistake for evil. Droop not, therefore, my generous Cecilia, but in yourself preserve me. I will not droop, said she. You will find, I hope, you have not entrusted yourself in ill hands. Peace, then, be with you, my love, my comforting, my soul-reviving Cecilia. Peace, such as angels give, and such as may drive from your mind the remembrance of this bitter hour. He then tore himself away. Cecilia, who to his blessings could almost, like the tender Belvidera, have exclaimed, Do not leave me, stay with me and curse me, listened to his steps till she could hear them no longer, as if the remaining moments of her life were to be measured by them. But then, remembering the danger both to herself and him of his stay, she endeavored to rejoice that he was gone, and but that her mind was in no state for joy, was too rational not to have succeeded. Grief and horror for what was past, apprehension and suspense for what was to come, so disordered her whole frame, so confused even her intellects, that when not all the assistance of fancy could persuade her she still heard the footsteps of Delvile, she went to the chair upon which he had been seated, and taking possession of it, sat with her arms crossed, silent, quiet, and erect, almost vacant of all thought, yet with a secret idea she was doing something right. Here she continued till Henrietta came to wish her good night, whose surprise and concern at the strangeness of her look and attitude once more recovered her. But terrified herself at this threatened wandering of her reason, and certain she must all night be a stranger to rest, she accepted the affectionate offer of the kind-hearted girl to stay with her, who was too much grieved for her grief to sleep any more than herself. She told her not what had passed, that she knew would be fruitless affliction to her. But she was soothed by her gentleness, and her conversation with some security from the dangerous rambling of her ideas. Henrietta herself found no little consolation in her own private sorrows, that she was able to give comfort to her beloved Miss Beverley, from whom she had received favours and kind offices innumerable. She quitted her not night nor day, and in the honest pride of a little power to skew the gratefulness of her heart, she felt a pleasure and self-consequence she had never before experienced. End of chapter 2.
Volume 10, Chapter 3 of Cecilia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress by Fanny Burney. Volume 10, Chapter 3. A Summons. Cecilia's earliest care, almost at break of day, was to send to the Grove. From thence she heard nothing but evil. Mr Monckton was still alive, but with little or no hope of recovery, constantly delirious, and talking of Miss Beverley, and of her being married to young Delvile. Cecilia, who knew well this at least was no delirium, though shocked that he talked of it, hoped his danger less than was apprehended. The next day, however, more fatal news was brought her, though not from the quarter she expected it. Mr Monckton, in one of his raving fits, had sent for Lady Margaret to his bedside, and used her almost inhumanly. He had railed at her age and her infirmities with incredible fury, called her the cause of all his sufferings, and accused her as the immediate agent of Lucifer in his present wound and danger. Lady Margaret, whom neither jealousy nor malignity had cured of loving him, was dismayed and affrighted, and in hurrying out of the room upon his attempting in his frenzy to strike her, she dropped down dead in an apoplectic fit. Good heaven, thought Cecilia, what an exemplary punishment has this man! He loses his hated wife at the very moment when her death could no longer answer his purposes. Poor Lady Margaret! Her life has been as bitter as her temper, married from a view of interest, ill-used as a bar to happiness, and destroyed from the fruitless ravings of despair. She wrote all this intelligence to Ostend, whence she received a letter from Delvile, acquainting her he was detained from proceeding further by the weakness and illness of his mother, whose sufferings from seasickness had almost put an end to her existence. Thus passed a miserable week. Monckton still merely alive, Delvile detained at Ostend, and Cecilia tortured alike by what was recently past, actually present, and fearfully expected, when one morning she was told a gentleman upon business desired immediately to speak with her. She hastily obeyed the summons, the constant image of her own mind, Delvile, being already present to her, and 1,000 wild conjectures upon what had brought him back rapidly occurring to her. Her expectations, however, were ill answered, for she found an entire stranger, an elderly man, of no pleasant aspect or manners. She desired to know his business. "I presume, madam, you are the lady of this house?" She bowed an assent. "May I take the liberty, madam, to ask your name?" "My name, sir?" "You will do me a favour, madam, by telling it me." "Is it possible you are come hither without already knowing it?" "I know it only by common report, madam." "Common report, sir, I believe is seldom wrong, in a matter where to be right is so easy." "Have you any objection, madam, to telling me your name?" "No, sir, but your business can hardly be very important, if you are yet to learn whom you are to address. It will be time enough, therefore, for us to meet when you are elsewhere satisfied in this point." She would then have left the room. "I beg, madam," cried the stranger, "you will have patience. It is necessary, before I can open my business, that I should hear your name from yourself." "Well, sir," cried she with some hesitation, "you can scarce have come to this house without knowing that its owner is Cecilia Beverley." "That, madam, is your maiden name." "My maiden name?" cried she, starting. "Are you not married, madam?" "Married, sir?" she repeated, while her cheeks were the colour of scarlet. "It is properly, therefore, madam, the name of your husband that I mean to ask." "And by what authority, sir," cried she, equally astonished and offended, "do you make these extraordinary enquiries?" "I am deputed, madam, to wait upon you by Mr Eggleston, the next heir to this estate by your uncle's will, if you die without children, or change your name when you marry. His authority of enquiry, madam, I presume you will allow, and he has vested it in me by a letter of attorney." Cecilia's distress and confusion were now unspeakable. She knew not what to own or deny. She could not conjecture how she had been betrayed, and she had never made the smallest preparation against such an attack. "Mr Eggleston, madam," he continued, "has been pretty credibly informed that you are actually married. He is very desirous, therefore, to know what are your intentions, for your continuing to be called Miss Beverley, as if still single, leaves him quite in the dark, but as he is so deeply concerned in the affair, he expects, as a lady of honour, you will deal with him without prevarication." "This demand, sir," said Cecilia, stammering, "is so extremely, so little expected." "The way, madam, in these cases, is to keep pretty closely to the point. Are you married, or are you not?" Cecilia, quite confounded, made no answer. To disavow her marriage, when thus formally called upon, was every way unjustifiable. To acknowledge it in her present situation would involve her in difficulties innumerable. "This is not, madam, a slight thing. Mr Eggleston has a large family and a small fortune, and that into the bargain very much encumbered. It cannot, therefore, be expected that he will knowingly connive at cheating himself, by submitting to your being actually married, and still enjoying your estate, though your husband does not take your name." Cecilia, now summoning more presence of mind, answered, "Mr Eggleston, sir, has at least nothing to fear from imposition. Those with whom he has or may have any transactions in this affair are not accustomed to practice it." "I am far from meaning any offence, madam. My commission from Mr Eggleston is simply this: to beg you will satisfy him upon what grounds you now evade the will of your late uncle, which, till cleared up, appears a point manifestly to his prejudice. Tell him then, sir, that whatever he wishes to know shall be explained to him in about a week. At present I can give no other answer." "Very well, madam, he will wait that time, I am sure, for he does not wish to put you to any inconvenience. But when he heard the gentleman was gone abroad without owning his marriage, he thought it high time to take some notice of the matter." Cecilia, who by this speech found she was every way discovered, was again in the utmost confusion, and with much trepidation said, "Since you seem so well, sir, acquainted with this affair, I should be glad you would inform me by what means you came to the knowledge of it." "I heard it, madam, from Mr Eggleston himself, who has long known it." "Long, sir? Impossible! When it is not yet a fortnight, not 10 days, or no more, that—" She stopped, recollecting she was making a confession better deferred. "That, madam," he answered, "may perhaps bear a little contention, for when this business comes to be settled, it will be very essential to be exact as to the time, even to the very hour, for a large income per annum divides into a small one per diem, and if your husband keeps his own name, you must not only give up your uncle's inheritance from the time of relinquishing yours, but refund from the very day of your marriage." "There is not the least doubt of it," answered she, "nor will the smallest difficulty be made." "You will please then to recollect, madam, that this sum is every hour increasing, and has been since last September, which made half a year accountable for last March. Since then there is now added—" "Good heavens, sir!" cried Cecilia, "what calculation are you making out? Do you call last week last September?" "No, madam, but I call last September the month in which you were married." "You will find yourself then, sir, extremely mistaken, and Mr Eggleston is preparing himself for much disappointment, if he supposes me so long in arrears with him." "Mr Eggleston, madam, happens to be well informed of this transaction, as, if there is any dispute in it, you will find. He was your immediate successor in the house to which you went last September in Pall Mall. The woman who kept it acquainted his servants that the last lady who hired it stayed with her but a day, and only came to town, she found, to be married. And hearing upon enquiry this lady was Miss Beverley, the servants, well knowing that their master was her conditional heir, told him the circumstance. You will find all this, sir, end in nothing. That, madam, as I said before, remains to be proved. If a young lady at 8 o'clock in the morning is seen, and she was seen, going into a church with a young gentleman and one female friend, and is afterwards observed to come out of it, followed by a clergyman and another person, supposed to have officiated as father, and is seen get into a coach with same young gentleman and same female friend, why, the circumstances are pretty strong. They may seem so, sir, but all conclusions drawn from them will be erroneous. I was not married then, upon my honour. We have little, madam, to do with professions. The circumstances are strong enough to bear a trial, and— A trial? We have traced, madam, many witnesses able to stand to divers particulars, and 8 months' share of such an estate as this is well worth a little trouble. I am amazed, sir! Surely Mr Eggleston never desired you to make use of this language to me? Mr Eggleston, madam, has behaved very honourably. Though he knew the whole affair so long ago, he was persuaded Mr Delvile had private reasons for a short concealment, and expecting every day when they would be cleared up by his taking your name, he never interfered. But being now informed he set out last week for the Continent, he has been advised by his friends to claim his rights. That claim, sir, he need not fear will be satisfied, and without any occasion for threats of enquiries or lawsuits. The truth, madam, is this. Mr Eggleston is at present in a little difficulty about some money matters, which makes it a point with him of some consequence to have the affair settled speedily, unless you could conveniently compromise the matter by advancing a particular sum till it suits you to refund the whole that is due to him, and quit the premises. Nothing, sir, is due to him, at least nothing worth mentioning. I shall enter into no terms, for I have no compromise to make. As to the premises, I will quit them with all the expedition in my power. You will do well, madam, for the truth is, it will not be convenient to him to wait much longer. He then went away. When next, cried Cecilia, shall I again be weak, vain, blind enough to form any plan with a hope of secrecy, or enter with any hope into a clandestine scheme, betrayed by those I have trusted, discovered by those I have not thought of, exposed to the cruelest alarms, and defenceless from the most shocking attacks? Such has been the life I have led since the moment I first consented to a private engagement. Ah, Delvile, your mother, in her tenderness, forgot her dignity, or she would not have concurred in an action which to such disgrace made me liable. End of chapter 3. Volume 10, Chapter 4 of Cecilia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Francis Marcinkiewicz. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress by Fanny Burney. Volume 10, Chapter 4. A Deliberation. It was necessary, however, not to moralize, but to act. Cecilia had undertaken to give her answer in a week, and the artful attorney had drawn from her an acknowledgment of her situation, by which he might claim it yet sooner. The lawsuit with which she was threatened for the arrears of 8 months alarmed her not, though it shocked her, as she was certain she could prove her marriage so much later. It was easy to perceive that this man had been sent with a view of working from her a confession, and terrifying from her some money. The confession, indeed, in conscience and honesty, she could not wholly elude, but she had suffered too often by a facility in parting with money to be there easily duped. Nothing, however, was more true than that she now lived upon an estate of which she was no longer the owner, and that all she either spent or received was to be accounted for and returned, since by the will of her uncle, unless her husband took her name, her estate on the very day of her marriage was to be forfeited, and entered upon by the Egglestons. Delvile's plan and hope of secrecy had made them little weigh this matter, though this premature discovery so unexpectedly exposed her to their power. The first thought that occurred to her was to send an express to Delvile, and desire his instructions how to proceed, but she dreaded his impetuosity of temper, and was almost certain that the instant he should hear she was in any uneasiness or perplexity, he would return to her, at all hazards, even though Mr Monckton were dead, and his mother herself dying. This step, therefore, she did not dare risk, preferring any personal hardship to endangering the already precarious life of Mrs Delvile, or to hastening her son home while Mr Monckton was in so desperate a situation. But though what to avoid was easy to settle, what to seek was difficult to devise. She had now no Mrs Charlton to receive her, not a creature in whom she could confide. To continue her present way of living was deeply involving Delvile in debt, a circumstance she had never considered, in the confusion and hurry attending all their plans and conversations, and a circumstance which, though to him it might have occurred, he could not in common delicacy mention. Yet to have quitted her house, and retrenched her expenses, would have raised suspicions that must have anticipated the discovery she so much wished to have delayed. That wish, by the present danger of its failure, was but more ardent. To have her affairs and situation become publicly known at the present period, she felt would half distract her. Privately married, parted from her husband at the very moment of their union, a husband by whose hand the apparent friend of her earliest youth was all but killed, whose father had execrated the match, whose mother was now falling a sacrifice to the vehemence with which he had opposed it, and who himself, little short of an exile, knew not yet if, with personal safety, he might return to his native land. To circumstances so dreadful, she had now the additional shock of being uncertain whether her own house might not be seized before any other could be prepared for her reception. Yet still whither to go, what to do, or what to resolve, she was wholly unable to determine, and after meditating almost to madness in the search of some plan or expedient, she was obliged to give over the attempt, and be satisfied with remaining quietly where she was, till she had better news from Delvile of his mother, or better news to send him of Mr Monckton; carefully, meantime, in all her letters avoiding to alarm him by any hint of her distress. Yet was she not idle, either from despair or helplessness. She found her difficulties increased, and she called forth more resolution to combat them. She animated herself by the promise she had made Delvile, and recovering from the sadness to which she had at first given way, she now exerted herself with vigour to perform it as she ought. She began by making an immediate inspection into her affairs, and endeavouring, where expense seemed unnecessary, to lessen it. She gave Henrietta to understand she feared they must soon part, and so afflicted was the unhappy girl at the news, that she found it the most cruel office she had to execute. The same intimation she gave to Mrs Harrel, who repined at it more openly, but with a selfishness so evident that it blunted the edge of pity. She then announced to Albany her inability to pursue, at present, their extensive schemes of benevolence, and though he instantly left her to carry on his laborious plan elsewhere, the reverence she had now excited in him of her character made him leave her with no sensation but of regret, and readily promised to return when her affairs were settled, or her mind more composed. These little preparations, which were all she could make, with enquiries after Mr Monckton, and writing to Delvile, sufficiently filled up her time, though her thoughts were by no means confined to them. Day after day passed, and Mr Monckton continued to linger rather than live. The letters of Delvile, still only dated from Ostend, contained the most melancholy complaints of the illness of his mother, and the time advanced when her answer would be claimed by the attorney. The thought of such another visit was almost intolerable, and within 2 days of the time that she expected it, she resolved to endeavour herself to prevail with Mr Eggleston to wait longer. Mr Eggleston was a gentleman whom she knew little more than by sight. He was no relation to her family, nor had any connection with the Dean, but by being a cousin to a lady he had married, and who had left him no children. The Dean had no particular regard for him, and had rather mentioned him in his will as the successor of Cecilia, in case she died unmarried or changed her name, as a mark that he approved of her doing neither, than as a matter he thought probable, if even possible, to turn out in his favour. He was a man of a large family, the sons of which, who were extravagant and dissipated, had much impaired his fortune by prevailing with him to pay their debts, and much distressed him in his affairs by successfully teasing him for money. Cecilia, acquainted with these circumstances, knew but too well with what avidity her estate would be seized by them, and how little the sons would endure delay, even if the father consented to it. Yet since the sacrifice to which she had agreed must soon make it indisputably their own, she determined to deal with them openly, and acknowledged therefore in her letter her marriage without disguise, but begged their patience and secrecy, and promised in a short time the most honourable retribution and satisfaction. She sent this letter by a man and horse, Mr Eggleton's habitation being within 15 miles of her own. The answer was from his eldest son, who acquainted her that his father was very ill, and had put all his affairs into the hands of Mr Carn, his attorney, who was a man of great credit, and would see justice done on all sides. If this answer, which she broke open the instant she took it into her hand, was in itself a cruel disappointment to her, how was that disappointment embittered by shame and terror, when, upon again folding it up, she saw it was directed to Mrs. Mortimer Delvile! This was a decisive stroke. What they wrote to her, she was sure they would mention to all others. She saw they were too impatient for her estate to be moved by any representations to a delay, and that their eagerness to publish their right took from them all consideration of what they might make her suffer. Mr. Eggleston, she found, permitted himself to be wholly governed by his son. His son was a needy and profligate spendthrift, and by throwing the management of the affair into the hands of an attorney, craftily meant to shield himself from the future resentment of Delvile, to whom, hereafter, he might affect at his convenience to disapprove Mr. Carne's behaviour, while Mr. Carne was always secure, by averring he only exerted himself for the interest of his client. The discerning Cecilia, though but little experienced in business, and wholly unsuspicious by nature, yet saw into this management, and doubted not these excuses were already arranged. She had only, therefore, to save herself an actual ejectment by quitting a house in which she was exposed to such a disgrace. But still whither to go she knew not. One only attempt seemed in her power for an honourable asylum, and that was more irksomely painful to her than seeking shelter in the meanest retreat. It was applying to Mr. Delvile senior. The action of leaving her house, whether quietly or forcibly, could not but instantly authenticate the reports spread by the Egglestons of her marriage. To hope, therefore, for secrecy any longer would be folly, and Mr. Delvile's rage at such intelligence might be still greater to hear it by chance than from herself. She now lamented that Delvile had not at once told the tale, but, little foreseeing such a discovery as the present, they had mutually concluded to defer the communication till his return. Her own anger at the contemptuous ill treatment she had repeatedly met from him, she was now content not merely to suppress but to dismiss, since, as the wife of his son without his consent, she considered herself no longer as wholly innocent of incurring it. Yet such was her dread of his austerity and the arrogance of his reproaches, that, by choice, she would have preferred an habitation with her own pensioner, the pew-opener, to the grandest apartment in Delvile Castle, while he continued its lord. In her present situation, however, her choice was little to be consulted. The honour of Delvile was concerned in her escaping even temporary disgrace, and nothing, she knew, would so much gratify him as any attention from her to his father. She wrote to him, therefore, the following letter, which he sent by an express. To the Honourable Compton Delvile, April 29th, 1780. Sir, I should not, even by letter, presume thus to force myself upon your remembrance, did I not think it a duty I now owe your son, both to risk and to bear the displeasure it may unhappily occasion. After such an acknowledgment, all other confession would be superfluous, and uncertain as I am if you'll ever deign to own me, more words than are necessary would be merely impertinent. It was the intention of your son, sir, when he left the kingdom, to submit wholly to your arbitration, at his return, which should be resigned, his own name or my fortune. But his request for your decision, and his supplication for your forgiveness, are both, most unfortunately, prevented by a premature and unforeseen discovery of our situation, which renders an immediate determination absolutely unavoidable. At this distance from him, I cannot, in time, receive his directions upon the measures I have to take. Pardon me, then, sir, if well knowing my reference to him will not be more implicit than his own to you, I venture, in the present important crisis of my affairs, to entreat those commands instantly, by which I am certain of being guided ultimately. I would commend myself to your favour, but that I dread exciting your resentment. I will detain you, therefore, only to add, that the father of Mr Mortimer Delvile will ever meet the most profound respect from her who, without his permission, dare sign no name to the honour she now has in declaring herself his most humble and most obedient servant. Her mind was somewhat easier when this letter was written, because she thought it a duty, yet felt reluctance in performing it. She wished to have represented to him strongly the danger of Delvile's hearing her distress, but she knew so well his inordinate self-sufficiency, she feared a hint of that sort might be construed into an insult, and concluded her only chance that he would do anything was by leaving wholly to his own suggestions the weighing and settling what. But though nothing was more uncertain than whether she should be received at Delvile Castle, nothing was more fixed than that she must quit her own house, since the pride of Mr Delvile left not even a chance that his interest would conquer it. She deferred not, therefore, any longer making preparations for her removal, though wholly unsettled whither. Her first, which was also her most painful task, was to acquaint Henrietta with her situation. She sent, therefore, to desire to speak with her, but the countenance of Henrietta shewed her communication would not surprise her. "What is the matter with my dear Henrietta?" cried Cecilia. "Who is it has already afflicted that kind heart which I am now compelled to afflict for myself?" Henrietta, in whom anger appeared to be struggling with sorrow, answered, "No, madam, not afflicted for you. It would be strange if I were, thinking as I think." "I am glad," said Cecilia calmly, "if you are not, for I would give to you, were it possible, nothing but pleasure and joy." "Ah, madam," cried Henrietta, bursting into tears, "why will you say so, when you don't care what becomes of me? When you are going to cast me off? And when you will soon be too happy ever to think of me more?" "If I am never happy till then," said Cecilia, "sad indeed will be my life. No, my gentlest friend, you will always have your share in my heart, and always, to me, would have been the welcomest guest in my house, but for those unhappy circumstances which make our separating inevitable. Yet you suffered me, madam, to hear from anybody that you was married and going away, and all the common servants in the house knew it before me." "I am amazed," said Cecilia. "How and which way can they have heard it?" "The man that went to Mr Eggleston brought the first news of it, for he said all the servants there talked of nothing else, and that their master was to come and take possession here next Thursday." Cecilia started at this most unwelcome intelligence. "Yet you envy me?" she cried. "Henrietta, though I am forced from my house? Though in quitting it I am unprovided with any other? And though him for whom I relinquish it is far off, without means of protecting or power of returning to me?" "But you are married to him, madam," cried she, expressively. "True, my love, but also I am parted from him." "Oh, how differently," exclaimed Henrietta, "do the great think from the little! Were I married, and so married, I should want neither house, nor fine clothes, nor riches, nor anything. I should not care where I lived, every place would be paradise. I would walk to him barefoot if he were 1,000 miles off, and I should mind nobody else in the world, while I had him to take care of me." "Ah, Delvile," thought Cecilia, "what powers of fascination are yours! Should I be tempted to repine at what I have to bear, I will think of this heroic girl and blush." Mrs Harrel now broke in upon them, eager to be informed of the truth or falsehood of the reports which were buzzed throughout the house. Cecilia briefly related to them both the state of her affairs, earnestly expressing her concern at the abrupt separation which must take place, and for which she had been unable to prepare them, as the circumstances which led to it had been wholly unforeseen by herself. Mrs Harrel listened to the account with much curiosity and surprise, but Henrietta wept incessantly in hearing it. The object of a passion ardent as it was romantic, lost to her past recovery, torn herself, probably forever, from the best friend she had in the world, and obliged to return thus suddenly to a home she detested. Henrietta possessed not the fortitude to hear evils such as these, which, to her inexperienced heart, appeared the severest that could be inflicted. This conversation over, Cecilia sent for her steward, and desired him, with the utmost expedition, to call in all her bills, and instantly to go round to her tenants within 20 miles, and gather in, from those who were able to pay, the arrears now due to her, charging him, however, upon no account, to be urgent with such as seemed distressed. The bills she had to pay were collected without difficulty. She never owed much, and creditors are seldom hard of access. But the money she hoped to receive fell very short of her expectations, for the indulgence she had shewn to her tenants had ill prepared them for so sudden a demand. End of chapter 4. Volume 10, Chapter 5 of Cecilia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Francis Marcinkiewicz. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress, by Fanny Burney, Volume 10, Chapter 5. A Decision. This business effectually occupied the present and following day. The 3rd, Cecilia expected her answer from Delvile Castle, and the visit she so much dreaded from the attorney. The answer arrived first. To Miss Beverley. Madam, as my son has never apprized me of the extraordinary step which your letter intimates, I am too unwilling to believe him capable of so far forgetting what he owes his family, to ratify any such intimation by interfering with my counsel or opinion. I am, Madam, etc., Compton Delvile. Delvile Castle, May 1st, 1780. Cecilia had little right to be surprised by this letter, and she had not a moment to comment upon it before the attorney arrived. "Well, madam," said the man, as he entered the parlour, "Mr Eggleston has stayed your own time very patiently. He commissions me now to enquire if it is convenient to you to quit the premises." "No, sir, it is by no means convenient to me, and if Mr Eggleston will wait some time longer, I shall be greatly obliged to him." "No doubt, madam, but he will upon proper considerations." "What, sir, do you call proper?" "Upon your advancing to him, as I hinted before, an immediate particular sum from what must, by and by, be legally restituted." "If this is the condition of his courtesy, I will quit the house without giving him further trouble." "Just as it suits you, madam. He will be glad to take possession to-morrow or next day." "You did well, sir, to commend his patience. I shall, however, merely discharge my servants, and settle my accounts, and be ready to make way for him." "You will not take it amiss, madam, if I remind you that the account with Mr Eggleston must be the first that is settled." "If you mean the arrears of this last fortnight or 3 weeks, I believe I must desire him to wait Mr Delvile's return, as I may otherwise myself be distressed for ready money." "That, madam, is not likely, as it is well known you have a fortune that was independent of your late uncle; and as to distress for ready money, it is a plea Mr Eggleston can urge much more strongly." "This is being strangely hasty, sir, so short a time as it is since Mr Eggleston could expect any of this estate." "That, madam, is nothing to the purpose. From the moment it is his, he has as many wants for it as any other gentleman. He desired me, however, to acquaint you, that if you still chose an apartment in this house, till Mr Delvile returns, you shall have one at your service." "To be a guest in this house, sir," said Cecilia dryly, "might perhaps seem strange to me. I will not, therefore, be so much in his way." Mr. Carne then informed her she might put her seal upon whatever she meant hereafter to claim or dispute, and took his leave. Cecilia now shut herself up in her own room, to meditate without interruption before she would proceed to any action. She felt much inclination to send instantly for some lawyer, but when she considered her peculiar situation, the absence of her husband, the renunciation of his father, the loss of her fortune, and her ignorance upon the subject, she thought it better to rest quiet till Delvile's own fate and own opinion could be known, than to involve herself in a lawsuit she was so little able to superintend. In this cruel perplexity of her mind and her affairs, her first thought was to board again with Mrs Bailey, but that was soon given up, for she felt a repugnance unconquerable to continuing in her native county, when deprived of her fortune and cast out of her dwelling. Her situation indeed was singularly unhappy, since by this unforeseen vicissitude of fortune she was suddenly, from being an object of envy and admiration, sunk into distress, and threatened with disgrace. From being everywhere caressed, and by every voice praised, she blushed to be seen, and expected to be censured, and from being generally regarded as an example of happiness, and a model of virtue, she was now in one moment to appear to the world an outcast from her own house, yet received into no other, a bride unclaimed by a husband, an heiress, dispossessed of all wealth. To be first acknowledged as Mrs Delvile in a state so degrading she could not endure, and to escape from it, one way alone remained, which was going instantly abroad. Upon this, therefore, she finally determined, her former objections to such a step being now wholly, though unpleasantly, removed, since she had neither estate nor affairs to demand her stay, and since all hopes of concealment were totally at an end. Her marriage, therefore, and its disgraceful consequences being published to the world, she resolved without delay to seek the only asylum which was proper for her, in the protection of the husband for whom she had given up every other. She purposed, therefore, to go immediately and privately to London, whence she could best settle her route for the Continent, where she hoped to arrive before the news of her distress reached Delvile, whom nothing, she was certain, but her own presence could keep there for a moment after hearing it. Thus decided at length in her plan, she proceeded to put it in execution with calmness and intrepidity, comforting herself that the conveniences and indulgencies with which she was now parting would soon be restored to her, and though not with equal power, with far more satisfaction. She told her steward her design of going the next morning to London, bid him pay instantly all her debts, and discharge all her servants, determining to keep no account open but that with Mr Eggleston, which he had made so intricate by double and undue demands, that she thought it most prudent and safe to leave him wholly to Delvile. She then packed up all her papers and letters, and ordered her maid to pack up her clothes. She next put her own seal upon her cabinets, drawers, and many other things, and employed almost all her servants at once, in making complete inventories of what every room contained. She advised Mrs Harrel to send without delay for Mr Arnott, and return to his house. She had first purposed to carry Henrietta home to her mother herself, but another scheme for her now occurred, from which she hoped much future advantage to the amiable and dejected girl. She knew well that, deep as was at present her despondency, the removal of all possibility of hope, by her knowledge of Delvile's marriage, must awaken her before long from the delusive visions of her romantic fancy. Mr Arnott himself was in a situation exactly similar, and the knowledge of the same event would probably be productive of the same effect. When Mrs Harrel, therefore, began to repine at the solitude to which she was returning, Cecilia proposed to her the society of Henrietta, which, glad to catch at anything that would break into her loneliness, she listened to with pleasure, and seconded by an invitation. Henrietta, to whom all houses appeared preferable to her own home, joyfully accepted the offer, committing to Cecilia the communication of the change of her abode to Mrs Belfield. Cecilia, who in the known and tried honour of Mr Arnott would unreluctantly have trusted a sister, was much pleased by this little arrangement, from which should no good ensue, no evil at least was probable. but she hoped, through the mutual pity their mutual melancholy might inspire, that their minds, already not dissimilar, would be softened in favour of each other, and that, in conclusion, each might be happy in receiving the consolation each could give, and a union would take place, in which their reciprocal disappointment might, in time, be nearly forgotten. There was not, indeed, much promise of such an event in the countenance of Mr Arnott when, late at night, he came for his sister, nor in the unbounded sorrow of Henrietta, when the moment of leave-taking arrived. Mr Arnott looked half dead with the shock his sister's intelligence had given him, and Henrietta's heart, torn asunder between friendship and love, was scarce able to bear a parting, which from Cecilia she regarded as eternal, added to the consciousness it was occasioned by her going to join Delvile for life. Cecilia, who both read and pitied these conflicting emotions, was herself extremely hurt by this necessary separation. She tenderly loved Henrietta, she loved her even the more for the sympathy of their affections, which called forth the most forcible commiseration, that which springs from fellow feeling. "Farewell," she cried, "my Henrietta, be but happy as you are innocent, and be both as I love you, and nothing will your friends have to wish for you, or yourself to regret." "I must always regret," cried the sobbing Henrietta, "that I cannot live with you for ever. I should regret it if I were queen of all the world, how much more then, when I am nothing and nobody! I do not wish you happy, madam, for I think happiness was made on purpose for you, and nobody else ever had it before. I only wish you health and long life, for the sake of those who will be made as happy as you, for you will spoil them, as you have spoilt me, from being ever happy without you." Cecilia reiterated her assurances of a most faithful regard, embraced Mrs Harrel, spoke words of kindness to the drooping Mr Arnott, and then parted with them all. Having still many small matters to settle, and neither company nor appetite, she would eat no supper; but, in passing through the hall in her way to her own room, she was much surprised to see all her domestics assembled in a body. She stopped to enquire their intention, when they eagerly pressed forward, humbly and earnestly entreating to know why they were discharged. "For no reason in the world," cried Cecilia, "but because it is at present out of my power to keep you any longer." "Don't part with me, madam, for that," cried one of them, "for I will serve you for nothing." "So will I," cried another. "And I," was echoed by them all, while "no other such mistress is to be found," "we can never bear any other place," and "keep me, madam, at least," was even clamorously urged by each of them. Cecilia, distressed and flattered at once by their unwillingness to quit her, received this testimony of gratitude for the kind and liberal treatment they had received, with the warmest thanks both for their services and fidelity, and assured them that when again she was settled, all those who should be yet unprovided with places should be preferred in her house before any other claimants. Having with difficulty broken from them, she sent for her own man, Ralph, who had lived with her many years before the death of the Dean, and told him she meant still to continue him in her service. The man heard it with great delight, and promised to redouble his diligence to deserve her favour. She then communicated the same news to her maid, who had also resided with her some years, and by whom, with the same or more pleasure, it was heard. These and other regulations employed her almost all night. Yet late and fatigued as she went to bed, she could not close her eyes. Fearful something was left undone, she robbed herself of the short time she had allowed to rest, by incessant meditation upon what yet remained to be executed. She could recollect, however, one only thing that had escaped her vigilance, which was acquainting the pew opener, and 2 or 3 other poor women who had weekly pensions from her, that they must, at least for the present, depend no longer upon her assistance. Nothing indeed could be more painful to her than giving them such information, yet not to be speedy with it would double the barbarity of their disappointment. She even felt for these poor women, whose loss in her she knew would be irreparable, a compassion that drove from her mind almost every other subject, and determined her, in order to soften to them this misfortune, to communicate it herself, that she might prevent them from sinking under it, by reviving them with hopes of her future assistance. She had ordered at 7 o'clock in the morning an hired chaise at the door, and she did not suffer it long to wait for her. She quitted her house with a heart full of care and anxiety, grieving at the necessity of making such a sacrifice, uncertain how it would turn out, and labouring under 1,000 perplexities with respect to the measures she ought immediately to take. She passed, when she reached the hall, through a row of weeping domestics, not one of whom with dry eyes could see the house bereft of such a mistress. She spoke to them all with kindness, and as much as was in her power with cheerfulness, but the tone of her voice gave them little reason to think the concern at this journey was all their own. She ordered her chaise to drive round to the pew openers, and thence to the rest of her immediate dependents. She soon, however, regretted that she had given herself this task. The affliction of these poor pensioners was clamorous, was almost heart-breaking. They could live, they said, no longer. They were ruined for ever. They should soon be without bread to eat, and they might cry for help in vain, when their generous, their only benefactress was far away. Cecilia made the kindest efforts to comfort and encourage them, assuring them the very moment her own affairs were arranged, she would remember them all, visit them herself, and contribute to their relief, with all the power she should have left. Nothing, however, could console them. They clung about her, almost took the horses from the chaise, and conjured her not to desert those who were solely cherished by her bounty. Nor was this all she had to suffer. The news of her intention to quit the county was now reported throughout the neighbourhood, and had spread the utmost consternation among the poor in general, and the lower close of her own tenants in particular, and the road was soon lined with women and children, wringing their hands and crying. They followed her carriage with supplications that she would return to them, mixed blessings with their lamentations, and prayers for her happiness with the bitterest repinings at their own loss. Cecilia was extremely affected. Her liberal and ever-ready hand was every other instant involuntarily seeking her purse, which her many immediate expenses made her prudence as often check, and now first she felt the capital error she had committed, in living constantly to the utmost extent of her income, without ever preparing, though so able to have done it, against any unfortunate contingency. When she escaped at last from receiving any longer this painful tribute to her benevolence, she gave orders to her man to ride forward and stop at the Grove, that a precise and minute account of Mr Monckton might be the last, as it was now become the most important, news she should hear in Suffolk. This he did, when to her equal surprise and delight she heard that he was suddenly so much better, there were hopes of his recovery. Intelligence so joyful made her amends for almost everything, yet she hesitated not in her plan of going abroad, as she knew not where to be in England, and could not endure to hurry Delvile from his sick mother, by acquainting him with her helpless and distressed situation. But so revived were her spirits by these unexpected tidings, that a gleam of brightest hope once more danced before her eyes, and she felt herself invigorated with fresh courage and new strength, sufficient to support her through all hardships and fatigues. Spirits and courage were indeed much wanted for the enterprise she had formed, but little used to travelling, and having never been out of England, she knew nothing of the route but by a general knowledge of geography, which, though it could guide her east or west, could teach her nothing of foreign customs, the preparations necessary for the journey, the impositions she should guard against, nor the various dangers to which she might be exposed, from total ignorance of the country through which she had to pass. Conscious of these deficiencies for such an undertaking, she deliberated without intermission how to obviate them. Yet sometimes, when to these hazards, those arising from her youth and sex were added, she was upon the point of relinquishing her scheme, as too perilous for execution, and resolving to continue privately in London till some change happened in her affairs. But, though to everything she could suggest doubts and difficulties arose, she had no friend to consult, nor could devise any means by which they might be terminated. Her maid was her only companion, and Ralph, who had spent almost his whole life in Suffolk, her only guard and attendant. To hire immediately some French servant, used to travelling in his own country, seemed the first step she had to take, and so essential that no other appeared feasible till it was done. But where to hear of such a man she could not tell, and to take one not well recommended would be exposing herself to frauds and dangers innumerable. Yet so slow as Delvile travelled, from whom her last letter was still dated Ostend, she thought herself almost certain, could she once reach the continent, of overtaking him in his route within a day or two of her landing. The earnest inclination with which this scheme was seconded made her every moment less willing to forego it. It seemed the only harbour for her after the storm she had weathered, and the only refuge she could properly seek while thus houseless and helpless. Even were Delvile in England, he had no place at present to offer her, nor could anything be proposed so unexceptionable as her living with Mrs Delvile at Nice, till he knew his father's pleasure, and, in a separate journey home, had arranged his affairs either for her return or her continuance abroad. With what regret did she now look back to the time when, in a distress such as this, she should have applied for, and received the advice of Mr Monckton as oracular! The loss of a counsellor so long, so implicitly relied upon, lost to her also only by his own interested worthlessness, she felt almost daily, for almost daily some intricacy or embarrassment made her miss his assistance, and though glad, since she found him so undeserving, that she had escaped the snares he had spread for her, she grieved much that she knew no man of honest character and equal abilities that would care for her sufficiently to supply his place in her confidence. As she was situated at present, she could think only of Mr Belfield, to whom she could apply for any advice, nor even to him was the application unexceptionable, the calumnies of Mr Delvile senior making it disagreeable to her even to see him. But he was at once a man of the world and a man of honour. He was the friend of Mortimer, whose confidence in him was great, and his own behaviour had uniformly shewn a respect far removed from impertinence or vanity, and a mind superior to being led to them by the influence of his gross mother. She had, indeed, when she last quitted his house, determined never to re-enter it, but determinations hasty or violent are rarely observed, because rarely practicable. She had promised Henrietta to inform Mrs Belfield whither she was gone, and reconcile her to the absence she still hoped to make from home. She concluded therefore to go to Portland Street without delay, and enquire openly and at once whether, and when, she might speak with Mr Belfield, resolving, if tormented again by any forward insinuations, to rectify all mistakes by acknowledging her marriage. She gave directions accordingly to the post boy and Ralph. With respect to her own lodgings while in town, as money was no longer unimportant to her, she meant from the Belfields to go to the Hills, by whom she might be recommended to some reputable and cheap place. To the Belfields, however, though very late when she arrived in town, she went first, unwilling to lose a moment in promoting her scheme of going abroad. She left her maid in the chaise, and sent Ralph on to Mrs Hill, with directions to endeavour immediately to procure her a lodging. End of chapter 5.
Volume 10, Chapter 6 of Cecilia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Dawn. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress by Fanny Burney. Volume 10, Chapter 6. A Prating. Cecilia was shown into a parlour where Mrs Belfield was very earnestly discoursing with Mr Hobson and Mr Simpkins, and Belfield himself, to her great satisfaction, was already there, and reading. "Lack a day!" cried Mrs Belfield, "if one does not always see the people one's talking of! Why, it was but this morning, madam, I was saying to Mr Hobson, I wonder, says I, a young lady of such fortunes as Miss Beverley should mope herself up so in the country. Don't you remember it, Mr Hobson?"
"Yes, madam," answered Mr Hobson, "but I think, for my part, the young lady's quite in the right to do as she's a mind, for that's what I call living agreeable, and if I was a young lady to-morrow with such fine fortunes and that, it's just what I should do myself, for what I say is this, where's the joy of having a little money and being a little matter above the world, if one has not one's own will?"
"Ma'am," said Mr Simkins, who had scarce yet raised his head from the profoundness of his bow upon Cecilia's entrance into the room, "if I may be so free, may I make bold just for to offer you this chair?" "I called, madam," said Cecilia, seizing the first moment in her power to speak, "in order to acquaint you that your daughter, who is perfectly well, has made a little change in her situation, which she was anxious you should hear from myself."
"Ha, ha, stolen a match upon you, I warrant," cried the facetious Mr Hobson. "A good example for you, young lady, and if you take my advice, you won't be long before you follow it, for as to a lady, let her be worth never so much, she's a mere nobody, as one may say, till she can get herself a husband, being she knows nothing of business, and is made to pay for everything through the nose."
"Fie, Mr Hobson, fie," said Mr Simkins, "to talk so slighting of the ladies before their faces. What one says in a corner is quite of another nature, but for to talk so rude in their company, I thought you would scorn to do such a thing."
"Sir, I don't want to be rude no more than yourself," said Mr Hobson, "for what I say is, rudeness is a thing that makes nobody agreeable, but I don't see because of that why a man is not to speak his mind to a lady as well as to a gentleman, provided he does it in a complaisant fashion."
"Mr Hobson," cried Mrs Belfield very impatiently, "you might as well let me speak when the matter is all about my own daughter."
"I ask pardon, ma'am," said he, "I did not mean to stop you, for as to not letting a lady speak, one might as well tell a man in business not to look at the Daily Advertiser. Why, it's morally impossible."
"But sure, madam," cried Mrs Belfield, "it's no such thing, you can't have got her off already." "I would I had," thought Cecilia, who then explained her meaning, but in talking of Mrs Harrel avoided all mention of Mr Arnott, well foreseeing that to hear such a man existed, and was in the same house with her daughter, would be sufficient authority to her sanguine expectations for depending upon a union between them, and reporting it among her friends, his circumstance being made clear. Cecilia added, "I could by no means have consented voluntarily to parting so soon with Miss Belfield, but that my own affairs call me at present out of the kingdom." And then, addressing herself to Belfield, she enquired if he could recommend to her a trusty foreign servant, who would be hired only for the time she was to spend abroad. While Belfield was endeavouring to recollect some such person, Mr Hobson eagerly called out,
"As to going abroad, madam, to be sure you're to do as you like, for that, as I say, is the soul of everything, but else I can't say it's a thing I much approve, for my notion is this, here's a fine fortune, got, as a man may say, out of the bowels of one's mother country, and this fine fortune, in default of male issue, is obliged to come to a female, the law making no proviso to the contrary. Well, this female going into a strange country naturally takes with her this fortune, by reason it's the main article she has to depend upon. What's the upshot? Why, she gets pilfered by a set of sharpers that never saw England in their lives, and that never lose sight of her till she's not a sou in the world. But the hardship of the thing is this, when it's all gone, the lady can come back, but will the money come back? No, you'll never see it again. Now this is what I call being no true patriot."
"I am quite ashamed for to hear you talk so, Mr Hobson," cried Mr Simkins, affecting to whisper. "To go for to take a person to task at this rate is behaving quite unbearable. It's enough to make the young lady afraid to speak before you."
"Why, Mr Simkins," answered Mr Hobson, "truth is truth, whether one speaks it or not, and that, ma'am, I dare say, a young lady of your good sense knows as well as myself."
"I think, madam," said Belfield, who waited their silence with great impatience, "that I know just such a man as you will require, and one upon whose honesty I believe you may rely."
"That's more," said Mr Hobson, "than I would take upon me to say for any Englishman. Where you may meet with such a Frenchman, I won't be bold to say."
"Why, indeed," said Mr Simkins, "if I might take the liberty for to put in,
though I don't mean in no shape to go contradicting the young gentleman, but if I was to make bold to speak my private opinion upon the head, I should be inclinable for to say that as to putting a dependence upon the French, it's a thing quite dubious how it may turn out."
"I take it as a great favour, ma'am," said Mrs Belfield, "that you have been so unpleasant as to make me this visit to-night, for I was almost afraid you would not have done me the favour any more. For, to be sure, when you was here last, things went a little unlucky, but I had no notion, for my part, who the old gentleman was till after he was gone, when Mr Hobson told me it was old Mr Delvile, though sure enough I thought it rather upon the extraordinary order, that he should come here into my parlour and make such a secret of his name, on purpose to ask me questions about my own son."
"Why, I think indeed, if I may be so free," said Mr Simkins, "it was rather particular of the gentleman, for to be sure, if he was so over curious to hear about your private concerns, the genteel thing, if I may take the liberty for to differ, would have been for him to say, 'Ma'am,' says he, 'I'm come to ask the favour of you just to let me a little into your son's goings on, and anything, ma'am, you should take a fancy for to ask me upon the return, why, I shall be very compliable, ma'am,' says he, 'to giving of you satisfaction.'"
"I dare say," answered Mrs Belfield, "he would not have said so much if you'd have gone down on your knees to ask him. Why, he was upon the very point of being quite in a passion because I only asked him his name, though what harm that could do him, I'm sure I never could guess. However, as he was so mighty inquisitive about my son, if I had but known who he was in time, I should have made no scruple in the world to ask him if he could not have spoke a few words for him to some of those great people that could have done him some good. But the thing that I believe put him so out of humour was my being so unlucky as to say before ever I knew who he was, that I had heard he was not over and above good-natured, for I saw he did not seem much to like it at the time."
"If he had done the generous thing," said Mr Simkins, "it would have been for him to have made the proffer of his services of his own free will, and it's rather surprisable to me he should never have thought of it, for what could be so natural as for him to say, 'I see, ma'am,' says he, 'you've got a very likely young gentleman here that's a little out of cash,' says he, 'so I suppose, ma'am,' says he, 'a place or a pension or something in that shape of life would be no bad compliment,' says he."
"But no such good luck as that will come to my share," cried Mrs Belfield. "I can tell you that, for everything I want to do goes quite contrary. Who would not have thought such a son as mine, though I say it before his face, could not have made his fortune long ago, living as he did among all the great folks and dining at their table just like one of themselves? Yet for all that, you see they let him go on his own way and think of him no more than of nobody. I'm sure they might be ashamed to show their faces, and so I should tell them at once if I could but get sight of them."
"I don't mean, ma'am," said Mr Simkins, "for to be finding fault with what you say, for I would not be unpolite in no shape, but if I might be so free as for to differ a little bit, I must needs say I am rather for going to work in another sort of a matter, and if I was as you—" "Mr Simkins," interrupted Belfield, "we will settle this matter another time." And then turning to the wearied Cecilia, "The man, madam," he said, "whom I have done myself the honour to recommend to you, I can see to-morrow morning. May I then tell him to wait upon you?" "I ask pardon for just putting in," cried Mr Simkins, before Cecilia could answer, and again bowing to the ground, "but I only mean to say I had no thought for to be impertinent, for as what I was a-going to remark as was not of no consequence in the least." "It's a great piece of luck, ma'am," said Mrs Belfield, "that you should happen to come here of a holiday. If my son had not been at home, I should have been ready to cry for a week, and you might come any day the year through but a Sunday, and not meet with him any more than if he had never a home to come to."
"Mr Belfield's home visits are so periodical," said Cecilia, "it must be rather less than more difficult to meet with him." "Why, you know, ma'am," answered Mrs Belfield, "to-day is a red letter day, so that's the reason of it."
"A red letter day?"
"Good lack, madam! Why, have you not heard that my son is turned bookkeeper?"
Cecilia, much surprised, looked at Belfield, who, colouring very high, and apparently much provoked by his mother's loquacity, said, "Had Miss Beverley not heard it even now, madam, I should probably have lost with her no credit." "You can surely lose none, sir," answered Cecilia, "by an employment too little pleasant to have been undertaken from any but the most laudable motives."
"It is not, madam, the employment," said he,
for which I so much blush as for the person employed, for myself. In the beginning of the winter you left me just engaged in another business, a business with which I was madly delighted and fully persuaded I should be enchanted forever. Now again is the beginning of the summer. You find me already in a new occupation."
"I am sorry," said Cecilia, "but far indeed from surprised that you found yourself deceived by such sanguine expectations."
"Deceived?" cried he with energy. "I was bewitched, I was infatuated. Common sense was estranged by the seduction of a chimera. My understanding was in a ferment from the ebullition of my imagination. But when this new way of life lost its novelty, that short-lived but exquisite bliss, no sooner caught than it vanishes, no sooner tasted than it is gone, which charms but to fly and comes but to destroy what it leaves behind. When that was lost, reason, cool, heartless reason, took its place, and teaching me to wonder at the frenzy of my folly, brought me back to the tameness, the sadness of reality."
"I'm sure," cried Mrs Belfield, "whatever it has brought you back to, it has brought you back to no good. It's a hard case, you must needs think, madam, to a mother to see a son that might do whatever he would, if he'd only set about it, contenting himself with doing nothing but scribble and scribe one day, and when he gets tired of that, thinking of nothing better than casting up 2 and 2.
"Why, madam," said Mr Hobson, "what I have seen of the world is this: there's nothing methodizes a man but business. If he's never so much upon the stilts, that's always a sure way to bring him down, by reason he soon finds there's nothing to be got by rhodomontading. Let every man be his own carver. But what I say is, them gentlemen that are what one may call geniuses, commonly think nothing of the main chance till they get a tap on the shoulder with a writ, and a solid lad that knows 3 times 5 is 15 will get the better of them in the long run. But as to arguing with gentlemen of that sort, where's the good of it? You can never bring them to the point, say what you will. All you can get from them is a farrago of fine words, that you can't understand without a dictionary."
"I am inclinable to think," said Mr Simkins, "that the young gentleman is rather of opinion to like pleasure better than business, and to be sure it's very excusable of him, because it's more agreeabler. And I must needs say, if I may be so free, I'm partly of the young gentleman's mind, for business is a deal more trouble."
"I hope, however," said Cecilia to Belfield, "your present situation is less irksome to you."
"Any situation, madam, must be less irksome than that which I quitted. To write by rule, to compose by necessity, to make the understanding nature's first gift, subservient to interest, that meanest offspring of art; when weary, listless, spiritless, to rack the head for invention, the memory for images, and the fancy for ornament and illusion; and when the mind is wholly occupied by its own affections and affairs, to call forth all its faculties for foreign subjects, uninteresting discussions, or fictitious incidents. Heavens! What a life of struggle between the head and the heart! How cruel, how unnatural a war between the intellects and the feelings!"
"As to these sort of things," said Mr Hobson, "I can't say I'm much versed in them, by reason they're things I never much studied; but if I was to speak my notion, it is this: the best way to thrive in the world is to get money. But how is it to be got? Why, by business, for business is to money what fine words are to a lady, a sure road to success. Now, I don't mean by this to be censorious upon the ladies, being they have nothing else to go by, for as to examining if a man knows anything of the world, and that they have nothing whereby to judge, knowing nothing of it themselves, so that when they're taken in by rogues and sharpers, the fault is all in the law, for making no proviso against their having money in their own hands. Let every one be trusted according to their headpiece, and what I say is this: a lady in them cases is much to be pitied, for she is obligated to take a man upon his own credit, which is tantamount to no credit at all, being what man will speak an ill word of himself. You may as well expect a bad shilling to cry out, 'Don't take me!' That's what I say, and that's my way of giving my vote."
Cecilia, quite tired of these interruptions, and impatient to be gone, now said to Belfield, "I should be much obliged to you, sir, if you could send to me the man you speak of to-morrow morning. I wished also to consult you with regard to the route I ought to take. My purpose is to go to Nice, and as I am very desirous to travel expeditiously, you may perhaps be able to instruct me what is the best method for me to pursue."
"Come, Mr Hobson and Mr Simkins," cried Mrs Belfield, with a look of much significance and delight, "suppose you two and I was to walk into the next room. There's no need for us to hear all the young lady may have a mind to say."
"She has nothing to say, madam," cried Cecilia,
that the whole world may not hear. Neither is it my purpose to talk, but to listen, if Mr Belfield is at leisure to favour me with his advice."
"I must always be at leisure, and always be proud, madam," Belfield began, when Hobson, interrupting him, said, "I ask pardon, sir, for intruding, but I only mean to wish the young lady good night. As to interfering with business, that's not my way, for it's not the right method. By reason—" "We will listen to your reason, sir," cried Belfield, "some other time. At present we will give you all credit for it unheard." "Let every man speak his own maxim, sir," cried Hobson, "for that's what I call fair arguing. But as to one person speaking, and then making an answer for another into the bargain, why, it's going to work nohow. You may as well talk to a counter, and think because you made a noise upon it with your own hand, it gives you the reply."
"Why, Mr Hobson," cried Mrs Belfield, "I am quite ashamed of you for being so dull. Don't you see my son has something to say to the lady that you and I have no business to be meddling with?"
"I'm sure, ma'am, for my part," said Mr Simkins, "I'm very agreeable to going away, for as to putting the young lady to the blush, it's what I would not do in no shape." "I only mean," said Mr Hobson, when he was interrupted by Mrs Belfield, who, out of all patience, now turned him out of the room by the shoulders, and pulling Mr Simkins after, followed herself and shut the door, though Cecilia, much provoked, desired she would stay, and declared repeatedly that all her business was public. Belfield, who had looked ready to murder them all during this short scene, now approached Cecilia, and with an air of mingled spirit and respect, said, "I am much grieved, much confounded, madam, that your ears should be offended by speeches so improper to reach them. Yet, if it is possible I can have the honour of being of any use to you, in me still I hope you feel you may confide. I am too distant from you in situation to give you reason to apprehend I can form any sinister views in serving you, and permit me to add, I am too near you in mind ever to give you the pain of bidding me remember that distance." Cecilia then, extremely unwilling to shock a sensibility not more generous than jealous, determined to continue her enquiries, and at the same time to prevent any further misapprehension by revealing her actual situation. "I am sorry, sir," she answered, "to have occasioned this disturbance. Mrs Belfield, I find, is wholly unacquainted with the circumstance which now carries me abroad, or it would not have happened." Here, a little noise in the passage interrupting her, she heard Mrs Belfield, though in a low voice, say, "Hush, sir, hush! You must not come in just now. You've caught me, I confess, rather upon the listening order, but to tell you the truth, I did not know what might be going forward. However, there's no admittance now, I assure you, for my son's upon particular business with a lady, and Mr Hobson and Mr Simkins and I have all been as good as turned out by them but just now." Cecilia and Belfield, though they heard this speech with mutual indignation, had no time to mark or express it, as it was answered without in a voice at once loud and furious. "You, madam, may be content to listen here. Pardon me if I am less humbly disposed." And the door was abruptly opened by young Delvile. Cecilia, who half screamed from excessive astonishment, would scarcely, even by the presence of Belfield and his mother, have been restrained from flying to meet him, had his own aspect invited such a mark of tenderness. But far other was the case. When the door was open, he stopped short with a look half petrified, his feet seeming rooted to the spot upon which they stood. "I declare I ask pardon, ma'am," cried Mrs Belfield, "but the interruption was no fault of mine, for the gentleman would come in, and—" "It is no interruption, madam," cried Belfield. "Mr Delvile does me nothing but honour." "I thank you, sir," said Delvile, trying to recover and come forward, but trembling violently and speaking with the most frigid coldness. They were then, for a few instants, all silent. Cecilia, amazed by his arrival, still more amazed by his behaviour, feared to speak, lest he meant not, as yet, to avow his marriage, and felt 1,000 apprehensions that some new calamity had hurried him home; while Belfield was both hurt by his strangeness, and embarrassed for the sake of Cecilia, and his mother, though wondering at them all, was kept quiet by her son's looks. Delvile then, struggling for an appearance of more ease, said, "I seem to have made a general confusion here. Pray, I beg—" "None at all, sir," said Belfield, and offered a chair to Cecilia. "No, sir," she answered, in a voice scarce audible, "I was just going," and again rang the bell. "I fear I hurry you, madam?" cried Delvile, whose whole frame was now shaking with uncontrollable emotion. "You are upon business. I ought to beg your pardon. My entrance, I believe, was unseasonable." "Sir?" cried she, looking aghast at this speech. "I should have been rather surprised," he added, "to have met you here so late, so unexpectedly, so deeply engaged, had I not happened to see your servant in the street, who told me the honour I should be likely to have by coming."
"Good God!" exclaimed she, involuntarily. But checking herself as well as she could, she curtsied to Mrs Belfield, unable to speak to her, and avoiding even to look at Belfield, who respectfully hung back, she hastened out of the room, accompanied by Mrs Belfield, who again began the most voluble and vulgar apologies for the intrusion she had met with. Delvile also, after a moment's pause, followed, saying, "Give me leave, madam, to see you to your carriage." Cecilia then, notwithstanding Mrs Belfield still kept talking, could no longer refrain, saying, "Good heaven, what does all this mean?" "Rather for me is that question," he answered, in such agitation he could not, though he meant it, assist her into the chaise. "For mine, I believe, is the greater surprise." "What surprise?" cried she, "explain, I conjure you." "By and by I will," he answered. "Go on, postilion." "Where, Sir?" "Where you came from, I suppose." "What, Sir, back to Rumford?" "Rumford!" exclaimed he, with increasing disorder. "You came then from Suffolk hither? From Suffolk to this very house?" "Good heaven!" cried Cecilia, "come into the chaise, and let me speak and hear to be understood."
"Who is it that is now in it?"
"My maid."
"Your maid? And she waits for you thus at the door?"
What is it you mean?"
"Tell the man, madam, whither to go."
"I don't know myself, anywhere you please, do you order him."
"I order him? You came not hither to receive orders from me. Where was it you had purposed to rest?"
"I don't know, I meant to go to Mrs Hill's, I have no place taken."
"No place taken?" repeated he, in a voice faltering between passion and grief. "You propose, then, to stay here? I have perhaps driven you away?"
"Here?"
cried Cecilia, mingling in her turn indignation with surprise.
"Gracious heaven, what is it you mean to doubt?"
"Nothing," cried he with emphasis. "I never have had, I never will have a doubt. I will know, I will have conviction for every thing. Postilion, drive to St James's Square, to Mr Delvile's. There, madam, I will wait upon you."
"No, stay, postilion," cried out Cecilia, seized with terror inexpressible. "Let me get out, let me speak with you at once."
"It cannot be, I will follow you in a few minutes. Drive on, postilion."
"No, no, I will not go, I dare not leave you. Unkind Delvile, what is it you suspect?"
"Cecilia," cried he, putting his hand upon the chaise door, "I have ever believed you spotless as an angel; by heaven, I believe you so still, in spite of appearances, in defiance of every thing. Now then, be satisfied, I will be with you very soon. Meanwhile, take this letter I was just going to send to you. Postilion, drive on, or be at your peril." The man waited no further orders, nor regarded the prohibition of Cecilia, who called out to him without ceasing, but he would not listen to her till he got to the end of the street. He then stopped, and she broke the seal of her letter, and read, by the light of the lamps, enough to let her know that Delvile had written it upon the road from Dover to London, to acquaint her his mother was now better, and had taken pity of his suspense and impatience, and insisted upon his coming privately to England, to satisfy himself fully about Mr Monckton, communicate his marriage to his father, and give those orders towards preparing for its being made public, which his unhappy precipitation in leaving the kingdom had prevented. This letter, which, though written but a few hours before she received it, was full of tenderness, gratitude, and anxiety for her happiness, instantly convinced her that his strange behaviour had been wholly the effect of a sudden impulse of jealousy, excited by so unexpectedly finding her in town, at the very house where his father had assured him she had an improper connection, and alone, so suspiciously, with the young man affirmed to be her favourite. He knew nothing of the ejectment, nothing of any reason for her leaving Suffolk, every thing had the semblance of no motive but to indulge a private and criminal inclination. These thoughts, which confusedly yet forcibly rushed upon her mind, brought with them at once an excuse for his conduct, and an alarm for his danger. "He must think," she cried, "I came to town only to meet Mr Belfield." Then, opening the chaise door herself, she jumped out, and ran back into Portland Street, too impatient to argue with the postilion to return with her, and stopped not till she came to Mrs Belfield's house. She knocked at the door with violence. Mrs Belfield came to it herself. "Where," cried she, hastily entering as she spoke, "are the gentlemen?"
"Lack a day, ma'am," answered Mrs Belfield, "they're both gone out."
"Gone out? Where to? Which way?"
"I'm sure I can't tell, ma'am, no more than you can, but I am sadly afraid they'll have a quarrel before they've done." "Oh, heaven!" cried Cecilia, who now doubted not a second duel. "Tell me, show me, which way they went." "Why, ma'am, to let you into the secret," answered Mrs Belfield, "only I beg you'll take no notice of it to my son, but seeing them so much out of sorts, I begged the favour of Mr Simkins, as Mr Hobson was gone out to his club, just to follow them and see what they were after." Cecilia was much rejoiced this caution had been taken, and determined to wait his return. She would have sent for the chaise to follow her, but Mrs Belfield kept no servant, and the maid of the house was employed in preparing the supper. When Mr Simkins came back, she learnt, after various interruptions from Mrs Belfield, and much delay from his own slowness and circumlocution, that he had pursued two gentlemen to the coffee house. She hesitated not a moment in resolving to follow them. She feared the failure of any commission, nor did she know whom to entrust with one, and the danger was too urgent for much deliberation. She begged, therefore, that Mr Simkins would walk with her to the chaise, but hearing that the coffee house was another way, she desired Mrs Belfield to let the servant run and order it to Mrs Roberts in Fetter Lane, and then eagerly requested Mr Simkins to accompany her on foot till they met with a hackney coach. They then set out, Mr Simkins feeling proud and happy in being allowed to attend her, while Cecilia, glad of any protection, accepted his offer of continuing with her, even after she met with an hackney coach. When she arrived at the coffee house, she ordered the coachman to desire the master of it to come and speak with her. He came, and she hastily called out, "Pray, are two gentlemen here?" "Here are several gentlemen here, madam." "Yes, yes, but are two upon any business? Any particular business?" "Two gentlemen, madam, came about half an hour ago, and asked for a room to themselves." "And where are they now? Are they upstairs? Downstairs? Where are they?" "One of them went away in about 10 minutes, and the other soon after." Bitterly chagrined and disappointed, she knew not what step to take next, but after some consideration, concluded upon obeying Delvile's own directions, and proceeding to St James's Square, where alone now she seemed to have any chance of meeting with him. Gladly, however, she still consented to be accompanied by Mr Simkins, for her dread of being alone at so late an hour in a hackney coach was invincible. Whether Delvile himself had any authority for directing her to his father's, or whether, in the perturbation of his new, excited and agonizing sensations of jealousy, he had forgotten that any authority was necessary, she knew not, nor could she now interest herself in the doubt. A second scene, such as had so lately passed with Mr Monckton, occupied all her thoughts. She knew the too great probability that the high spirit of Belfield would disdain making the explanation which Delvile, in his present agitation, might require, and the consequence of such a refusal must almost inevitably be fatal. End of chapter 6.
Volume 10, Chapter 7 of Cecilia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Burney. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress, by Fanny Burney. Volume 10, Chapter 7. A Pursuit. The moment the porter came to the door, Cecilia eagerly called out from the coach, "Is Mr Delvile here?" "Yes, madam," he answered, "but I believe he is engaged." "Oh, no matter for any engagement," cried she, on the door, "I must speak to him this moment." "If you will please to step into the parlour, madam, I will tell his gentleman you are here, but he will be much displeased if he is disturbed without notice." "Ah, heaven!" exclaimed she, "what Mr Delvile are you talking of?" "My master, madam." Cecilia, who had got out of the coach, now hastily returned to it, and was some time in too great agony to answer either the porter, who desired some message, or the coachman, who asked whither he was to drive. To see Mr Delvile, unprotected by his son, and contrary to his orders, appeared to her insupportable. Yet to what place could she go? Where was she likely to meet with Delvile? How could he find her if she went to Mrs Hill's, and in what other house could she at present claim admittance? After a little recovering from this cruel shock, she ventured, though in a faltering voice, to enquire whether young Mr Delvile had been there. "Yes, madam," the porter answered, "we thought he was abroad, but he called just now, and asked if any lady had been at the house. He would not even stay to go up to my master, and we have not dared tell him of his arrival." This a little revived her. To hear that he had actually been inquiring for her, at least assured her of his safety from any immediate violence, and she began to hope she might now possibly meet him with time enough to explain all that had passed in his absence, and occasioned her seemingly strange and suspicious situation at Belfield's. She compelled herself, therefore, to summon courage for seeing his father, since, as he had directed her to the house, she concluded he would return there to seek her, when he had wandered elsewhere to no purpose. She then, though with much timidity and reluctance, sent a message to Mr Delvile to entreat a moment's audience. An answer was brought her that he saw no company so late at night. Losing now all dread of his reproaches, in her superior dread of missing Delvile, she called out earnestly to the man, "Tell him, sir, I beseech him not to refuse me. Tell him I have something to communicate that requires his immediate attention." The servant obeyed, but soon returning, said his master desired him to acquaint her he was engaged every moment he stayed in town, and must positively decline seeing her. "Go to him again," cried the harassed Cecilia, "assure him I come not from myself, but by the desire of one he most values. Tell him I entreat but permission to wait an hour in his house, and that I have no other place in the world whither I can go." Mr Delvile's own gentleman brought with evident concern the answer to this petition, which was, that while the Honourable Mr Delvile was himself alive, he thought the desire of any other person concerning his house was taking with him a very extraordinary liberty, and that he was now going to bed, and had given orders to his servants to carry him no more messages whatsoever, upon pain of instant dismission. Cecilia now seemed totally destitute of all resource, and for a few dreadful minutes gave herself up to utter despondency, nor when she recovered her presence of mind could she form any better plan than that of waiting in the coach to watch the return of Delvile. She told the coachman, therefore, to drive to a corner of the square, begging Mr Simkins to have patience, which he promised with much readiness, and endeavoured to give her comfort by talking without cessation. She waited here near half an hour. She then feared the disappointment of Delvile in not meeting her at first, and made him conclude she meant not to obey his directions, and had perhaps urged him to call again upon Belfield, whom he might fancy privy to her non-appearance. This was new horror to her, and she resolved at all risks to drive to Portland Street, and enquire if Belfield himself was returned home. Yet, lest they should mutually be pursuing each other all night, she stopped again at Mr Delvile's, and left word with the porter, that if young Mr Delvile should come home, he would hear of the person he was enquiring for at Mrs Roberts' in Fetter Lane. To Belfield she did not dare to direct him, and it was her intention, if there she procured no new intelligence, to leave the same message, and then go to Mrs Roberts without further delay. To make such an arrangement with a servant, who knew not her connection with his young master, was extremely repugnant to her, but the exigence was too urgent for scruples, and there was nothing to which she would not have consented to prevent the fatal catastrophe she apprehended. When she came to Belfield's, not daring to enter the house, she sent in Mr Simkins to desire that Mrs Belfield would be so good as to step to the coach door. "Is your son, madam," she cried eagerly, "come home, and is anybody with him?" "No, ma'am, he has never once been across the threshold since that gentleman took him out, and I'm half out of my wits to think." "Has that gentleman," interrupted Cecilia, "been here any more?" "Yes, mum, that's what I was going to tell you. He came again just now, and said " "Just now? Good heaven! And which way is he gone?" "Why, he is after no good, I am afraid, for he was in a great passion, and would hardly hear anything I said. Pray answer me quick, which way did he go?" "Why, he asked me if I knew whither my son was come from the coffee house. Why, says I, I'm sure I can't tell, for if it had not been for Mr Simkins, I should not so much as have known he ever went to the coffee house.
However, I hope he an't come away, because if he is, poor Miss Beverley will have had all that trouble for nothing, for she's gone after him in a prodigious hurry, and upon my only saying that, he seemed quite beside himself, and said, if I don't meet with your son at the coffee house myself, pray, when he comes in, tell him I shall be highly obliged to him to call there. And then he went away, in as great a pet as ever you saw." Cecilia listened to this account with the utmost terror and misery. The suspicions of Delvile would now be aggravated, and the message he had left for Belfield would by him be regarded as a defiance. Again, however, to the coffee house she instantly ordered the coach, an immediate explanation from herself seeming the only possible chance for preventing the most horrible conclusion to this unfortunate and eventful evening. She was still accompanied by Mr Simkins, and, but that she attended to nothing he said, would not inconsiderably have been tormented by his conversation. She sent him immediately into the coffee room, to enquire if either of the gentlemen were then in the house. He returned to her with a waiter, who said, "One of them, madam, called again just now, but he only stopped to write a note, which he left to be given to the gentleman who came with him at first. He is but this moment gone, and I don't think he can be at the bottom of the street." "Oh drive then, gallop after him," cried Cecilia. "Coachman, go this moment." "My horses are tired," said the man. "They haven't been out all day, and they will gallop no further if I don't stop and give them a drink." Cecilia, too full of hope and impatience for this delay, forced open the door herself, and without saying another word, jumped out of the carriage, with intention to run down the street; but the coachman, immediately seizing her, protested she should not stir till he was paid. In the utmost agony of mind at an hindrance by which she imagined Delvile would be lost to her perhaps for ever, she put her hand into her pocket, in order to give up her purse for her liberty; but Mr Simkins, who was making a tiresome expostulation with the coachman, took it himself, and declaring he would not see the lady cheated, began a tedious calculation of his fare. "Oh pay him anything," cried she, "and let us be gone. An instant's delay may be fatal." Mr Simkins, too earnest to concur with the coachman to attend to her distress, continued his prolix harangue concerning a disputed shilling, appealing to some gathering spectators upon the justice of his cause, while his adversary, who was far from sober, still held Cecilia, saying the coach had been hired for the lady, and he would be paid by herself. "Good God!" cried the agitated Cecilia, "give him my purse at once! Give him everything he desires!" The coachman, at this permission, increased his demands, and Mr Simkins, taking the number of his coach, protested he would summon him to the court of conscience the next morning. A gentleman, who then came out of the coffee house, offered to assist the lady, but the coachman, who still held her arm, swore he would have his right. "Let me go, let me pass," cried she, with increasing eagerness and emotion. "Detain me at your peril, release me this moment, only let me run to the end of the street. Good God, good Heaven, detain me not for mercy!" Mr Simkins, humbly desiring her not to be in haste, began a formal apology for his conduct, but the inebriety of the coachman became evident. A mob was collecting. Cecilia, breathless with vehemence and terror, was encircled, yet struggled in vain to break away, and the stranger gentleman, protesting with sundry compliments he would himself take care of her, very freely seized her hand. This moment, for the unhappy Cecilia, teemed with calamity. She was wholly overpowered, terror for Delvile, horror for herself, hurry, confusion, heat and fatigue, all assailing her at once, while all means of repelling them were denied her. The attack was too strong for her fears, feelings and faculties, and her reason, suddenly yet totally failing her, she madly called out, "He will be gone! He will be gone! And I must follow him to Nice!" The gentleman now retreated, but Mr Simkins, who was talking to the mob, did not hear her, and the coachman, too much intoxicated to perceive her rising frenzy, persisted in detaining her. "I am going to France," cried she, still more wildly. Why do you stop me? He will die if I do not see him. He will bleed to death." The coachman, still unmoved, began to grow very abusive, but the stranger, touched by compassion, gave up his attempted gallantry, and Mr Simpkins, much astonished, entreated her not to be frightened. She was, however, in no condition to listen to him. With a strength hitherto unknown to her, she forcibly disengaged herself from her persecutors. Yet her senses were wholly disordered. She forgot her situation, her intention, and herself. The single idea of Delvile's danger took sole possession of her brain, though all connection with its occasion was lost, and the moment she was released, she fervently clasped her hands, exclaiming, "I will yet heal his wound, even at the hazard of my life," and springing forward, was almost instantly out of sight. Mr Simpkins, now much alarmed, and earnestly calling after her, entered into a compromise with the coachman, that he might attend her, but the length of his negotiation defeated its purpose, and before he was at liberty to follow her, all trace was lost by which he might have overtaken her. He stopped every passenger he met to make enquiries, but though they led him on some way, they led him on in vain, and, after a useless and ill-managed pursuit, he went quietly to his own home, determining to acquaint Mrs Belfield with what had happened the next morning. Meanwhile, the frantic Cecilia escaped both pursuit and insult by the velocity of her own motion. She called aloud upon Delvile as she flew to the end of the street. No Delvile was there. She turned the corner, yet saw nothing of him. She still went on, though unknowing whither, the distraction of her mind every instant growing greater from the inflammation of fatigue, heat, and disappointment. She was spoken to repeatedly, she was even caught once or twice by her riding habit, but she forced herself along by her own vehement rapidity, not hearing what was said, nor heeding what was thought. Delvile, bleeding, by the arm of Belfield, was the image before her eyes, and took such full possession of her senses, that still, as she ran on, she fancied it in view. She scarce touched the ground, she scarce felt her own motion, she seemed as if endued with supernatural speed, gliding from place to place, from street to street, with no consciousness of any plan, and following no other direction than that of darting forward wherever there was most room, and turning back when she met with any obstruction, till quite spent and exhausted, she abruptly ran into a yet open shop, where, breathless and panting, she sunk upon the floor, and with a look disconsolate and helpless, sat for some time without speaking. The people of the house, concluding at first she was a woman of the town, were going roughly to turn her out, but soon seeing their mistake by the evident distraction of her air and manner, they enquired of some idle people, who, late as it was, had followed her, if any of them knew who she was, or whence she came. They could give no account of her, but supposed she was broke loose from Bedlam. Cecilia then, wildly starting up, exclaimed, "No, no, I am not mad, I am going to Nice, to my husband."
"She's quite crazy," said the man of the house, who was a pawnbroker. "We had better get rid of her before she grows mischievous." "She's somebody broke out of her private madhouse, I dare say," said a man who had followed her into the shop, "and if you were to take care of her a little while, 10 to 1 but you'll get a reward for it."
"She's a gentlewoman, sure enough," said the mistress of the house, "because she's got such good things on." And then, under pretence of trying to find some direction to her upon a letter or paper, she insisted upon searching her pockets. Here, however, she was disappointed in her expectations. Her purse was in the custody of Mr Simpkins, but neither her terror nor distress had saved her from the daring dexterity of villainy, and her pockets in the mob had been rifled of whatever else they contained. The woman, therefore, hesitated some time whether to take charge of her or not, but being urged by the man who made the proposal, and who said they might depend upon seeing her soon advertised as having escaped from her keepers, they ventured to undertake her. Meanwhile she endeavoured again to get out, calling aloud upon Delvile to rescue her, but so wholly bereft of sense and recollection, she could give no account who she was, whence she came, or whither she wished to go. They then carried her upstairs, and attempted to make her lie down upon a bed, but supposing she refused because it was not of straw, they desisted, and taking away the candle, locked the door, and all went to rest. In this miserable condition, alone and raving, she was left to pass the night. In the early part of it, she called upon Delvile without intermission, beseeching him to come to her defence in one moment, and deploring his death the next; but afterwards, her strength being wholly exhausted by these various exertions and fatigues, she threw herself upon the floor, and lay for some minutes quite still. Her head then began to grow cooler, as the fever into which terror and immoderate exercise had thrown her abated, and her memory recovered its functions. This was, however, only a circumstance of horror to her. She found herself shut up in a place of confinement, without light, without knowledge where she was, and not a human being near her. Yet the same returning reason which enabled her to take this view of her own situation brought also to her mind that in which she had left Delvile, under all perturbation of new kindled jealousy, just calling upon Belfield, tenacious of his honour even more than himself, to satisfy doubts of which the very mention would be received as a challenge. "Oh yet, cried she, let me fly and overtake them! I may find them before morning, and to-night it must surely have been too late for this work of death." She then arose to feel for the door, and succeeded, but it was locked, and no effort she could make enabled her to open it. Her agony was unspeakable. She called out with violence upon the people of the house, conjured them to set her at liberty, offered any reward for their assistance, and threatened them with a prosecution if detained. Nobody, however, came near her. Some slept on, notwithstanding all the disturbance she could make, and others, though awakened by her cries, concluded them the ravings of a madwoman, and listened not to what she said. Her head was by no means in a condition to bear this violence of distress. Every pulse was throbbing, every vein seemed bursting. Her reason, so lately returned, could not bear the repetition of such a shock, and from supplicating for help with all the energy of feeling and understanding, she soon continued the cry from mere vehemence of distraction. Thus dreadfully passed the night, and in the morning, when the woman of the house came to see after her, she found her raving with such frenzy and desperation that her conscience was perfectly at ease with the treatment she had given her, being now firmly satisfied she required the strictest confinement. She still, however, tried to get away, talked of Delvile without cessation, said she should be too late to serve him, told the woman she desired but to prevent murder, and repeatedly called out, "Oh, beloved of my heart, wait but a moment, and I will snatch thee from destruction." Mrs Wyers, this woman, now sought no longer to draw from her whence she came, or who she was, but heard her frantic exclamations without any emotion, contentedly concluding that her madness was incurable, and though she was in a high fever, refused all sustenance, and had every symptom of an alarming and dangerous malady, she was fully persuaded that her case was that of decided insanity, and had not any notion of temporary or accidental alienation of reason. All she could think of by way of indulgence to her was to bring her a quantity of straw, having heard that mad people were fond of it, and putting it in a heap in one corner of the room, she expected to see her eagerly fly at it. Cecilia, however, distracted as she was eager for nothing but to escape, which was constantly her aim, alike when violent or when quiet. Mrs Wyers, finding this, kept her closely confined, and the door always locked, whether absent or present. End of chapter 7. Recorded by Burney.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress by Fanny Burney, Volume 10, Chapter 8, An Encounter. 2 whole days passed thus. No inquiries reached Mrs. Wyers, and she found in the newspapers no advertisement. Meanwhile, Cecilia grew worse every moment. She tasted neither drink nor food, raved incessantly, called out 20 times in a breath, "Where is he? Which way is he gone?" and implored the woman by the most pathetic remonstrances to save her unhappy Delvile, dearer to her than life, more precious than peace or rest. At other times she talked of her marriage, of the displeasure of his family, and of her own remorse, entreated the woman not to betray her, and promised to spend the remnant of her days in the heaviness of sorrow and contrition. Again her fancy roved, and Mr. Monckton took sole possession of it. She reproached him for his perfidy, and she bewailed that he was massacred. She would not a moment outlive him, and wildly declared her last remains should moulder in his years. And thus, though naturally and commonly of a silent and quiet disposition, she was now not a moment still, for the irregular starts of a terrified and disordered imagination were changed into the constant ravings of morbid delirium. The woman, growing uneasy from her uncertainty of pay for her trouble, asked the advice of some of her friends what was proper for her to do, and they counselled her to put an advertisement into the papers herself the next morning. The following therefore was drawn up and sent to the printer of the Daily Advertiser. Madness. Whereas a crazy young lady, tall, fair complexion, with blue eyes and light hair, ran into the 3 Blue Balls in Street on Thursday night, the 2nd instant, and has been kept there since out of charity. She was dressed in a riding habit. Whoever she belongs to is desired to send after her immediately. She has been treated with the utmost care and tenderness. She talks much of some person by the name of Delvile. N.B. She had no money about her. May 1780. This had but just been sent off when Mr. Wyers, the man of the house, coming upstairs, said, "Now we shall have 2 of them, for here's the crazy old gentleman below that says he has just heard in the neighbourhood of what has happened to us, and he desires to see the poor lady." "It's as well let him come up then," answered Mrs. Wyers, "for he goes to all sort of places and people, and 10 to 1 but he'll bustle about till he finds out who she is." Mr. Wyers then went downstairs to send him up. He came instantly. It was Albany, who in his vagrant rambles, having heard an unknown mad lady was at this pawnbroker's, came with his customary eagerness to visit and serve the unhappy, to see what could be done for her. When he entered the room, she was sitting upon the bed, her eyes earnestly fixed upon the window, from which she was privately indulging a wish to make her escape. Her dress was in much disorder, her fine hair was dishevelled, and the feathers of her riding hat were broken and half falling down, some shading her face, other reaching to her shoulder. "Poor lady!" cried Albany, approaching her. "How long has she been in this state?" She started at the sound of a new voice. She looked around, but what was the astonishment of Albany to see who it was! He stepped back. He came forward. He doubted his own senses. He looked at her earnestly. He turned from her to look at the woman of the house. He cast his eyes round the room itself, and then, lifting up his hands, "O sight of woe!" he cried, "the generous and good, the kind reliever of distress, the benign sustainer of misery, is this Cecilia?" Cecilia, imperfectly recollecting, though not understanding him, sank down at his feet, tremblingly called out, "Oh, if he is yet to be saved, if already he is not murdered, go to him, fly after him, you will presently overtake him, he is only in the next street. I left him there myself, his sword drawn and covered with human blood." "Sweet powers of kindness and compassion," cried the old man, "look upon this creature with pity. She who raised the depressed, she who cheered the unhappy, she whose liberal hand turned lamentations into joy, who never with a tearless eye could hear the voice of sorrow. Is this she herself? Can this be Cecilia?" "Oh, do not wait to talk," cried she. "Go to him now, or you will never see him more. The hand of death is on him. Cold, clay cold, is its touch. He is breathing his last. O murdered Delvile, massacred husband of my heart, groan not so piteously. Fly to him and weep over him. Fly to him and pluck the poniard from his wounded bosom." "Oh, sounds of anguish and horror!" cried the melted moralist, tears running quick down his rugged cheeks. "Melancholy indeed is this sight, humiliating to morality. Such is human strength, such human felicity, weak as our virtues, frail as our guilty natures." "Ah," cried she, more wildly, "no one will save me now. I am married, and no one will listen to me. Ill were the auspices under which I gave my hand. Oh, it was a work of darkness, unacceptable and offensive. It has been sealed, therefore, with blood, and tomorrow it will be signed with murder." "Poor distracted creature," exclaimed he, "thy pangs I have felt, but thy innocence I have forfeited. My own wounds bleed afresh, my own brain threatens new frenzy." Then, starting up, "Good woman," he added, "kindly attend her. I will seek out her friends, put her into bed, comfort, soothe, compose her. I will come to you again, and as soon as I can." He then hurried away. "O hour of joy!" cried Cecilia, "he is gone to rescue him! O blissful moment! He will yet be snatched from slaughter." The woman lost not an instant in obeying the orders she had received. She was put into bed, and nothing was neglected, as far as she had power and thought, to give a look of decency and attention to her accommodations. He had not left an hour when Mary, the maid who had attended her from Suffolk, came to inquire for her lady. Albany, who was now wandering over the town in search of some of her friends, and who entered every house where he imagined she was known, had hastened to that of Mrs. Hill, the first of any, as he was well acquainted with her obligations to Cecilia. There Mary herself, by the directions which her lady had given Mrs. Belfield, had gone, and there, in the utmost astonishment and uneasiness, had continued till Albany brought news of her. She was surprised and afflicted beyond measure, not only at the state of her mind and her health, but to find her in a bed and an apartment so unsuitable to her rank of life, and so different to what she had ever been accustomed. She wept bitterly while she inquired at the bedside how her lady did, but wept still more when, without answering or seeming to know her, Cecilia started up and called out, "I must be removed this moment. I must go to St. James's Square. If I stay an instant longer, the passing bell will toll, and then how shall I be in time for the funeral?" Mary, alarmed and amazed, turned hastily from her to the woman of the house, who calmly said, the lady was only in a raving fit, and must not be minded. Extremely frightened at this intelligence, she entreated her to be quiet and lie still. But Cecilia grew suddenly so violent that force only could keep her from rising, and Mary, unused to dispute her commands, prepared to obey them. Mrs. Wyers now, in her turn, opposed in vain. Cecilia was peremptory, and Mary became implicit, and though not without much difficulty, she was again dressed in her riding habit. This operation over, she moved towards the door, the temporary strength of delirium giving her a hardiness that combated fever, illness, fatigue, and feebleness. Mary, however averse and fearful, assisted her, and Mrs. Wyers, compelled by the obedience of her own servant, went before them to order a chair. Cecilia, however, felt her weakness when she attempted to move downstairs. Her feet tottered, and her head became dizzy. She leaned it against Mary, who called aloud for more help, and made her sit down till it came. Her resolution, however, was not to be altered. A stubbornness, wholly foreign to her genuine character, now made her stern and positive, and Mary, who thought her submission indispensable, cried, but did not offer to oppose her. Mr. and Mrs. Wyers both came up to assist in supporting her, and Mr. Wyers offered to carry her in his arms, but she would not consent. When she came to the bottom of the stairs, her head grew worse. She again leant it upon Mary, but Mr. Wyers was obliged to hold them both. She still, however, was firm in her determination, and was making another effort to proceed, when Delvile rushed hastily into the shop. He had just encountered Albany, who, knowing his acquaintance, though ignorant of his marriage with Cecilia, had informed him where to seek her. He was going to make inquiry if he was come to the right house, when he perceived her, feeble, shaking, leaning upon one person, and half carried by another. He started back, staggered, gasped for breath, but finding they were proceeding, advanced with trepidation, furiously calling out, "Hold! Stop! What is it you are doing, monsters of savage barbarity? Are you murdering my wife?" The well-known voice no sooner struck the ears of Cecilia than, instantly recollecting it, she screamed, and, as suddenly endeavouring to spring forward, fell to the ground. Delvile had vehemently advanced to catch her in his arms and save her fall, which her unexpected quickness had prevented her attendants from doing, but the sight of her changed complexion and the wildness of her eyes and air again made him start. His blood froze through his veins, and he stood looking at her, cold and almost petrified. Her own recollection of him seemed lost already, and, exhausted by the fatigue she had gone through in dressing and coming downstairs, she remained still and quiet, forgetting her design of proceeding, and forming no new one of returning. Mary, to whom, as to all her fellow servants, the marriage of Cecilia had been known before she left the country, now desired from Delvile directions what was to be done. Delvile, starting suddenly at this call, from the deepest horror into the most desperate rage, fiercely exclaimed, "Inhuman wretches! Unfeeling, execrable wretches! What is it you have done to her? How came she hither? Who brought her? Who dragged her? By what infamous usage has she been sunk into this state?" "Indeed, sir, I don't know," cried Mary. I assure you, sir, said Mrs. Wyers, the lady— Peace, cried he furiously, I will not hear your falsehoods. Peace, and begone. Then, casting himself upon the ground by her side, Oh, my Cecilia, he cried, where hast thou been thus long? How have I lost thee? What dreadful calamity hath befallen thee? Answer me, my love. Raise your sweet head and answer me. Oh, speak. Say to me anything. The bitterest words will be mercy to this silence. Cecilia, then, suddenly looking up, called out with great quickness, Who are you? Who am I? Cried he, amazed and affrighted. I should be glad you would go away, cried she in a hurrying manner, for you are quite unknown to me. Delvile, unconscious of her insanity, and attributing to resentment this aversion and repulse, hastily moved from her, mournfully answering, Well, indeed may you disclaim me, refuse all forgiveness, load me with hatred and reproach, and consign me to eternal anguish. I have merited severer punishment still. I have behaved like a monster, and am abhorrent to myself. Cecilia now, half rising, and regarding him with mingled terror and anger, eagerly exclaimed, If you do not mean to mangle and destroy me, begone this moment. To mangle you? Repeated Delvile, shuddering. How horrible! But I deserve it. Look not, however, so terrified, and I'll tear myself away from you. Suffer me but to assist in moving you from this place, and I will only watch you at a distance, and never see you more till you permit me to approach you. Why? Cried Cecilia with a look of perplexity and impatience. Will you not tell me your name and where you come from? Do you not know me? Said he, struck with new horror. Or do you only mean to kill me by the question? Do you bring me any message from Mr. Monckton? Mr. Monckton? No, but he lives and will recover. I thought you had been Mr. Monckton yourself. Too cruel, yet justly cruel, Cecilia. Is then Delvile utterly renounced? The guilty, the unhappy Delvile? Is he cast off forever? Have you driven him wholly from your heart? Do you deny him even a place in your remembrance? Is your name then Delvile? Oh, what is it you mean? Is it me or my name you thus disown? It's a name, cried she, sitting up. I well remember to have heard, and once I loved it, and 3 times I called upon it in the dead of night, and when I was cold and wretched, I cherished it, and when I was abandoned and left alone, I repeated it and sung to it. All gracious pass, cried Delvile, her reason is utterly gone, and hastily rising, he desperately added, What is death to this blow? Cecilia, I am content to part with thee. Mary now, and Mrs. Wyers, put upon him eagerly an account of her illness and insanity, her desire of removal, and their inability to control her. Delvile, however, made no answer. He scarce heard them. The deepest despair took possession of his mind and rooted to the spot where he stood. He contemplated with dreadful stillness the fallen and altered objects of his best hopes and affections. Already in her faded cheeks and weakened frame, his agonizing terror read the quick impending destruction of all his earthly happiness. The sight was too much for his fortitude and almost for his understanding, and when his woe became utterable, he wrung his hands and groaning aloud called out, Art thou gone so soon? My wife, my Cecilia, have I lost thee already? Cecilia, with utter insensibility to what was passing, now suddenly, and with a rapid yet continued motion, turned her head from side to side, her eyes wildly glaring and yet apparently regarding nothing. Dreadful, dreadful, exclaimed Delvile. What a sight is this! And turning from her to the people of the house, he angrily said, Why is she here upon the floor? Could you not even allow her a bed? Who attends her? Who waits upon her? Why has nobody sent for help? Don't answer me, I will not hear you. Fly this moment for a physician. Bring two, bring three, bring all you can find. Then, still looking from Cecilia, whose side he could no longer support, he consulted with Mary whither she should be conveyed, and as the night was far advanced and no place was prepared for her elsewhere, they soon agreed that she could only be removed upstairs. Delvile now attempted to carry her in his arms, but trembling and unsteady, he had not strength to sustain her. Yet, not enduring to behold the helplessness he could not assist, he conjured them to be careful and gentle, and committing her to their trust, ran out himself for a physician. Cecilia resisted them with her utmost power, imploring them not to bury her alive, and averring she had received intelligence they meant to entomb her with Mr. Monckton. They put her, however, to bed, but her raving grew still more wild and incessant. Delvile soon returned with a physician, but had not courage to attend him to her room. He waited for him at the foot of the stairs, where, hastily stopping him, "Well, sir," he cried, "is it not all over? Is it not impossible she can live?" "She is very ill indeed, sir," he answered, "but I have given directions which perhaps—" "Perhaps," interrupted Delvile, shuddering, "do not stab me with such a word." "She is delirious," he continued, "but as her fever is very high, that is not so material. If the orders I have given take effect, and the fever is got under, all the rest will be well of course." He then went away, leaving Delvile as much thunderstruck by answers so alarming as if he had consulted him in full hope and without even suspicion of her danger. The moment he recovered from this shock, he flew out of the house for more advice. He returned and brought with him two physicians. They confirmed the directions already given, but would pronounce nothing decisively of her situation. Delvile, half mad with the acuteness of his misery, charged them all with want of skill, and rode instantly into the country for Dr. Leicester. He went out himself in search of a messenger to ride off express, though it was midnight, with his letter, and then, returning, he was hastening to her room, but while yet at the door, hearing her still raving, his horror conquered his eagerness, and, hurrying downstairs, he spent the remnant of the long and seemingly endless night in the shop. End of chapter.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress by Fanny Burney. Volume 10, Chapter 9, A Tribute. Meanwhile, Cecilia went through very severe discipline, sometimes strongly opposing it, at other times scarce sensible what was done to her. The whole of the next day passed in much the same manner, neither did the next night bring any visible alteration. She had now nurses and attendants even more than sufficient, for Delvile had no relief but from calling in more help. His terror of again seeing her increased with his forbearance. The interview, which had already passed, had almost torn him asunder, and losing all courage for attempting to enter her room, he now spent almost all his time upon the stairs which led to it. Whenever she was still, he seated himself at her chamber door, where, if he could hear her breathe or move, a sudden hope of her recovery gave to him a momentary ecstasy that recompensed all his sufferings. But the instant she spoke, unable to bear the sound of so loved a voice uttering nothing but the incoherent ravings of lightheadedness, he hastened downstairs, and flying out of the house, walked in the neighbouring streets till he could again gather courage to inquire or to listen how she went on. The following morning, however, Dr. Leicester came, and every hope revived. He flew to embrace him, told him instantly his marriage with Cecilia, and besought him by some superior effort of his extraordinary abilities to save him the distraction of her loss. "My good friend," cried the worthy doctor, "what is this you ask of me? And how can this poor lady herself want advice more than you do? Do you think these able physicians actually upon the spot, with all the experience of full practice in London to assist their skill, want a petty doctor out of the country to come and teach them what is right? I have more reliance upon you," cried Delvile, "than upon the whole faculty. Come, therefore, and prescribe for her. Take some new course." "Impossible, my good sir, impossible. I must not lose my wits from vanity, because you have lost yours from affliction. I could not refuse to come to you when you wrote to me with such urgency, and I will now go and see the young lady as a friend, with all my heart. I am sorry for you at my soul, Mr. Mortimer. She is a lovely young creature, and has an understanding, for her years and sex, unequalled." "Never mention her to me," cried the impatient Delvile. "I cannot bear it. Go up to her, dear doctor, and if you want a consultation, send, if you please, for every physician in town." Dr. Leicester desired only that those who had already attended might be summoned, and then, giving up to his entreaties the accustomed ceremonial of waiting for them, he went to Cecilia. Delvile did not dare accompany him, and so well was he acquainted with his plainness and sincerity, that though he expected his return with eagerness, he no sooner heard him upon the stairs, than, fearing to know his opinion, he hastily snatched up his hat, and rushed vehemently out of the house to avoid him. He continued to walk about the streets, till even the dread of ill news was less horrible to him than this voluntary suspense, and then he returned to the house. He found Dr. Leicester in a small back parlour, which Mrs. Vyers, finding she should now be well paid, had appropriated for Delvile's use. Delvile, putting his hand upon the doctor's shoulder, said, "Well, my dear Dr. Leicester, you still, I hope—" "I would I could make you easy," interrupted the doctor. "Yet, if you are rational, one comfort at all events I can give you. The crisis seems approaching, and either she will recover, or before tomorrow morning—" "Don't go on, sir," cried Delvile, with mingled rage and horror. "I will not have her days limited. I sent not for you to give me such an account." And again he flew out of the house, leaving Dr. Leicester unaffectedly concerned for him, and too kind-hearted and too wise to be offended at the injustice of immoderate sorrow. In a few minutes, however, from the effect rather of despair than philosophy, Delvile grew more composed, and waited upon Dr. Leicester to apologize for his behaviour. He received his hearty forgiveness, and prevailed upon him to continue in town till the whole was decided. About noon, Cecilia, from the wildest rambling and most perpetual agitation, sunk suddenly into a state of such utter insensibility that she appeared unconscious even of her existence, and but that she breathed, she might already have passed for being dead. When Delvile heard this, he could no longer endure even his post upon the stairs. He spent his whole time in wandering about the streets, or stopping in Dr. Leicester's parlour to inquire if all was over. That humane physician, not more alarmed at the danger of Cecilia than grieved at the situation of Delvile, thought the present fearful crisis at least offered an opportunity of reconciling him with his father. He waited, therefore, upon that gentleman in St. James's Square, and openly informed him of the dangerous state of Cecilia and the misery of his son. Mr. Delvile, though he would gladly to have annulled an alliance he held disgraceful to his family, have received intelligence that Cecilia was no more, was yet extremely disconcerted to hear of sufferings to which his own refusal of an asylum he was conscious had largely contributed, and after a haughty struggle between tenderness and wrath, he begged the advice of Dr. Leicester how his son might be drawn from such a scene. Dr. Leicester, who well knew Delvile was too desperate to be tractable, proposed surprising him into an interview by their returning together. Mr. Delvile, however, apprehensive and relenting, conceded almost unwillingly to a measure he held beneath him, and when he came to the shop, could scarce be persuaded to enter it. Mortimer at that time was taking a solitary ramble, and Dr. Leicester, to complete the work he had begun of subduing the hard pride of his father, contrived, under pretence of waiting for him, to conduct him to the room of the invalid. Mr. Delvile, who knew not whither he was going, at first sight of the bed and the attendants was hastily retreating, but the changed and livid face of Cecilia caught his eye, and struck with sudden consternation, he involuntarily stopped. "Look at the poor young lady," cried Dr. Leicester. "Can you wonder a sight such as this should make Mr. Mortimer forget everything else?" She was wholly insensible, but perfectly quiet. She seemed to distinguish nothing, and neither spoke nor moved. Mr. Delvile regarded her with the utmost horror. The refuge he so implacably refused her on the night when her intellects were disordered, he would now gladly have offered at the expense of almost similar sufferings, to have relieved himself from those rising pangs which called him author of this scene of woe. His pride, his pomp, his ancient name were now sunk in his estimation, and while he considered himself the destroyer of this unhappy young creature, he would have sacrificed them all to have called himself her protector. Little is the boast of insolence when it is analyzed by the conscience. Bitter is the agony of self-reproach where misery follows hardness of heart. Yet, when the first painful astonishment from her situation abated, the remorse she excited being far stronger than the pity, he gave an angry glance at Dr. Leicester for betraying him into such a sight, and hastily left the room. Delvile, who was now impatiently waiting to see Dr. Leicester in the little parlour, alarmed at the sound of a new step upon the stairs, came out to inquire who had been admitted. When he saw his father, he shrunk back, but Mr. Delvile, no longer supported by pride, and unable to recover from the shock he had just received, caught him in his arms, and said, "Oh, come home to me, my son, this is a place to destroy you." "Ah, sir," cried Delvile, "think not of me now. You must shew me no kindness. I am not in a state to bear it, and forcibly breaking from him, he hurried out of the house. Mr. Delvile, all the farther awakened in his bosom, saw his departure with more dread than anger, and returned himself to St. James's Square, tortured with paternal fears, and stung by personal remorse, lamenting his own inflexibility, and pursued by the pale image of Cecilia. She was still in this unconscious state, and apparently as free from suffering as from enjoyment, when a new voice was suddenly heard without, exclaiming, "Oh, where is she? Where is she? Where is my dear Miss Beverley?" And Henrietta Belfield ran wildly into the room. The advertisement in the newspapers had at once brought her to town, and directed her to the house. The mention of that the lost lady talked much of a person by the name of Delvile struck her instantly to mean Cecilia. The description corresponded with this idea, and the account of the dress confirmed it. Mr. Arnott, equally terrified with herself, had therefore lent her his chaise to learn the truth of this conjecture, and she had travelled all night. Flying up to the bedside, "Who is this?" she cried. "This is not Miss Beverley." And then, screaming with unrestrained horror, "Oh, mercy, mercy!" she called out, "yes, it is indeed, and nobody would know her. Her own mother would not think her her child." "You must come away, Miss Belfield," said Mary. "You must, indeed. The doctors all say my lady must not be disturbed." "Who shall take me away?" cried she, angrily. "Nobody, Mary, not all the doctors in the world. Oh, sweet Miss Beverley, I lie down by your side. I will never quit you while you live, and I wish I could die to save your precious life." Then, leaning over her and wringing her hands, "Oh, I shall break my heart," cried she, "to see her in this condition. Is this the so happy Miss Beverley that I thought everybody born to give joy to? The Miss Beverley that seemed queen of the whole world, yet so good, so gentle, so kind to the meanest person, excusing everybody's faults but her own, and telling them how they might mend, and trying to make them as good as herself. Oh, who would know her? Who would know her? What have they done to you, my beloved Miss Beverley? How have they altered and disfigured you in this wicked and barbarous manner?" In the midst of this simple yet pathetic testimony to the worth and various excellencies of Cecilia, Dr Lyster came into the room. The women all flocked round him, except Mary, to vindicate themselves from any share in permitting this newcomer's entrance and behaviour. But Mary only told him who she was, and said that if her lady was well enough to know her, there was nobody she was certain she would have been so glad to see. "Young lady," said the doctor, "I would advise you to walk into another room till you are a little more composed." "Everybody, I find, is for hurrying me away," cried the sobbing Henrietta, whose honest heart swelled with its own affectionate integrity. "But they might all save themselves the trouble, for go I will not." "This is very wrong," said the doctor, "and must not be suffered. Do you call it friendship to come about a sick person in this manner?" "Oh, my Miss Beverley," cried Henrietta, "do you hear how they all upbraid me? How they all want to force me away from you, and to hinder me even from looking at you? Speak for me, sweet lady, speak for me yourself. Tell them the poor Henrietta will not do you any harm. Tell them she only wishes just to sit by you, and to see you. I will hold by this dear hand. I will cling to it till the last minute, and you will not, I know you will not give orders to have it taken away from me." Dr. Leicester, though his own good nature was much affected by this fond sorrow, now half angrily represented to her the impropriety of indulging it. But Henrietta, unused to disguise or repress her feelings, grew only the more violent, the more she was convinced of Cecilia's danger. "Oh, look but at her," she exclaimed, "and take me from her if you can. See how her sweet eyes are fixed. Look but what a change in her complexion! She does not see me, she does not know me, she does not hear me. Her hand seems quite lifeless already. Her face is all fallen away. Oh, that I had died 20 deaths before I had lived to see the sight! Poor wretched Henrietta! Thou hast now no friend left in the world. Thou mayst go and lie down in some corner, and no one will come and say to thee a word of comfort." "This must not be," said Dr. Leicester. "You must take her away." "You shall not," cried she desperately. "I will stay with her till she has breathed her last, and I will stay with her still longer, and if she was to speak to you this moment, she would tell you that she chose it. She loved the poor Henrietta, and loved to have her near her, and when she was ill and in much distress, she never once bid me leave her room. Is it not true, my sweet Miss Beverley? Do you not know it to be true? Oh, look not so dreadfully. Turn to your unhappy Henrietta, sweetest, best of ladies. Will you not speak to her once more? Will you not say to her one single word?" Dr. Leicester now grew very angry, and telling her such violence might have fatal consequences, frightened her into more order, and drew her away himself. He had then the kindness to go with her into another room, where, when her first vehemence was spent, his remonstrations and reasoning brought her to a sense of the danger she might occasion, and made her promise not to return to the room till she had gained strength to behave better. When Dr. Leicester went again to Delvile, he found him greatly alarmed by his long stay. He communicated to him briefly what had passed, and counselled him to avoid increasing his own grief by the sight of what was suffered by this unguarded and ardent girl. Delvile readily assented, for the weight of his own woe was too heavy to bear any addition. Henrietta, now kept in order by Dr. Leicester, contented herself with only sitting on the bed without attempting to speak, and with no other employment than alternately looking at her sick friend and covering her streaming eyes with her handkerchief, from time to time quitting the room wholly, for the relief of sobbing at liberty unallowed in another. But in the evening, while Delvile and Dr. Leicester were taking one of their melancholy rambles, a new scene was acted in the apartment of the still senseless Cecilia. Albany suddenly made his entrance into it, accompanied by 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy, from the ages of 4 to 6, neatly dressed, clean, and healthy. "See here," cried he as he came in, "see here what I have brought you. Raise your languid head, and look this way. You think me rigid, an enemy to pleasure, austere, harsh, and a forbidder of joy? Look at the sight, and see the contrary. Who shall bring you comfort, joy, pleasure like this? 3 innocent children, clothed and fed by your bounty." Henrietta and Mary, who both knew him well, were but little surprised at anything he said or did, and the nurses presumed not to interfere but by whispers. Cecilia, however, observed nothing that passed, and Albany, somewhat astonished, approached nearer to the bed. "Will thou not speak?" he cried. "She can't, sir," said one of the women. "She has been speechless many hours." The air of triumph with which he had entered the room was now changed into disappointment and consternation. For some minutes he thoughtfully and sorrowfully contemplated her, and then with a deep sigh said, "How will the poor rue this day?" Then, turning to the children, who, awed by this scene, were quiet from terror, "Alas," said he, "ye helpless babes, ye know not what you have lost. Presumptuously we came, unheeded we must return. I brought you to be seen by your benefactress, but she is going where she will find many such." He then led them away, but suddenly coming back, "I may see her perhaps no more. Shall I not then pray for her? Great and awful is the change she is making. What are human revolutions? How pitiful, how insignificant compared with it. Come, little babies, come. With the gifts has she often blessed you, with wishes bless her. Come, let us kneel round her bed. Let us all pray for her together. Lift up your innocent hands, and for all of you I will speak." He then made the children obey his injunctions, and having knelt himself, while Henrietta and Mary instantly did the same, "Sweet flower," he cried, "untimely cropped in years, yet in excellence mature, early decayed in misery, yet fragrant in innocence, gentle be thy exit, for unsullied have been thy days. Brief be thy pains, for few have been thy offences. Look at her, sweet babes, and bear her in your remembrance. Often will I visit you, and revive the solemn scene. Look at her, ye also, who are nearer to your end. Ah, will you bear it like her?" He paused, and the nurses and Mrs. Wyers, struck by this call, and moved by the general example, crept to the bed and dropped on their knees almost involuntarily. "She departs," resumed Albany, "the envy of the world, while yet no guilt had seized her soul, and no remorse had marred her peace. She was the handmaid of charity, and pity dwelt in her bosom. Her mouth was never open but to give comfort. Her footsteps were followed by blessings. O happy in purity be thine the song of triumph! Softly shalt thou sink to temporary sleep, sublimely shalt thou rise to life that wakes forever." He then got up, took the children by their little hands, and went away. End of chapter.
Volume 10, Chapter 10, Part 1 of Cecilia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress, by Fanny Burney. Volume 10, Chapter 10, Part 1. A Termination, Part 1. Dr. Leicester and Delvile met them at the entrance into the house. Extremely alarmed lest Cecilia had received any disturbance, they both hastened upstairs, but Delvile proceeded only to the door. He stopped there and listened, but all was silent. The prayers of Albany had struck an awe into every one, and Dr. Leicester soon returned to tell him there was no alteration in his patient. "And he has not disturbed her?" cried Delvile. "No, not at all." "I think, then," said he, advancing, though trembling, "I will yet see her once more." "No, no, Mr Mortimer," cried the doctor, "why should you give yourself so unnecessary a shock?" "The shock," answered he, "is over. Tell me, however, is there any chance I may hurt her?" "I believe not. I do not think just now she will perceive you." "Well, then, I may grieve, perhaps, hereafter, that once more, that one glance—" He stopped, irresolute. The doctor would again have dissuaded him, but, after a little hesitation, he assured him he was prepared for the worst, and forced himself into the room. When again, however, he beheld Cecilia, senseless, speechless, motionless, her features void of all expression, her cheeks without colour, her eyes without meaning. He shrunk from the sight. He leant upon Dr Lyster, and almost groaned aloud. The doctor would have conducted him out of the apartment, but recovering from this first agony, he turned again to view her, and casting up his eyes, fervently ejaculated, "O merciful powers, take or destroy her! Let her not linger thus! Rather let me lose her for ever! O far rather would I see her dead than in this dreadful condition!" Then, advancing to the bedside, and yet more earnestly looking at her, "I pray not now," he cried, "for thy life. Inhumanly as I have treated thee, I am not yet so hardened as to wish thy misery lengthened. No, quick be thy restoration, or short and pure thy passage to eternity. O my Cecilia, lovely, however altered, sweet even in the arms of death and insanity, and dearer to my tortured heart in this calamitous state than in all thy pride of health and beauty." He stopped and turned from her, yet could not tear himself away. He came back. He again looked at her. He hung over her in anguish unutterable. He kissed each burning hand. He folded to his bosom her feeble form, and recovering his speech, though almost bursting with sorrow, faintly articulated, "Is all over? No ray of reason left? No knowledge of thy wretched Delvile? No, none. The hand of death is on her, and she is utterly gone. Sweet suffering excellence, loved, lost, expiring Cecilia! But I will not repine. Peace and kindred angels are watching to receive thee, and if thou art parted from thyself, it were impious to lament thou shouldst be parted from me. Yet in thy tomb will be deposited all that to me could render existence supportable, every frail chance of happiness, every sustaining hope, and all alleviation of sorrow." Dr Lyster, now again approaching, thought he perceived some change in his patient, and peremptorily forced him away from her. Then, returning himself, he found that her eyes were shut, and she was dropped asleep. This was an omen the most favourable he could hope. He now seated himself by the bedside, and determined not to quit her till the expected crisis was past. He gave the strictest orders for the whole house to be kept quiet, and suffered no one in the room either to speak or move. Her sleep was long and heavy, yet when she awoke, her sensibility was evidently returned. She started, suddenly raising her head from the pillow, looking round her, and called out, "Where am I now?" "Thank heaven!" cried Henrietta, and was rushing forward, when Dr Lyster, by a stern and angry look, compelled her again to take her seat. He then spoke to her himself, inquired how she did, and found her quite rational. Henrietta, who now doubted not her perfect recovery, wept as violently for joy as she had before wept for grief, and Mary, in the same belief, ran instantly to Delvile, eager to carry to him the first tidings that her mistress had recovered her reason. Delvile, in the utmost emotion, then returned to the chamber, but stood at some distance from the bed, waiting for Dr Lyster's permission to approach it. Cecilia was quiet and composed. Her recollection seemed restored, and her intellect sound, but she was faint and weak, and contentedly silent to avoid the effort of speaking. Dr Lyster encouraged the stillness, and suffered not any one, not even Delvile, to advance to her. After a short time, however, she again, and very calmly, began to talk to him. She now first knew him, and seemed much surprised by his attendance. She could not tell, she said, what of late had happened to her, nor could guess where she was, or by what means she came into such a place. Dr Lyster desired her at present not to think upon the subject, and promised her a full account of everything when she was stronger, and more fit for conversing. This for a while silenced her, but, after a short pause, "Tell me," she said, "Dr Lyster, have I no friend in this place but you?" "Yes, yes, you have several friends here," answered the doctor, "only I keep them in order, lest they should hurry or disturb you." She seemed much pleased by this speech, but soon after said, "You must not, doctor, keep them in order much longer, for the sight of them, I think, would much revive me." "Ah, Miss Beverley," cried Henrietta, who could not now restrain herself, "may not I, among the rest, come and speak to you?" "Who is that?" said Cecilia, in a voice of pleasure, though very feeble. "Is it my ever dear Henrietta?" "Oh, this is joy indeed!" cried she, fervently kissing her cheeks and forehead, "joy that I never, never expected to have more." "Come, come," cried Dr Lyster, "here's enough of this. Did I not do well to keep such people off?" "I believe you did," said Cecilia, faintly smiling. "My too kind Henrietta, you must be more tranquil." I will indeed, madam. My dear, dear Miss Beverley, I will indeed. Now, once you have owned me, and once again I hear your sweet voice, I will do anything and everything, for I am made happy for my whole life." "Ah, sweet Henrietta," cried Cecilia, giving her her hand, "you must suppress these feelings, or our doctor here will soon part us. But tell me, doctor, is there no one else that you can let me see?" Delvile, who had listened to this scene in the unspeakable perturbation of that hope which is kindled from the very ashes of despair, was now springing forward, but Dr Lyster, fearful of the consequences, hastily arose, and with a look and air not to be disputed, took hold of his arm, and led him out of the room. He then represented to him strongly the danger of agitating or disturbing her, and charged him to keep from her sight till better able to bear it, assuring him at the same time that he might now reasonably hope her recovery. Delvile, lost in transport, could make no answer, but flew into his arms, and almost madly embraced him. He then hastened out of sight to pour forth fervent thanks, and hurrying back with equal speed, again embraced the doctor, and while his manly cheeks were burnt with tears of joy, he could not yet articulate the glad tumult of his soul. The worthy Dr Lyster, who heartily partook of his happiness, again urged him to be discreet, and Delvile, no longer intractable and desperate, gratefully concurred in whatever he commanded. Dr Lyster then returned to Cecilia, and to relieve her mind from any uneasy suspense, talked to her openly of Delvile, gave her to understand he was acquainted with her marriage, and told her he had prohibited their meeting till each was better able to support it. Cecilia, by this delay, seemed half gratified and half disappointed, but the rest of the physicians, who had been summoned upon this happy change, now appearing, the orders were yet more strictly enforced for keeping her quiet. She submitted, therefore, peaceably, and Delvile, whose gladdened heart still throbbed with speechless rapture, contentedly watched at her chamber door, and obeyed implicitly whatever was said to him. She now visibly and almost hourly grew better, and, in a short time, her anxiety to know all that was past, and by what means she became so ill, and confined in a house of which she had not any knowledge, obliged Dr Lyster to make himself master of these particulars, that he might communicate them to her with a calmness that Delvile could not attain. Delvile himself, happy to be spared the bitter task of such a relation, informed him all he knew of the story, and then entreated him to narrate to her also the motives of his own strange, and he feared unpardonable conduct, and the scenes which had followed their parting. He came, he said, to England, ignorant of all that had passed in his absence, intending merely to wait upon his father and communicate his marriage before he gave directions to his lawyer for the settlements and preparations which were to precede its further publication. He meant also to satisfy himself of the real situation of Mr Monckton, and then, after an interview with Cecilia, to have returned to his mother, and waited at Nice till he might publicly claim his wife. To this purpose he had written in his letter, which he meant to have put in the post office in London himself, and he had but just alighted from his chaise, when he met Ralph, Cecilia's servant, in the street. Hastily stopping him, he enquired if he had left his place? "No," answered Ralph, "I am only come up to town with my lady." "With your lady?" cried the astonished Delvile, "is your lady then in town?" "Yes, sir, she is at Mrs Belfield's." "At Mrs Belfield's? Is her daughter returned home?" "No, sir, we left her in the country." He was then going on with a further account, but, in too much confusion of mind to hear him, Delvile abruptly wished him good night, and marched on himself towards Belfield's. The pleasure with which he would have heard that Cecilia was so near to him was totally lost in his perplexity to account for her journey. Her letters had never hinted at such a purpose, The news reached him only by accident. It was 10 o'clock at night, yet she was at Belfield's, though the sister was away, though the mother was professedly odious to her. In an instant, all he had formerly heard, all he had formerly disregarded, rushed suddenly upon his memory, and he began to believe he had been deluded, that his father was right, and that Belfield had some strange and improper influence over her heart. The suspicion was death to him. He drove it from him. He concluded the whole was some error. His reason, as powerfully as his tenderness, vindicated her innocence, and though he arrived at the house in much disorder, he yet arrived with a firm persuasion of an honourable explanation. The door was open. A chaise was at it in waiting. Mrs Belfield was listening in the passage. These appearances were strange, and increased his agitation. He asked for her son in a voice scarce audible. She told him he was engaged with a lady, and must not be disturbed. That fatal answer, at a moment so big with the most horrible surmises, was decisive. Furiously, therefore, he forced himself past her, and opened the door. But when he saw them together, the rest of the family confessedly excluded, his rage turned to horror, and he could hardly support himself. "Oh, Dr Lyster," he continued, "ask of the sweet creature if these circumstances offer any extenuation for the fatal jealousy which seized me? Never by myself while I live will it be forgiven, but she, perhaps, who is all softness, all compassion, and all peace, may some time hence think my sufferings almost equal to my offence." He then proceeded in his narration. When he had so peremptorily ordered her chaise to St James's Square, he went back to the house, and desired Belfield to walk out with him. He complied, and they were both silent till they came to a coffee house, where they asked for a private room. The whole way they went, his heart, secretly satisfied of the purity of Cecilia, smote him for the situation in which he had left her. Yet, having unfortunately gone so far as to make his suspicions apparent, he thought it necessary to his character that their abolition should be equally public. When they were alone, "Belfield," he said, "to obviate any imputation of impertinence in my enquiries, I deny not, what I presume you have been told by herself, that I have the nearest interest in whatever concerns the lady from whom we are just now parted. I must beg, therefore, an explicit account of the purpose of your private conversation with her." "Mr Delvile," answered Belfield, with mingled candour and spirit, "I am not commonly much disposed to answer enquiries thus cavalierly put to me; yet here, as I find myself not the principal person concerned, I think I am bound in justice to speak for the absent who is. I assure you, therefore, most solemnly, that your interest in Miss Beverley I never heard but by common report; that our being alone together was by both of us undesigned and undesired; that the honour she did our house in calling at it was merely to acquaint my mother with my sister's removal to Mrs Harrel's, and that the part which I had myself in her condescension was simply to be consulted upon a journey which she has in contemplation to the south of France. And now, sir, having given you this peaceable satisfaction, you will find me extremely at your service to offer any other." Delvile instantly held out his hand to him. "What you assert," he said, "upon your honour, requires no other testimony. Your gallantry and your probity are equally well known to me. With either, therefore, I am content, and by no means require the intervention of both." They then parted, and now, his doubts removed, and his punctilio satisfied, he flew to St James's Square, to entreat the forgiveness of Cecilia for the alarm he had occasioned her, and to hear the reason of her sudden journey, and change of measures. But when he came there, to find that his father, whom he had concluded was at Delvile Castle, was in the house, while Cecilia had not even enquired for him at the door, "Oh let me not," he continued, "even to myself, let me not trace the agony of that moment! Where to seek her I knew not, why she was in London I could not divine, for what purpose she had given the postilion a new direction I could form no idea, yet it appeared that she wished to avoid me, and once more, in the frenzy of my disappointment, I supposed Belfield a party in her concealment. Again, therefore, I sought him at his own house, at the coffee house where I had left him. In vain, wherever I came, I just missed him, for, hearing of my search, he went with equal restlessness from place to place to meet me. I rejoice we both failed. A repetition of my enquiries, in my then irritable state, must inevitably have provoked the most fatal resentment. I will not dwell upon the scenes that followed, my laborious search, my fruitless wanderings, the distraction of my suspense, the excess of my despair. Even Belfield, the fiery Belfield, when I met with him the next day, was so much touched by my wretchedness, that he bore with all my injustice, feeling, noble young man, never will I lose the remembrance of his high-souled patience. And now, Dr Lyster, go to my Cecilia, tell her this tale, and try, for you have skill sufficient to soften, yet not wound her with my sufferings. If then she can bear to see me, to bless me with the sound of her sweet voice, no longer at war with her intellects, to hold out to me her loved hand, in token of peace and forgiveness, O Dr Lyster, preserver of my life and hers, give to me but that exquisite moment, and every past evil will be for ever obliterated. You must be calmer, sir, said the doctor, before I make the attempt. These heroics are mighty well for sound health and strong nerves, but they will not do for an invalid. He went, however, to Cecilia, and gave her this narration, suppressing whatever he feared would most affect her, and judiciously enlivening the whole by his strictures. Cecilia was much easier for this removal of her perplexities, and, as her anguish and her terror had been unmixed with resentment, she had now no desire but to reconcile Delvile with himself. Dr Lyster, however, by his friendly authority, obliged her for some time to be content with this relation, but when she grew better, her impatience became stronger, and he feared opposition would be as hurtful as compliance. Delvile, therefore, was now admitted, yet slowly and with trepidation he advanced, terrified for her, and fearful of himself, filled with remorse for the injuries she had sustained, and impressed with grief and horror to behold her so ill and altered. Supported by pillows, she sat almost upright. The moment she saw him, she attempted to bend forward and welcome him, calling out in a tone of pleasure, though faintly, "Ah, dearest Delvile, is it you?" But too weak for the effort she had made, she sunk back upon her pillow, pale, trembling, and disordered. Dr Lyster would then have interfered, to postpone their further conversation, but Delvile was no longer master of himself or his passions. He darted forward, and kneeling at the bedside, "Sweet injured excellence," he cried, "wife of my heart, sole object of my chosen affection, dost thou yet live? Do I hear thy loved voice? Do I see thee again? Art thou my Cecilia? And I have indeed not lost thee?" Then, regarding her more fixedly, "Alas," he cried, "art thou indeed my Cecilia? So pale, so emaciated, O suffering angel! And couldst thou then call upon Delvile, the guilty but broken hearted Delvile, thy destroyer, thy murderer, and yet not call to execrate him?" Cecilia, extremely affected, could not utter a word. She held out to him her hand, she looked at him with gentleness and kindness, but tears started into her eyes, and trickled in large drops down her colourless cheeks. "Angelic creature!" cried Delvile, his own tears overflowing, while he pressed to his lips the kind token of her pardon, "can you give to me again a hand so ill deserved? Can you look with such compassion on the author of your woes? On the wretch, who for an instant could doubt the purity of a mind so seraphic?" "Ah, Delvile," cried she, a little reviving, "think no more of what is past. To see you, to be yours, drives all evil from my remembrance." "I am not worthy this joy," cried he, rising, kneeling, and rising again. "I know not how to sustain it. A forgiveness such as this, when I believed you must hate me for ever, when repulse and aversion were all I dared expect, when my own inhumanity had bereft thee of thy reason, when the grave, the pitiless grave, was already open to receive thee." "Too kind, too feeling, Delvile!" cried the penetrated Cecilia, "relieve your loaded heart from these bitter recollections. Mine is lightened already, lightened, I think, of every thing but its affection for you." "O words of transport and ecstasy!" cried the enraptured Delvile, "O partner of my life, friend, solace, darling of my bosom, that so lately I thought expiring, that I folded to my bleeding heart in the agony of eternal separation!" "Come away, sir, come away," cried Dr Lyster, who now saw that Cecilia was greatly agitated. I will not be answerable for the continuation of this scene." And taking him by the arm, he awakened him from his frantic rapture by assuring him she would faint, and forced him away from her. Soon after he was gone, and Cecilia became more tranquil, Henrietta, who had wept with bitterness in a corner of the room during this scene, approached her, and, with an attempted smile, though in a voice hardly audible, said, "Ah, Miss Beverley, you will at last, then, be happy, happy as all your goodness deserves, and I am sure I should rejoice in it if I was to die to make you happier." Cecilia, who but too well knew her full meaning, tenderly embraced her, but was prevented by Dr Lyster from entering into any discourse with her. The first meeting, however, with Delvile being over, the second was far more quiet, and in a very short time he would scarcely quit her a moment, Cecilia herself receiving from his sight a pleasure too great for denial, yet too serene for danger. The worthy Dr Lyster, finding her prospect of recovery thus fair, prepared for leaving London, but, equally desirous to do good out of his profession as in it, he first, at the request of Delvile, waited upon his father, to acquaint him with his present situation, solicit his directions for his future proceedings, and endeavour to negotiate a general reconciliation. Mr Delvile, to whose proud heart social joy could find no avenue, was yet touched most sensibly by the restoration of Cecilia. Neither his dignity nor his displeasure had been able to repress remorse, a feeling to which, with all his foibles, he had not been accustomed. The view of her distraction had dwelt upon his imagination, the despondency of his son had struck him with fear and horror. He had been haunted by self-reproach, and pursued by vain regret, and those concessions he had refused to tenderness and entreaty, he now willingly accorded to change repentance for tranquillity. He sent instantly for his son, whom even with tears he embraced, and felt his own peace restored as he pronounced his forgiveness. New, however, to kindness, he retained it not long, and a stranger to generosity, he knew not how to make her welcome. The extinction of his remorse abated his compassion for Cecilia, and when solicited to receive her, he revived the charges of Mr Monckton. Cecilia, informed of this, determined to write to that gentleman herself, whose long and painful illness, joined to his irrecoverable loss of her, she now hoped might prevail with him to make reparation for the injuries he had done her. To Mr Monckton. I write not, sir, to upbraid you. The woes which have followed your ill offices, and which you may sometime hear, will render my reproaches superfluous. I write but to beseech that what is past may content you, and that, however, while I was single you chose to misrepresent me to the Delvile family, you will have so much honour, since I am now become one of it, as to acknowledge my innocence of the crimes laid to my charge. In remembrance of my former long friendship, I send you my good wishes, and in consideration of my hopes from your recantation, I send you, sir, if you think it worth acceptance, my forgiveness. Cecilia Delvile. Mr Monckton, after many long and painful struggles between useless rage and involuntary remorse, at length sent the following answer: To Mrs Mortimer Delvile. Those who could ever believe you guilty must have been eager to think you so. I meant but your welfare at all times, and to have saved you from a connection I never thought equal to your merit. I am grieved, but not surprised, to hear of your injuries. From the alliance you have formed, nothing else could be expected. If my testimony to your innocence can, however, serve to mitigate them, I scruple not to declare I believe it without taint. Delvile sent by Dr Lyster this letter to his father, whose rage at the detection of the perfidy which had deceived him was yet inferior to what he felt that his family was mentioned so injuriously. His conference with Dr Lyster was long and painful, but decisive. That sagacious and friendly man knew well how to work upon his passions, and so effectually awakened them by representing the disgrace of his own family from the present situation of Cecilia, that before he quitted his house, he was authorized to invite her to remove to it. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Recording by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, September 2008. Volume 10, Chapter 10 of Cecilia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress by Fanny Burney. Volume 10, Chapter 10, Part 2. A Termination. When he returned from his embassy, he found Delvile in her room, and each waiting with impatience the event of his negotiation. The doctor, with much alacrity, gave Cecilia the invitation with which he had been charged, but Delvile, jealous for her dignity, was angry and dissatisfied his father brought it not himself, and exclaimed with much mortification, "Is this all the grace he accorded me?" "Patience, patience, sir," answered the doctor. "When you have thwarted anybody in their first hope and ambition, do you expect they will send you their compliments, and many thanks for the disappointment? Pray let the good gentleman have his way in some little matters, since you have taken such effectual care to put out of his reach the power of having it in greater." "Oh, far from starting obstacles," cried Cecilia, "let us solicit a reconciliation with whatever concessions he may require. The misery of disobedience we have but too fatally experienced, and thinking as we think of filial ties and parental claims, how can we ever hope happiness till forgiven and taken into favour?" "True, my Cecilia," answered Delvile, "and generous and condescending as true; and if you can thus sweetly comply, I will gratefully forbear making any opposition. Too much already have you suffered from the impetuosity of my temper, but I will try to curb it in future by the remembrance of your injuries." "The whole of this unfortunate business," said Dr Lyster, "has been the result of pride and prejudice. Your uncle the Dean began it by his arbitrary will, as if an ordinance of his own could arrest the course of nature, and as if he had the power to keep alive, by the loan of a name, a family in the male branch already extinct. Your father, Mr Mortimer, continued it with the same self-partiality, preferring the wretched gratification of tickling his ear with a favourite sound, to the solid happiness of his son with a rich and deserving wife. Yet this, however, remember, if to pride and prejudice you owe your miseries, so wonderfully is good and evil balanced, that to pride and prejudice you will also owe their termination. For all that I could say to Mr Delvile, either of reasoning or entreaty, and I said all I could suggest, and I suggested all a man need wish to hear, was totally thrown away till I pointed out to him his own disgrace in having a daughter-in-law immured in these mean lodgings. Thus, my dear young lady, the terror which drove you to this house, and the sufferings which have confined you in it, will prove in the event the source of your future peace. For when all my best rhetoric failed to melt Mr Delvile, I instantly brought him to terms by coupling his name with a pawnbroker's, and he could not with more disgust hear his son called Mr Beverley, than think of his son's wife when he hears of the 3 blue balls. Thus the same passions, taking but different directions, do mischief and cure it alternately. Such, my good young friends, is the moral of your calamities. You have all, in my opinion, been strangely at cross purposes, and trifled, no one knows why, with the first blessings of life. My only hope is that now, having among you thrown away its luxuries, you will have known enough misery to be glad to keep its necessaries. This excellent man was yet prevailed upon by Delvile to stay and assist in removing the feeble Cecilia to St James's Square. Henrietta, for whom Mr Arnott's equipage and servants had still remained in town, was then, though with much difficulty, persuaded to go back to Suffolk; but Cecilia, however fond of her society, was too sensible of the danger and impropriety of her present situation to receive from it any pleasure. Mr Delvile's reception of Cecilia was formal and cold; yet, as she now appeared publicly in the character of his son's wife, the best apartment in his house had been prepared for her use, his domestics were instructed to wait upon her with the utmost respect, and Lady Honoria Pemberton, who was accidentally in town, offered from curiosity what Mr Delvile accepted from parade, to be herself in St James's Square, in order to do honour to his daughter-in-law's first entrance. When Cecilia was a little recovered from the shock of the first interview, and the fatigue of her removal, the anxious Mortimer would instantly have had her conveyed to her own apartment, but, willing to exert herself, and hoping to oblige Mr Delvile, she declared she was well able to remain some time longer in the drawing room. "My good friends," said Dr Lyster, "in the course of my long practice, I have found it impossible to study the human frame without a little studying the human mind; and from all that I have yet been able to make out, either by observation, reflection, or comparison, it appears to me at this moment that Mr Mortimer Delvile has got the best wife, and that you, sir, have here the most faultless daughter-in-law that any husband or any father in the 3 kingdoms belonging to his Majesty can either have or desire." Cecilia smiled. Mortimer looked his delighted concurrence. Mr Delvile forced himself to make a stiff inclination of the head, and Lady Honoria gaily exclaimed, "Dr Lyster, when you say the best and most faultless, you should always add the rest of the company excepted." "Upon my word," cried the Doctor, "I beg your ladyship's pardon, but there is a certain unguarded warmth comes across a man now and then, that drives etiquette out of his head, and makes him speak truth before he well knows where he is." "Oh, terrible!" cried she, "this is sinking deeper and deeper. I had hoped the town air would have taught you better things, but I find you have visited at Delvile Castle till you are fit for no other place." "Whoever, Lady Honoria," said Mr Delvile, much offended, "is fit for Delvile Castle, must be fit for every other place, though every other place may by no means be fit for him." "Oh yes, sir," cried she, giddily, "every possible place will be fit for him, if he can once bear with that. Don't you think so, Dr Lyster?" "Why, when a man has the honour to see your ladyship," answered he, good humouredly, "he is apt to think too much of the person to care about the place." "Come, I begin to have some hopes of you," cried she, "for I see, for a doctor, you have really a very pretty notion of a compliment. Only you have one great fault still, you look the whole time as if you said it for a joke." "Why, in fact, madam, when a man has been a plain dealer in both word and look for upwards of 50 years, 'tis expecting too quick a reformation to demand ductility of voice and eye from him at a blow. However, give me but a little time and a little encouragement, and with such a tutoress, 'twill be hard if I do not, in a very few lessons, learn the right method of seasoning a simper, and the newest fashion of twisting words for meaning." "But pray," cried she, "upon those occasions, always remember to look serious. Nothing sets off a compliment so much as a long face. If you are tempted to an unseasonable laugh, think of Delvile Castle; 'tis an expedient I commonly make use of myself when I am afraid of being too frisky, and it always succeeds, for the very recollection of it gives me the headache in a moment. Upon my word, Mr Delvile, you must have the constitution of 5 men to have kept such good health, after living so long at that horrible place. You can't imagine how you've surprised me, for I have regularly expected to hear of your death at the end of every summer, and I assure you once I was very near buying mourning." "The estate which descends to a man from his own ancestors, Lady Honoria," answered Mr Delvile, "will seldom be apt to injure his health if he is conscious of committing no misdemeanour which has degraded their memory." "How vastly odious this new father of yours is!" said Lady Honoria in a whisper to Cecilia. "What could ever induce you to give up your charming estate for the sake of coming into this fusty old family? I would really advise you to have your marriage annulled. You have only, you know, to take an oath that you were forcibly run away with, and as you are an heiress, and the Delviles are also violent, it will easily be credited. And then, as soon as you are at liberty, I would advise you to marry my little Lord Derford." "Would you only then," said Cecilia, "have me regain my freedom in order to part with it?" "Certainly," answered Lady Honoria, "for you can do nothing at all without being married. A single woman is 1,000 times more shackled than a wife, for she is accountable to everybody, and a wife, you know, has nothing to do but just to manage her husband." "And that," said Cecilia, smiling, "you consider as a trifle?" "Yes, if you do but marry a man you don't care for." "You are right then, indeed, to recommend to me my Lord Derford." "Oh yes, he will make the prettiest husband in the world. You may fly about yourself as wild as a lark, and keep him the whole time as tame as a jackdaw. And though he may complain of you to your friends, he will never have the courage to find fault to your face. But as to Mortimer, you will not be able to govern him as long as you live, for the moment you have put him upon the fret, you'll fall into the dumps yourself. hold out your hand to him, and losing the opportunity of gaining some material point, make up at the first soft word. You think, then, the quarrelling more amusing than the reconciliation? Oh, 1,000 times! For while you are quarrelling, you may say anything, and demand anything, but when you are reconciled, you ought to behave pretty, and seem contented. Those who presume to have any pretensions to your ladyship, said Cecilia, would be made happy indeed should they hear your principles. Oh, it would not signify at all, answered she, for one's fathers, and uncles, and those sorts of people, always make connections for one, and not a creature thinks of our principles till they find them out by our conduct, and nobody can possibly do that till we are married, for they give us no power beforehand. The men know nothing of us in the world while we are single, but how we can dance a minuet, or play a lesson upon the harpsichord. And what else, said Mr Delvile, who advanced and heard this last speech, need a young lady of rank desire to be known for? Your ladyship surely would not have her degrade herself by studying like an artist or professor? Oh no, sir, I would not have her study at all. It's mighty well for children, but really after 16, and when one has come out, one has quite fatigue enough in dressing, and going to public places, and ordering new things, without all that torment of first and second position, and E upon the first line, and F upon the first space. Your ladyship must, however, pardon me for hinting, said Mr Delvile, that a young lady of condition, who has a proper sense of her dignity, cannot be seen too rarely, or known too little. Oh, but I hate dignity, cried she carelessly, for it's the dullest thing in the world. I always thought it was owing to that you were so little amusing. Really, I beg your pardon, sir, I meant to say so little talkative. I can easily credit that your ladyship spoke hastily, answered he, highly piqued, for I believe, indeed, a person of a family such as mine will hardly be supposed to have come into the world for the office of amusing it. Oh no, sir, cried she, with pretended innocence, nobody, I am sure, ever saw you with such a thought. Then, turning to Cecilia, she added in a whisper, you cannot imagine, my dear Mrs Mortimer, how I detest this old cousin of mine. Now pray tell me honestly if you don't hate him yourself? I hope, said Cecilia, to have no reason. Lord, how you are always upon your guard! If I were half as cautious, I should die of the vapours in a month. The only thing that keeps me at all alive is now and then making people angry, for the folks at our house let me get out so seldom, and then send me with such stupid old chaperones, that giving them a little torment is really the only entertainment I can procure myself. Oh, but I had almost forgot to tell you a most delightful thing. What is it? Why, you must know I have the greatest hopes in the world that my father will quarrel with old Mr Delvile. And is that such a delightful thing? Oh yes, I have lived upon the very idea this fortnight, for then, you know, they'll both be in a passion, and I shall see which of them looks frightfullest. When Lady Honoria whispers, cried Mortimer, I always suspect some mischief. No, indeed, answered her ladyship, I was merely congratulating Mrs Mortimer about her marriage, though really, upon second thoughts, I don't know whether I should not rather condole with her, for I have long been convinced that she has a prodigious antipathy to you. I saw it the whole time I was at Delvile Castle, where she used to change colour at the very sound of your name, a symptom I never perceived when I talked to her of my Lord Derford, who would certainly have made her 1,000 times a better husband. If you mean on account of his title, Lady Honoria, said Mr Delvile, your ladyship must be strangely forgetful of the connections of your family, not to remember that Mortimer, after the death of his uncle and myself, must inevitably inherit one far more honourable than a new sprung up family, like my Lord Ernolf's, could offer. Yes, sir, but then, you know, she would have kept her estate, which would have been a vastly better thing than an old pedigree of new relations. Besides, I don't find that anybody cares for the noble blood of the Delviles but themselves, and if she had kept her fortune, everybody, I fancy, would have cared for that. Everybody then, said Mr Delvile, must be highly mercenary and ignoble, or the blood of an ancient and honourable house would be thought contaminated by the most distant hint of so degrading a comparison. Dear sir, what should we all do with birth, if it was not for wealth? It would neither take us to Ranelagh, nor the opera, nor buy us caps nor wigs, nor supply us with dinners nor bouquets. Caps and wigs, dinners and bouquets, interrupted Mr Delvile, your ladyship's estimate of wealth is really extremely minute. Why, you know, sir, as to caps and wigs, they are very serious things, for we should look mighty droll figures to go about bareheaded, and as to dinners, how would the Delviles have lasted all these thousand centuries if they had disdained eating them?" "Whatever may be your ladyship's satisfaction," said Mr Delvile angrily, "in depreciating a house that has the honour of being nearly allied with your own, you will not, I hope at least, instruct this lady," turning to Cecilia, "to adopt a similar contempt of its antiquity and dignity." "This lady," cried Mortimer, "will at least, by condescending to become one of it, secure us from any danger that such contempt may spread further." "Let me but," said Cecilia, looking gratefully at him, "be as secure from exciting as I am from feeling contempt. And what can I have to wish?" "Good and excellent young lady," said Dr Lyster, "the first of blessings indeed is yours in the temperance of your own mind. When you began your career in life, you appeared to us short-sighted mortals to possess more than your share of the good things of this world. Such a union of riches, beauty, independence, talents, education, and virtue, seemed a monopoly to raise general envy and discontent, but mark with what a scrupulous exactness the good and bad is ever balanced. You have had 1,000 sorrows to which those who have looked up to you have been strangers, and for which not all the advantages you possess have been equivalent. There is evidently throughout this world, in things as well as persons, a levelling principle, at war with preeminence, and destructive of perfection." "Ah," cried Mortimer, in a low voice to Cecilia, "how much higher must we all rise, or how much lower must you fall, ere any levelling principle will approximate us with you!" He then entreated her to spare her strength and spirits by returning to her own apartment, and the conversation was broken up. "Pray permit me, Mrs Mortimer," cried Lady Honoria, in taking leave, "to beg that the first guest you invite to Delvile Castle may be me. You know my partiality to it already. I shall be particularly happy in waiting upon you in tempestuous weather. We can all stroll out together, you know, very sociably, and I shan't be much in your way; for if there should happen to be a storm, you can easily lodge me under some great tree, and while you amuse yourselves with a tete-a-tete, give me the indulgence of my own reflections. I am vastly fond of thinking and being alone, you know, especially in thunder and lightning." She then ran away, and they all separated. Cecilia was conveyed up stairs, and the worthy Dr Lyster, loaded with acknowledgments of every kind, set out for the country. Cecilia, still weak and much emaciated, for some time lived almost wholly in her own room, where the grateful and solicitous attendance of Mortimer alleviated the pain both of her illness and confinement; but as soon as her health permitted travelling, he hastened with her abroad. Here tranquillity once more made its abode in the heart of Cecilia, that heart so long torn with anguish, suspense, and horror. Mrs Delvile received her with the most rapturous fondness, and the impression of her sorrows gradually wore away from her kind maternal cares, and from the watchful affection and delighted tenderness of her son. The Egglestons now took entire possession of her estate, and Delvile, at her entreaty, forbore shewing any personal resentment of their conduct, and put into the hands of a lawyer the arrangement of the affair. They continued abroad some months, and the health of Mrs Delvile was tolerably re-established. They were then summoned home by the death of Lord Delvile, who bequeathed to his nephew Mortimer his town house, and whatever of his estate was not annexed to his title, which necessarily devolved to his brother. The sister of Mrs Delvile, a woman of high spirit and strong passions, lived not long after him, but having in her latter days intimately connected herself with Cecilia, she was so much charmed with her character, and so much dazzled by her admiration of the extraordinary sacrifice she had made, that in a fit of sudden enthusiasm she altered her will, to leave her, and to her sole disposal, the fortune which, almost from his infancy, she had destined for her nephew. Cecilia, astonished and penetrated, opposed the alteration; but even her sister, now Lady Delvile, to whom she daily became dearer, earnestly supported it, while Mortimer, delighted to restore to her through his own family any part of that power and independence of which her generous and pure regard for himself had deprived her, was absolute in refusing that the deed should be revoked. Cecilia, from this flattering transaction, received a further conviction of the malignant falsehood of Mr Monckton, who had always represented to her the whole of the Delvile family as equally poor in their circumstances, and illiberal in their minds. The strong spirit of active benevolence, which had ever marked her character, was now again displayed, though no longer as hitherto unbounded. She had learnt the error of profusion, even in charity and beneficence, and she had a motive for economy in her animated affection for Mortimer. She soon sent for Albany, whose surprise that she still existed, and whose rapture at her recovered prosperity, now threatened his senses from the tumult of his joy, with nearly the same danger they had lately been menaced by terror. But though her donations were circumscribed by prudence, and their objects were selected with discrimination, she gave to herself all her former benevolent pleasure in solacing his afflictions, while she softened his asperity by restoring to him his favourite office of being her almoner and monitor. She next sent to her own pensioners, relieved those distresses which her sudden absence had occasioned, and renewed and continued the salaries she had allowed them. All who had nourished reasonable expectations from her bounty she remembered, though she raised no new claimants, but with economy and circumspection. But neither Albany nor the old pensioners felt the satisfaction of Mortimer, who saw with new wonder the virtues of her mind, and whose admiration of her excellencies made his gratitude perpetual for the happiness of his lot. The tender-hearted Henrietta, in returning to her new friends, gave way with artless openness to the violence of untamed grief, but finding Mr Arnott as wretched as herself, the sympathies Cecilia had foreseen soon endeared them to each other, while the little interest taken in either by Mrs Harrel made them almost inseparable companions. Mrs Harrel, wearied by their melancholy, and sick of retirement, took the earliest opportunity that was offered her of changing her situation. She married very soon a man of fortune in the neighbourhood, and, quickly forgetting all the past, thoughtlessly began the world again, with new hopes, new connections, new equipages, and new engagements. Henrietta was then obliged to go again to her mother, where, though deprived of all the indulgencies to which she was now become familiar, she was not more hurt by the separation than Mr Arnott. So sad and so solitary his house seemed in her absence, that he soon followed her to town, and returned not till he carried her back its mistress. And there the gentle gratitude of her soft and feeling heart engaged from the worthy Mr Arnott the tenderest affection, and in time healed the wound of his early and hopeless passion. The injudicious, the volatile, yet noble-minded Belfield, to whose mutable and enterprising disposition life seemed always rather beginning than progressive, roved from employment to employment, and from public life to retirement, soured with the world, and discontented with himself, till vanquished at length by the constant friendship of Delvile, he consented to accept his good offices in again entering the army, and being fortunately ordered out upon foreign service, his hopes were revived by ambition, and his prospects were brightened by a view of future honour. The wretched Monckton, dupe of his own cunning and artifices, still lived in lingering misery, doubtful which was most acute, the pain of his wound and confinement, or of his defeat and disappointment. Led on by a vain belief that he had parts to conquer all difficulties, he had indulged without restraint a passion in which interest was seconded by inclination. Allured by such fascinating powers, he shortly suffered nothing to stop his course, and though when he began his career he would have started at the mention of actual dishonour, long before it was concluded neither treachery nor perjury were regarded by him as stumbling blocks. All fear of failing was lost in vanity, all sense of probity was sunk in interest, all scruples of conscience were left behind by the heat of the chase. Yet the unforeseen and melancholy catastrophe of his long arts illustrated in his despite what his principles had obscured, that even in worldly pursuits where fraud outruns integrity, failure joins dishonour to loss, and disappointment excites triumph instead of pity. The upright mind of Cecilia, her purity, her virtue, and the moderation of her wishes, gave to her, in the warm affection of Lady Delvile, and the unremitting fondness of Mortimer, all the happiness human life seems capable of receiving. Yet human it was, and as such imperfect. She knew that at times the whole family must murmur at her loss of fortune, and at times she murmured herself to be thus portionless, though an heiress. Rationally, however, she surveyed the world at large, and finding that of the few who had any happiness, there were none without some misery, she checked the rising sigh of repining mortality, and, grateful with general felicity, bore partial evil with cheerfullest resignation. End of chapter 10. End of Cecilia, Memoirs of an Heiress, by Fanny Burney. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, November 2008.